All right, well, welcome councillors, welcome members of the press, members of the gallery, and also members of the community viewing it on live stream. I'd like to take this opportunity to pay respects to the Durrumbal people, the traditional owners of the land on which we meet, and also pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging. Our opening prayer this morning, councillors, is from Reverend Rob Stanley from the Capricorn Coast Anglican Parish. And again, we thank Rob for his time and delivering the prayer for us. So thank you, Rob. Over to you.
Let's pray. Gracious Heavenly Father, as always, as we gather as the Livingstone Shire Council, we humble ourselves before you. You sent your Son Jesus into the world to die for us and to make peace between you and us. And we thank you for this sacrifice. Thank you for your care of our Livingstone Shire. Thank you for the beauty of this place. Thank you for its wonderful people and community. This morning we pray for your continued blessing upon our Shire. Particularly today, we pray for you to be with the leaders of our Shire here in this council meeting. May you assist our leaders reach beyond themselves and seek the good of our community and as residents. May their decisions seek to benefit the well-being of the Shire residents. May you be here and ensure a place of honour, truthfulness and respect. And we pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you very much, Rob. Bye, Rob. Thank you very much. Okay, councillors, we have no leave of absence. Everyone is in attendance. Item 4, confirmation of minutes of the previous meeting. Recommendation is that the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 16th of March 2021 be taken as read and adopted as a correct record. Councillor Mather, are you moving that one? Thank you. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Friend, thank you. Okay, all in favour, councillors? Those against? Carried unanimously, thank you. Item 5, declaration of interest in matters on the agenda. Councillors, any declarations?
Yes, Mr Mayor, for item 11.20, which is in regards to the Wapabara and Great Keppel Island, I, Nigel Houghton, have a conflict of interest in the matter. I am currently President and therefore Executive Officer of the Appearing Lions Club Inc. until July 2021. The club is a long-term leaseholder on Great Keppel Island, and while does not have a position in regards to native title, and has not provided or participated in any discussion around the future of the island, I acknowledge that in line with the Queensland Government legislation, my involvement at this time would be a significant conflict beyond the interests of the majority of the residents of our community. I therefore lodge my interest and inform the Council I shall leave for the item.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. When we get to that agenda item, we'll note that. Thank you.
Mr Mayor, yes, I've got a conflict of interest in item 11.18 in regard to Surf Lakes. I'm a shareholder in Surf Lakes Proprietary Limited, and therefore I choose to actually leave the room during that.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. That's noted as well. Any other conflicts? Councillor Watson. Yeah, you can. I would mention it, Councillor Watson. Yes.
Oh, sorry. In that case, then when it comes, I'll leave the room as well.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. Any other conflicts, councillors?
Yeah, conflict I have with the Chief is
The only conflict I had was just internally, in terms of the good councillor's suggestion of a conflict. I'm curious as to know whether that should not be a decision at the table, given my feeling that it wouldn't trigger a conflict. So I'm just curious as to the suitability of it.
Thank you, Mr Deputy. We've had a conversation, Councillor Watson's had a conversation with a number of councillors and the CEO on this matter, I believe. And whereas I perhaps am not 100% convinced he needs to leave the room, or and that it could be a matter dealt with by the table, Councillor Watson has taken that decision anyway, as I understand it. Councillor?
And for now, until we meet with King and what are they called? King and Country. I'm going to say King and Country. Until we have a ruling from them. So I'll go with that for now.
Yeah. Mr CEO, is any light to be put on this one?
not really, Mr Chairman. I think Councillor Watson's taking a prudent approach to things. He's certainly, it's ultimately a decision for Councillor Watson. He is well entitled to remain in the room and seek the opinion of his peers as to whether he can remain or not. But ultimately, it's a choice. If he chooses to absent himself from proceedings, that's a decision for he alone.
Thank you, Mr CEO. Mr Deputy, are you happy with that?
Yeah,
Okay. All right, so moving on from item 5, item 6, public forums and deputations. We have none today, councillors, which brings us to item 7, business arising or outstanding from previous meetings. And Mr CEO, I understand the officers are going to update us on this one.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, I'll ask both Brett and Michael to join us. It'll be a bit of a trio working our way through this. I have asked Brett and Michael really to provide an update in terms of action that's been taken since the last time that the register was presented, but naturally we're happy to answer any or all questions that councillors might have regarding any item, whether they've had action since the last meeting or otherwise. Might get Michael to kick off.
Through the chair, item 1, which is the Marlborough Church, officers have collated the information for the condition assessment and previous sales information, and we've had some preliminary discussions with a local who is working on behalf of a business in the area and is keen to discuss this this property. We'd like to think that over the next 3 or 4 weeks we can come to some arrangement, whether positive or negative, and we'll come back to the table with the outcome.
Thanks, Michael. Councillors, there's no change to the update that you see before you for items 2 and 3, which were done on the 8th of April.
Thank you. Mr. Bacon, I'm just wondering if I can get on item 3, whether there is, or what the time frame is for response around the draft trustee lease, please.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. We didn't impose a timeline on that particular group. We figured they probably take as much time as they can to work through it, given the issues within that group. So we're not pressuring them or pushing them.
Thank you. Councillor Mather.
Thank you for the question, Mr. CEO, Mr. Mayor. My question to the director would be much the same. What's the time frame? Because it's been going on for months now, and I know lawyers do take some time if they've got a backlog of work, but there are members in that association who are a little bit anxious and wondering if it's all going to happen. So I'd like to think that we could follow up on that and just see where they're at this point in time, if that's possible.
We can, the officers, I'm sure we can arrange that with the officers, Mr. CEO, just a contact with them to see where things are at. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Item 5, access to Long Beach. So there was a very productive site meeting a few weeks ago with residents, and officers are just finalising some sketch plans for different options and some cost estimates, and that'll be discussed with council in May, so we can resolve that one. Item 5, sorry, will be on today's agenda, as well as 6. Item 7 we'll be discussing further with council next week as part of the budget deliberations, and we have some more information around our levels of service for unsealed roads. Item 8, recycled water fees and charges. There'll be a report coming to council in May to finalise that discussion. Item 9, Pacific Heights Road. There was a site meeting held in the last 2 weeks with a resident and the Mayor and Councillor Mather. Officers are now looking at alternatives to speed control in that area, and I've been talking with the Department of Transport and Main Roads to try and resolve the issue around footpaths and driveway crossings. That's proving to be a little bit of a challenge to try and resolve that, because the Main Roads Department have 50% funded that project, so and they're asked conditions, so I need to work with them to resolve it and try and resolve it in the positive for our community. Item 10, Adelaide Street parking will be on council on the agenda today. Item 11, the cottonwood trees. As previously mentioned, we've provided a funded solution, which we've now asked for Transport and Main Roads to provide some funding. The recycle processing, item 12, we're working with the contractor and we've extended the interim contract because they're still in negotiations with their insurance company. So we're working in partnership with them to provide the service for the community. Is this at the right speed, Council and the Mayor, through the Mayor? Is this
I'm
okay?
sure if there are questions, Mr. Executive Director, the hands will go up. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 13, an easement for drainage purposes at Sorrento Way. We're still negotiating with the landowner. There's been quite a bit of back and forth on this one, and we'd like to try and resolve it by June this year. Item 14, Bangalore Beach traffic management issues. We've had a discussion with community, and we've got some follow-up questions which we'd like to bring back to the table in May to try and resolve that item, so we can implement some actions and report back to the community.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Creedman. There is a CCTV pole and camera located at this area for catching those that are doing the wrong thing. Is it in operation as we speak?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. My understanding it is in operation. I haven't seen any footage or heard whether we've seen anyone do anything untowards on the beach at this time. It's to capture images of people turning right as they enter the beach off the ramp. But I'll take that question on notice through the Mayor, and I'll provide a response in the next few days to see if there's any illegal action there.
Thank you.
I've got a question to the officer.
Councillor Eastwood.
Yeah, I just wondered how broad the survey was. I do understand there's a number of people that live within Mangalee that weren't aware of it. I think even a good councillor wasn't aware across the table. I just wondered how broadly it was advertised, that was all.
Thank you for the question, Councillor, and through the Chair. We are reviewing the survey data at the moment. There was an online survey which was released to anyone who chose to do that survey. We also had a beach day where we engaged directly with the four-wheel drive associations. We've spoken to the police directly. As for the residents, my understanding is that there was a letterbox drop, but part of the review is for me to understand exactly who and how this information was disseminated, and if there's more community engagement required, then that will be something that we'll consider to ensure we have a full representation of the views.
Thanks, Michael.
Just to follow up, if I may, Mr. Mayor. The question is a valid one, and I thank Michael for the response. I was down there less than a week ago and we're speaking with some of the residents there who were taking on the ramp. I asked them about the survey that they would have or should have received, and they acknowledged that there was no letterbox drop there. And although council does everything within its power to get various messages out there, clearly a letterbox drop in the area that is concentrated for this research is the most important, and I think we might have just overlooked that part because they didn't get a letterbox drop. So I think we might have to review our tactics in relation to how we communicate. We do our best, but because there's no consistency, there are so many methods that we communicate, there are still people falling through the hoop.
Yeah, well, it's a good point, Councillor Mather. This issue, I think, came to the fore in relation to the Olive Dory Dog Park, and I think the communication around the Olive Dory Dog Park could have been a lot better than it was. And so, in conversations now with the officers, and particularly the CEO, when we have major projects or of issues of significance to the community now, I think the understanding of the officers is that council requires a communications plan or an engagement plan before anything is enacted, and that's going to be a matter going forward, Mr. CEO, as I understand it.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. We acknowledge that the items that have been raised and that the spread or methods that we utilise need to make sure that we target particularly those in the immediate surrounds, and if there's more traditional methods that we need to be using, then that's what we'll employ.
Thank you, Mr. CEO.
I think we've captured that, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Moving on, gentlemen. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Items 15, 16 and 17 are all on today's council agenda. Item 18, report is being prepared for a future briefing session on that one, councillors, to do with the urban food bowl. GHD has been engaged to undertake the update to council's planning assumptions model. That work is progressing. I don't have a completion date off the top of my head to be able to advise councillors of when we could expect to see some results on that. The trustee lease at Kanawara, council's working with the public safety business agency, their legal representatives, and that is progressing, albeit rather slowly, but that's what we find when we deal with that particular entity. Item 21, the main person that we're negotiating with has been out of the region for a number of weeks. Upon their return, we expect to bring that one to some form of conclusion one way or the other. Item 22, the Poon Showgrounds officers are in the process of catching up with the Poon District Show Society to encourage pre-lodgement meetings regarding their master plan proposal, recognising that that group now has some funding from the Australian Government to undertake some master planning.
Just through you, Mr. Chair, question to the Director there. Could I expect at some stage that motion would be brought back to the table, though, to be finalised?
We can certainly do that, Councillor.
Yes. Item 23, Mr. Mayor, the response has been received from the Premier's office and distributed to councillors a couple of weeks ago.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Any questions in relation to that one, councillors? Happy to move on? Thank you.
Item 24, I've not seen a response to the correspondence to the Prime Minister's office. The Mayor has had some contact with federal government personnel, but there's no formal response yet to that particular question regarding the revenue loss at Shoalwater Bay.
Question, Mr. Mayor, please.
Councillor Mather?
If we sent our letter more recently, I can understand there's still a delay. But if it was sent some time back, perhaps we just need to send them a reminder. I mean, I know sometimes our correspondence doesn't go out straight away. So if it was more recent, I can understand.
Well, I might take that one offline with you at a later stage, Councillor Mather, that's all right.
Yes, because this is a matter that we need to pursue.
Well, we do have a partial response, as you were briefed on last week, Councillor, but as I said, I'll take this offline with you.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Item 25, the Greening Tamby Road. Report's being prepared for a future briefing session on that particular matter. The Shire Christmas tree, item 26, that will be discussed during budget deliberations. Item 27, which is percentage for the arts, a report's being prepared for presentation with councillors and also for consideration during budget deliberations.
Item 28, which is a multi-storey car park. Report's completed and will be presented at the May Ordinary Council meeting. Item 29, CCTV cameras. The meeting has been held with the contractor and officers are finalising a business case.
Excuse me, Mr. Executive Director, just on that one, am I correct in assuming that that particular business case will be for a project in the 21-22 financial year?
Yes, that's correct, Mayor. We're looking to fast track that one for the next month.
Item 30, councillors, is a repeat of item 27. Item 31, the Schoolies Week, engagement and events, is looking at that operationally and has had some discussions with a group, I want to call them Red Frog, hope I got that right, good, regarding the potential for that.
Item 32, beach matting on the coastal beaches. So officers have undertaken an investigation and costing, and there'll be a report back to council in May.
Item 33, around Airbnb, there was a briefing session held with councillors on the 12th of April, and a report which will summarise those options will come back to a future council meeting. Item 34, local law review. The resolution's been noted by the officers and the consultant undertaking that work. There has been one workshop so far with councillors and with the organisation, and that work is progressing. Item 35, will be discussed as part of today's council meeting.
Just on this one, please, Mr Mayor. I have concerns over where this is going, Mr Mayor, and I'd hope that we'd get well into discussions on this in our agenda later in the meeting, because I have concerns as to how it's been handled. And I'll expand on that further down the track. Thank you.
Item 36, officers are currently preparing the draft lease documentation for the Yeppoon Showgrounds just to capture those missing components.
Item 37, no plastic straw policy in Livingstone. So, it's noted there that the state government has an Amendments Act which will provide for a similar policy which will be released in September. Council officers will work with the Boomerang Alliance to help local businesses adapt to that change, and will bring a briefing report back to council in the coming months to understand what steps we can take to leverage off the work of the state government and the local community. Item 38, Mount Charlton Reservoir and Pipeline. So officers will be circulating the inspection report and condition assessment. It's noted in the comments there that the recent internal sealing of the reservoir has been holding, but as council knows, there's a Building Better Regions submission at the moment for funds in 21-22 to undertake some renewal of that asset, and will also provide some additional timing on future works along the pipeline and for the reservoir.
Question on that one to the Director, Mr Mayor. This one is obviously ongoing, and we've got plans in place, but we have an application for a grant, and I would hope that we would be able to progress that, if successful, as soon as possible, because last look, even though it might be holding the water might be holding as far as going through the leakage pipe, it is still leaking. So I think the sooner we can progress that, if we get the grant, otherwise we'll have to reassess where we go as far as funding goes to arrest that totally. So.
Through you, Mr Mayor, to Mr Creederman, when was that grant submitted for the Mount Charlton Reservoir?
From memory, it was submitted in March, and also from memory, we should receive a response in June.
Okay.
And also from memory, we need to be on site within 12 weeks of notification that we're successful. So we have to move quickly, and if we are successful, that'll be one of the first projects in the new financial year.
That's very encouraging, thank you. And just a further question, are we ready to progress ASAP once we have that hopefully positive response? Are we ready to move on that within the time frame required?
So there's two parts to the project. There's the renewal of the existing roof. So we do have a engineering design which has been on the shelf for a couple of years. We've just recently engaged a structural engineer to do a compliance check to make sure that it still meets current building codes. So that's been completed and that's ready to go. We do have the internal sealing and external sealing as part of the brief for the funding. We do have a specification, and we'll be able to put that straight out for tender in July, so that we can meet the funding requirements if we're successful.
Well, thank you very much for that. That's encouraging. Thank you.
Item 39, councillors, in two parts, partly relating to the pending local government boundary review, and the other part relating to item 40, which is next.
Councillors, item 40, there is a report prepared on today's agenda. Item 41, likewise, there's a report on today's agenda.
And item 42, officers have spoken again to the property owner. They've not accepted our offer, and officers will now look to a resumption process, which will have to come back to the council table for approval.
All right, councillors, any further questions of the officers in relation to business arising? All right, thank you, councillor. All right, councillors, in the absence of any further questions, we have a recommendation that the business outstanding table for the ordinary council meeting be received. Moved Councillor Bello, seconded Councillor Hutton.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, just quickly.
So was that a question, was it?
No, there is a correction that's required on number 8. So it says agreement has been reached with Iwasaki and a report will be presented at the April 21 meeting. But I didn't think there was a report today in regards to Iwasaki. So I'm more than happy to second it, but just there is a correction on that number 8 so that it's reflecting true and accurate.
Thanks for picking that up, Councillor Hutton. So we'll reflect that as a May 2021 ordinary council meeting. All right, with that change, councillors, can I get a vote? All in favour? Thank you. Those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Mr Bacon and Mr Creedman. Item 7.2, councillors, lifting matters laying on the table, management of public marine facilities. And Mr Dendall, this is you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Items 7.2 and 7.3 are both effectively procedural motions to enable consideration of both items later in the agenda.
Any questions, councillors, of the CEO?
Just, do you want to lift them off the table now?
What we're voting on at the moment,
Yeah.
councillor?
Yeah.
All right, so for 7.2, can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Eastwood. Okay, all in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. 7.3, Mr CEO.
Likewise, Mr Mayor, a procedural motion to enable consideration of the item later in the meeting.
Thank you. All right, so moved Councillor Eastwood, seconded, thank you. I'll second it. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Item 8, presentation of petitions. There are none, so it takes us into item 9. Councillor or delegate reports. This is the Community Voice Panel for Water, Waste Management and the Environment. And it's an update from the meeting held on the 5th of March. Councillor Friend, would you like to speak to this one, please?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I certainly would. Very productive meeting, this one. We had a number of guest speakers come to our meeting. Mr Lau, manager from Engineering Services, provided an overview to members of the council's declared service areas for sewage. And that was quite interesting. And we also had a discussion to include compostable toilet systems and council requirements in relation to installing some. We had a panel member presentation, and with each of my community voice panels, I'm asking each panel member to present what they're passionate about, what their interests are, and what their expertise is. And this week, our last meeting, Alison McMaster spoke about her family property and the business practices they undertake to reduce their environmental impact and nutrient runoff as graziers. So that was extremely interesting and very encouraging to find graziers within our region so environmentally conscious. So that was terrific. We spoke with our supervisor of our community nursery, Nick Smith, who provided an overview of the nursery and future plans to grow up to 2,000 trees, street trees a year, and including up to 25 local native species. And Nick also issued an open invitation to panel members to visit the nursery on a Wednesday or a Thursday to say hello and grab a few free plants and have a chat. So we also discussed mandating solar and community battery for new real estate developments. And I have emailed Councillor Hutton, who has this direct portfolio in relation to planning and development, and we will then continue those discussions. We had talked about protection of significant vegetation local law, and as we know, our local laws are currently under review with Mackay lawyers, and so this is really coming to a forefront with significant vegetation and significant trees within our area, and what can be done under the amended planning scheme, as we will be discussing later in this meeting, and also under our review of local law as well, because there just seems to be a lot of vegetation and trees that are being removed for development, and our community are quite up in arms about it. We discussed all things circular, so we hoping to further foster our discussions about circular business models and the circular economy within our region and within Queensland. We discussed Bangalee traffic management, and we advised our community members that at that point of this meeting that the survey was opened and where to find the link on our website. We discussed turtle hatchlings, lights and microplastics within our region as well. And so that was quite an interesting discussion in relation to turtle lighting that has recently been installed in partnership with Ergon to prevent the turtles from being drawn towards those bright lights. We discussed voluntary code of practice for motor vehicle advertising. We discussed and also business arising or outstanding from our previous meeting. And in general business, we also discussed Electoral Commission's error in the Kipple Islands, and as we know them, the correct name is Keppel Islands, pest management and herbicides that Council uses, and our next meeting will be on the 4th of June at 9 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Any questions, councillors?
I'd just like to comment the councillor, how she's done such a wonderful job in providing all of those issues with her panel.
Thank you very much, Councillor.
Thank you, councillors. All right, so Councillor Friend, I'm assuming I'm moving this report. May I get a seconder, please? Oh, that was a quick race. Might be Councillor Eastwood, I think. Thank you. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Moving on to 9.2, the Community Voice Panel for Healthy and Inclusive Communities. Councillor Eastwood, would you like to speak to this report?
Yes, Mr Mayor. Look, it's all in the report, but for the benefit of those that are online and for everybody else, I'll actually read the report and add what I can. We had a very productive meeting on the 24th of February, and we invited Senior Sergeant Erin Shawcross to the meeting, and it was quite educational. And I guess out of most of it, the biggest thing that I gleaned out of that was that policing, as we all probably know, is the responsibility of us all. So that was very important. He gave us a bit of information on the interaction with police in the community and on self-empowering communities to engage with youth, elderly, and identifying problems and looking at ways to resolve issues, including mental health, youth crime and the community. Dave Maz gave an update on the council budget process. There was discussions, and this was another really good discussion, there was discussions around what is a healthy community, and that was very interesting. We identified how much council is, or we're identifying, sorry, how much council is responsible for providing adequate framework and information on the website, and I guess there's some more work there. There's a livability analysis, where can information be obtained, welcome packs, etc. I gave or indicated the importance to accommodate all aspects of accessibility within the community, making sure that that we have an equitable access policy, and it's going to be provided at the next meeting. Let's have a look. Yeah, we talked about COVID and the COVID safe plans, and how we're having, how as a council it was becoming quite difficult, and where we could go to sort of make sure that we could cover everything that we could and tick off all the boxes that we're making sure that we are keeping with state policy. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. That's about it. We just changed our next meeting, so I'm not actually exactly sure where it's going to be. It was supposed to be yesterday.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Certainly sounded like an interesting discussion. So I'm assuming you would like to move this report, Councillor Eastwood?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Can I get a second? Councillor Friend, thank you. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Item 9.3, which is the Planning and Strategic Infrastructure Community Voice Panel. And Councillor Hutton, would you like to speak to this one? Thank you.
Only momentarily, Mr. Mayor. So the notes are provided. Noting this was the first formal meeting of the panel, in that the panel that we held at the end of last year was actually an introductory workshop on what's the expectations, but also providing background information. The notes are there. The only amendment to the notes is section 3, where it talked about council's priority projects which have been submitted to CQ-ROC. It was actually the reverse of that, discussing the fact that council was to provide information to CQ-ROC and seeking some feedback around priority projects from the community as to what they saw as part of that feedback loop. We are going to be using a digital platform moving into the future to provide an opportunity for interaction between parties outside of the meetings of the panel. But other than that, take it as read.
All in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously.
Mr. Mayor, just as a follow-up from that, I raised it, or made a suggestion a couple of meetings ago. My panel hasn't had a second meeting as yet, and it's due to have one. But I mentioned or suggested that we should consider combining all the panels for the sake of presenting the draft budget. And I just wonder whether that was taken on board, and if anything has occurred in relation to an arrangement to do that. I mean, we could have our separate panel talking about our issues, but when we're talking about budget, we talked about putting the draft budget in front of the panels, but if we combined the panels so that everybody's on the same page, everybody gets the same information, and everybody can hear everybody else's questions, it's a better outcome when we've got a combined, consolidated audience.
Yeah, I guess where my mind is going on that one, Councillor Mather, is that as the chairperson of, or each of us the chairpersons of our respective community voice panels, that part of our role would be to take that information that's coming from the community voice panels and impart it within the budget meeting. So we actually become then the representatives, in a sense, of the community voice panels at the budget meeting. So we can then take whatever information comes from the community voice panels, whatever budgetary recommendations occur, and we take those to the budget meetings and basically put those up for consideration. Missed the point, Councillor.
I think either one of us has. I'm not too sure, or perhaps both. My thought was we were going to have a draft budget from council and present it to our panels for feedback. I'm saying let's combine the panels so that everybody's got the same information at the same time.
Oh, I understand what you're saying now. Yep. Councillor Hutton?
Can I suggest we just get clarification from the CFO, because I believe she'll have an update on progressing this agenda item.
Welcome to the table, Madam CFO.
Thank you, Councillor. We certainly did take your suggestion on board, Councillor Mather. I'm just working with the events and engagements team to, because I need their assistance to help facilitate and coordinate all of that workshop. So it is, there are steps being progressed, but there's no date or time yet set for that.
So how do you,
activity.
thank you for that, Andrea. How do you see this progressing, just in a nutshell?
So as I mentioned before, I just need to work with the engagement team on that. I have been on leave for the past 2 weeks.
We've noticed. We've noticed.
Thank you. So we will essentially be using, so the intent is to use the budget simulation tool in addition to all of the service plans that we will go through again with the councillors over the next series of budget workshops to help structure that conversation with the community voice panel members. So that has all of the detail for the entire budget.
Yes, and that's draft. But are the panel members going to receive the information at the same time to combine a one-off discussion event? That's what I'm looking at.
I'll be able to confirm all of those intricate details next week with councillors. So
Okay.
I do need to sit down and just
Work
work
it
through
through,
that
okay.
financial plan with the engagement team.
I'm happy. It's something that's probably never been done. Well, it hasn't been done before, but I think we just need to get the first one right. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Mather. Yes, and I did misinterpret your question, so my apologies.
No problem.
Okay, councillors, so that leaves 9.3. We have a vote on that one, don't we? So we have a mover in Councillor Hutton.
It was carried.
It was carried? Right, yeah. Sorry. All right. Now I'm totally confused. So we're moving on to item 11, which is the report. So 11.1, which is the Chief Executive Officer Performance Review. And interestingly enough, he's the responsible officer and the author. So we'll pass over to you, Mr. CEO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Obviously, an important part of the council's governance arrangements is its performance management of its CEO, as it is for any organisation. In the local government environment, not only is it good practice, but it's also a statutory requirement and a condition of my employment contract. What's before you is a performance plan for the coming 10 months that the Mayor and I have worked on since my commencement a couple of months ago. It's presented for the Council's endorsement along with the process of the performance review, so the establishment of a small panel and the reporting of the results of that back to Council. The first of those would be held in August as the probationary review at that time. Conscious that councillors may wish, given my interest in this matter, I'm happy to remain in the discussion and respond to questions that councillors might have, or likewise I'm happy to absent myself if you'd prefer to talk about it in my absence, either open or closed session.
Right, councillors, just to add to some of that commentary from the CEO, the performance indicators were developed in conjunction with the CEO. I prepared a draft copy on his commencement, and since that date we have been working through the process of finalising those performance indicators, and you will see that there are track changes where some of those amendments have been made to the KPIs. So the first question is, councillors, do you wish the CEO to remain in the room while we discuss this? I personally have no issue with him remaining, but I'm happy to entertain a different view if anyone has one.
Mr. Mayor, I feel if the CEO is happy to remain in the room, I'm happy for him to be there. This is all about trust. It's all about exchanging information, trying to improve the organisation's performance, and basically levelling, warts and all. If there are problems that we need to bring out, we need to all be on the same page. And I think that there's anything that needs to be urgently dealt with, that's something of a more serious nature, I think that could be brought to the CEO in the interim. That could be dealt with before any review takes place, if there was anything outstanding. But I'm happy for him to be there because, let's face it, we're an organisation where we've got to be based on trust.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. agree wholeheartedly. This is about transparency, council. It's not just about what happens around this table. It's about what the community is viewing and seeing as well. And I think it is, you're right, Councillor Mather, it's about integrity and trust. Anyone have an opposing view? Councillor Eastwood?
I don't have an opposing view, Mr Mayor, but I just would have thought that it would have probably been important to be in closed session, away from the staff and public. So I think as a council, it's something we could talk about together.
All right. So, councillors, what's the view on Councillor Eastwood's position on going into closed session?
Certainly, it is based on trust. We are transparent, but this is talking about someone's livelihood and the way they conduct business. And I do agree with Councillor Eastwood that it does need to be in closed session, and within open session we can discuss our final comments. I do agree with Councillor Eastwood.
Well, I guess it depends on where the conversation is going to go, councillors, as to whether we go into closed or not. The KPIs have been published on the agenda for the community to see, so if you're planning on going outside what's on the agenda and what's in the KPIs, I really don't know that there's a need to go into closed session, quite frankly.
Question, if I could add to that,
Yep.
is there the scope to discuss elements within the contract?
Yes, that's the whole point, councillor, yep.
Yeah, and perhaps some of the sensitivities around that. I would probably be seeking guidance as to whether we had the ability to trigger to go into closed session, and if we could, well, I think a procedural motion to test that at the table would be the appropriate way to deal with it.
I'm happy to entertain a procedural motion, Mr Deputy, but I have had discussions with the CEO and he's quite comfortable for this to remain in an open session. So if you're concerned about the CEO's sensitivity about it, he doesn't have any concerns.
It's perhaps the concerns of discussing previous CEO contracts with the current CEO's contract. So based on those sensitivities, it was probably where I was seeking some confidence.
All right. Councillors, any other comments? Councillor Mather?
Yes, Mr Mayor, I wasn't envisaging this being discussed in a public forum because I think we would have staff saying, well, hang on, is this a precedent? This is what's going to happen to us. It's got to...
Well, with respect, councillor, the CEO's contract is the only one that's discussed at a meeting level. Individual senior officer contracts are a matter between the CEO and those senior officers. I don't take back what I said about the trust. What I have concerns about is dissecting personal issues that may appear in the discussions in a public forum. I think we're big enough and man enough to discuss these in committee honestly and have a final outcome which we can present to the public. But I don't know if it's appropriate even to explore the CEO's background and anything that might relate to it in a public forum. That was my concern. All right, well, I'll put a procedural motion forward, councillors, that Councillor Hutton, sorry, you want to speak to it?
Sorry, I am just confirming that obviously there's a few things that we probably need to note before we go into that closed session. Firstly is that we're noting that a contract has already been executed, so the capacity to go back in and to look at changing the contract would, I imagine, be an interesting challenge in itself because we're not actually signing off on a contract. The contract has been signed. Secondly, with the looking at the KPIs, we have the capacity, and it talks about here about how we review the KPI process. So I think my first comment is to commend the CEO for this ultimate act of transparency, both to the organisation, to the community. I think it's a very ambitious step in providing this level of sight for the community. I know that it's not something that all councils or all council organisations or staffs would support, but I commend him for taking this act because I think that he has got the flavour of our community in its desire that it wishes to have that transparency, but also to see where the accountability lies. If councillors wish to go in and have some more conversation around individual elements and challenge what the contract means. And I believe because we would be talking about something that has a legal framework, there's a reason for us to go into closed session to have those conversations as to what does 2.5.6 mean in real terms, as to how does that apply. I can understand the desire to have that out of the public space because we're not rather challenging is the contract real, which we already know it's been signed and executed by both the Mayor and the CEO. If it's a question of do we wish to just look at the KPIs and amend them, and I think that we can do that in the public space without having to go into closed session. So if I'm understanding the desire of the table to discuss, to explore how the execution of the contract is effectual, then I would support going into closed session to have that conversation prior to coming back out, noting though that the contract will not be changed, it's already been executed, and what we're really looking at today is how the KPIs that have been put in place, how we're going to mark the CEO on his success and the organisation's success over the coming period. But just wanted to provide that commendation for taking a step that's above and beyond the expectations of local government, but sets a standard that hopefully others will follow.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. And I'm getting a sense around the table, councillors, that there might be differing views as to whether we do or don't discuss this in closed session, and there might be some ambivalent views as to whether we do or we don't. But based on the fact that I think there's an appetite around the table for some of you to want to get into depth or more depth in terms of the contract, I'm going to put a procedural motion that this matter be deferred to the confidential component of the agenda.
Can I just ask a question, Mr. Mayor?
Sure.
I don't know the answer, so I'd refer to the CEO. If we move this item into the confidential session, would that then imply that the reports would ultimately be moved to confidential in the future, so they'll no longer remain on the open agenda for all eternity?
Mr. Mayor, through you, the agenda's been published, so it's not that they won't become retrospectively confidential, as they've been in the public domain for some days. So and there's certainly no expectation on my part that that would happen.
All right. So the procedural motion is that item 11.1 be referred to the confidential section of the agenda for today's meeting, whatever date, put today's date, Justine, which is the 20th. Of the ordinary council meeting, dated 20th of the 4th, 2021. All right, so I'll move that. Councillors, can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Mather, thank you. All in favour? Those against? Carried. Councillor Hutton? Oh, sorry, first second, yeah. So you're right, you're absolutely right. Sorry, just needs a mover. Beg your pardon, sorry. Yeah. No, it's me.
You tricked me, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry?
You tricked me.
Wasn't intentional, councillor. Tricked myself. All right, no, so just take off the seconder, Justine. Okay, so all in favour, councillors? Carried unanimously, thank you. Whoops, what did I do then? All right, so it brings us to 11.2, councillors, which is the councillor portfolio policy and appointments. You right, Justine? Okay, so that was carried unanimously. It's all right, keep going. 11.2, Mr. CEO, this has your name on it, so I'm going.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 11.2 is some housekeeping in relation to the councillor portfolio policy and appointments following the election of Councillor Rhodes Watson last month. There's been some need to update those and some consequential updates to things were presented in the agenda last week. We've had some contact from at least one councillor with regard to some other amendments, and Justine has just gone to get a revised attachment for adoption that includes some of those other consequential changes that were made, and certainly if there are others that councillors have detected in the time that they've been reviewing these things, now is the time to remedy those to ensure we have the most up-to-date list.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Any questions, councillors? Your microphone, councillor, when you're ready.
5.3, Portfolio Councillor Responsibilities. Number 1, take particular interest in their portfolio subject to and familiarise themselves with media articles and publications about the subject matter. Are we expected to scan the media for that, or will the staff bring that to our attention?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I expect it will be a mix of both, Councillor Mather. This remains unchanged from when it was first adopted, so I'm gathering that the intent when it was adopted at the time is that the portfolio councillor takes a first amongst equals approach, if you like, given that all councillors have interests in a variety of matters, but look to their portfolio councillor to be a little better versed in that subject matter. So staying in front of current issues, and that's a combination of the work that the councillor would do, but also the staff that you have interaction with through your portfolio meetings.
Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors?
In number 5, council may periodically request the elected members to undertake both a self-assessment and a peer review of their performance. Can you expand on that, please, Mr. CEO?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Again, Councillor Mather, unchanged from the original adoption, and so I'm probably interpreting here, but in the way that a number of committees and boards do, they have periodic self-assessment of their performance, and I'm gathering that this is what this brings up, that it's a healthy part of a governance arrangement for people to invite feedback and sort of critical review of how things are going, and that applies in the portfolio space as well.
I guess, do you call that out when the time comes or when you feel it's necessary?
Mr. Mayor, I would expect that that's initiated. So the portfolio councillor is also the chairman of, or the chair of the community voice panel, and they have a secretary type relationship with the executive in that area. I would think between the two they'll bring that forward to either have amongst themselves or invite the voice panel members to participate in that process.
It's a wild card, but yeah, okay, thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? All right, as the CEO has pointed out, councillors, this is just a bit of housekeeping and tidying up, in particular to reflect the change in portfolio councillor following the election of Councillor Watson to replace former Councillor Lynch. So can I get a mover and a seconder for this one, please, councillor? Can I get a mover? Moved, Councillor Bello, thank you. Seconded, Councillor Watson. All in favour, councillors? Carried unanimously, thank you. So that was Councillor Bello moving, Councillor Watson seconding, and carried unanimously. Which brings us to 11.3, councillors, the monthly financial report for the period ending 31 March. And we have our CFO, I beg your pardon, with us, and I'll pass the baton to you, Madam CFO.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, today I'm presenting the monthly financial report for the period ending 31st of March 2020. With the Q2 revised budget being adopted in March, the March results are reported against that most recent revised budget, so that would have changed from the February report. Overall, things are still tracking in line, fairly consistently in line with budget. With regards to the Q2 revised budget, rates and utility charges and interests are both in line with budget expectations or slightly ahead, and user fees and charges are doing exceptionally well, largely driven by the increase that we're seeing in development application fees and building fees with those two particular areas. Operating expenditure is slightly behind year-to-date budget, however it's still within that 5% threshold, so we'll closely monitor that over the last couple of months of the financial year, noting that the actuals don't include purchase order committals, so that does need to be taken into consideration. Capital works expenditure is still behind the year-to-date budget expectations, and I'll be having further discussions with the project managers just to ensure where they're forecasting their year-end results for that and whether or not it will require a Q3 revised budget purely focused around the capital expenditure. Our cash balances remain healthy at present, and debt continues to track downwards with no new borrowings expected and no expectations on having to draw down on our working capital facility. From the investment returns, so we've increased our cash balances and held that in and managed to split within our general bank balance, so we get a good return from our banking provider with that, and that's helped assist with an increase in budget expectations against investment returns. Our debt has reduced down to $66.5 million, so that's on track to with our Q2 revised budget, with paying out that debt pool within the month of March. That was included as part of the revised budget position. A monthly rates recovery is slightly ahead in compared to the comparable period for last year, but in terms of a percentage point, it's only about a 1% difference there. We are actually noticing a reduction in the number of proposals to pay in terms of those accounts under management, and that could be a number of factors, whether people are not necessarily requiring that as a particular lever to help manage their finances and whether they're doing that themselves. However, I am interested to see what the April results will indicate for that with the finishing up of the JobKeeper and JobSeeker payments this month, so we are closely monitoring that. Our sundry trade debtors are still influenced by the larger headworks or infrastructure agreement that remains outstanding and has done so for a number of months. So that one account is influencing that larger balance. And our procurement spend within our local region, within the Central Queensland region, that's at around 64%, which is fairly consistent with the previous years. And of that, 29% has been spent, which is about $13 million, has been spent specifically within businesses operated within the Livingstone Shire Council boundaries. Council's happy to take any questions that you may have on this report.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor, to Madam CFO. Just a couple of questions for myself, who is not an accountant, and for the community. On page 75 with capital revenue, it says that we are, to date, we're approximately $7.8 million behind in developer contributions and grants. How does this actually affect, in real terms, the overall capital revenue, and in particular, Council's capital works program, which which projects would be the winners and the losers? Do we have any of that information?
So within the capital revenue component, there's two line items. So one is capital grants, and that's the one that is well below the year-to-date budget, and that's reflective of the larger capital projects which have not been completed in terms of expectations. So there's no losers per se of capital projects. That money is guaranteed, and assuming that we deliver the projects in accordance with the funding agreements. So that one is really just around managing the timing of the cash flows for those particular projects. To offset all of that, what we're receiving in developer contributions has already exceeded the Q2 revised budget. So whatever's happened in the month of March has already exceeded those Q2 revised budgets by about almost $1 million. So that will also be taken into consideration should a Q3 revised budget be required.
And just one more question through you, Mr Mayor. My question is on page 88, there's a graph. Could you please explain why there has been no cash on hand in the investment portfolio? The graph 88. Just getting there myself. There we go.
Our cash on hand is quite immaterial. It probably wouldn't show up as a colour on this particular graph. So cash on hand is the money that we have in our floats. We no longer have any P cash. So in terms of materiality, it's quite small, and that's a set amount that we don't proactively manage that. We obviously have a number of internal controls that we check to make sure the balances are reconciled at the end of every shift. But when we're comparing that against what we have with our QTC and CBA, it's a very small amount.
Sure. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Andrea. Andrea, can you just explain on page 75, I just need to understand it, D4, table D4, towards the bottom of the page, highlights significant capital works project, 21Q2 revised budget, expenditure greater than 500,000. Can you just explain what that means, please?
Yep, so in the attachment to the report, it's a one-pager. It looks like this, Councillor Mather. So this
what page is that one on?
Sorry, I haven't printed out direct from the agenda, but it's on the attachment. It'll be page 7 of the attachment. Page 88. Yep. So it has all of our capital projects. Justine's just popped it up on the screen. So it's page 86. This is all of our capital projects and programs with a gross value of $500,000 or more. So we will have close to 200 discrete projects throughout a year, and obviously that would be quite a lengthy report. So we try to condense this into a one-page summary of the more significant in terms of value projects to report on each and every month as part of the monthly financial report.
So the 500,000,
Yep.
so that's still to be spent?
No, it's just a threshold. So last year it was set at $800,000. So we brought that down to $500,000 for the financial reporting on this year. So it's just saying any project or program that has a value of over $500,000, we're going to report on that on a project by project basis within the monthly financial report.
Okay. Over the page, we talked about trade debtors over age category relates 534,000. That's still the same one that's outstanding. There's not added to that, is it?
That is
still the same one. What are we doing in relation to calling that in?
We are following our debt recovery process and we're referring it to external debt recovery agents.
It hasn't gone there yet?
It has.
Okay, all right. So we might see some changes in that down the track a little bit.
Potentially.
A little bit, okay. That's good. It's good that the debt management numbers are going down 200. That sounds good. The other one, my favourite, page 81, the asset sustainability ratio. Just explain this to me, please. I just need to understand it. We've got the 2021 revised budget at 72%. What does that mean? Because the year to date we're 24%. What do we expect to be by the end of June?
So a lot of our renewal programs are executed in the last quarter of the financial year. So things like our resheets and reseal programs. So a lot of those are only programmed to do after seasonal issues are taken into consideration. So our manager of construction and maintenance will have that program of work already established for the crews to complete that over the next coming months. So we should see that particular ratio increase over the next coming months up until the end of June.
So the desired level is 90%.
So
the revised budget's 72 and we're sitting on 24. What do we expect by the end of June? Will it be 24 or will it be somewhere between there and 72?
Hopefully closer to 72% because that's what has been adopted in terms of the capital program by council.
Yeah, okay, all right. Thanks very much.
Just two questions in regards to the tenders that are currently under evaluation. There's one for the recovery of resources and also the rec, aquatic and foreshore. Understanding they're in the evaluation phase and we're not able to be involved or have any at that point post evaluation, would it be possible to get some information around those two processes for those ones in particular? Thank you.
Any other questions of the CFO, councillors? All right. We have the recommendation that the Livingstone Shire Council monthly financial report for the period ending 31 March 2021 be received. May I get a mover and a seconder, please? A mover first, Councillor Bello, thank you. Seconder, Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you, Madam CFO. Thank you, councillors. Brings us to item 11.4, councillors, which is the capital reseal program for 2021, a request for variation. And I think we have the Executive Director of Infrastructure, Mr. Creedman, with us, so I'm going to pass the baton to you, Mr. Creedman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So today's report is requesting that Council consider changing the capital works program for the reseal program from the current list of 25 projects to 3 projects, which is James Street, Park Street and Tamby Road. And the background to this is that in setting this year's list of 25 projects, officers based the list on the 2018 road condition assessment, and that condition assessment was ground truthed by our staff over the last few months, and which is a good practice, because going off not old data but a couple of years old data and without ground truthing it and checking the current condition, we could potentially resurface or reseal a road when it's not quite due. So the officers have gone around and had a look at the network and had a look at the 25 listed projects, and have made a decision that, a recommendation that those projects be delayed and deferred because the condition of them aren't as severe as the 3 that have been identified. So in the report, there's, in the commentary, James Street, eastbound carriageway between Mary and Hill Street is 1,100 square metres that requires renewal. Park Street, both carriageways north of the bridge to Queen Street. And Tamby Road, both carriageways between McBean Street and Industrial Avenue. So the 3 projects will consume the this resurfacing budget for 2021. Officers have put this report together because we wanted to highlight the change in the budget, and as Council adopted the budget, we wanted to bring it back to Council to review and ratify.
If I can jump in ahead of you, Councillor Mather, I noticed your finger poised there.
I'm trigger happy, Mr. Mayor.
Well, I can see that. Just had a question, Mr. Creedman, and thank you for the report and thank you for the transparency around this. I just wanted to know, we're now past the middle of April, so we've got the rest of April, May and June to go before the end of the financial year. What is the process for officers to identify this? In other words, I guess I'm just wondering in the back of my mind why this has taken to this point to bring to Council. Could this have been done earlier?
And thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. So within the program, the officers have a Gantt chart which details all of the capital works projects for the financial year. These projects traditionally are towards the back end in the final quarter of the financial year. We do have a preferred supplier arrangement, so with respect to our procurement processes, They are truncated somewhat because we can go directly to a contractor, and timing of the work in the past hasn't been an issue. I take your point that potentially this work the ground truthing could have been done a little bit sooner, and the report tabled earlier on in the financial year. It's just a timing issue with respect to the crews and our coordinators and project managers working on other priorities before Christmas, and then there's some work that gets carried through our wet season, and then at the back end of the year we traditionally do our reseal program. In the last 6 months we've done a full condition assessment again of all of our sealed and unsealed roads, and each year that we do that, it will provide more data, and we'll have more confidence in the asset management data sets, and that will allow us to predict when these roads need to be sealed to a greater understanding. And I'd like to hope that in time we won't have a list of 25 projects adopted at a budget and then come back to council and ask it to be changed out due to changes in our data sets.
Thank you for that response. I'm sure you can appreciate council's concern at having 25 projects now converted into a significantly less number. It's not a good look, and I guess it goes somewhat to perhaps I suppose reinforcing what we sometimes see as council's lack of confidence, the community's lack of confidence in council. So I'm just driving that point home, Mr. Executive Director, that these types of changes at this particular point in the financial year are big asks. Any other questions, Councillor? Councillor Mather was actually first. Councillor Friend, I'm sorry.
Let the good councillor go.
Councillor Friend.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. Thank you. Mr. Creederman, in the report, it quickly just says many of the sites could be rectified under maintenance funding. The sites in the report range in Yeppoon, Lammermoor, Tarangambar, Zilsey, Emu Park. Which sites specifically could be looked at under the maintenance funding?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. So within our asset capitalisation policy, we have a threshold set for roads of $10,000. So any minor works less than $10,000 is expensed and it's operational, and any project over $10,000 is capitalised. So that's not dissimilar here with our renewal of our sealed pavement. So the seal itself is part of the asset of the road. So the officers, in making that comment, would look through the list and say, well, there's some projects in there, small $5,000, $6,000 reseals, which would be small patches, which will be done under maintenance. Anything greater than $10,000 will be rescheduled as part of the condition assessment process and rebudgeted.
Councillor Mather.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got a couple of questions here. First one here on page 96, engagement and consultation. Internal stakeholders have been consulted in relation to this project. Who are the internal stakeholders, Michael?
Thank you, Councillor Mather, for the question. So internal stakeholders would range from our assets team, who have the data and the asset management plans. There would be our coordinator urban operations, and some of our supervisors who would help with the inspections. We also discuss this with the project governance group at our monthly meeting in March, because as officers put together the program and realise that there were potentially some changes to the budget, those things need to be initially passed through the project governance group, which is the executive leadership team and a few staff from the project management office. We meet monthly. So they're the internal stakeholders that work within the programs and the projects before any decisions are made or any changes. And in this case, this change requires a council resolution as well.
Okay. Would you consider the portfolio holder would be included in those internal stakeholders?
Yes, I should have included you, Councillor Mather.
I'm just going back to the councillor portfolio policy. The scope. Councillor portfolio policy applies to portfolio councillors and council employees who have a responsibility to ensure that the portfolio councillor is kept informed of key matters relating to their area of portfolio responsibility. And as you rightly say, I know nothing about this until I opened the agenda. Okay. I'm taking into account, and this is not a reprimand, I'm taking into account that you probably haven't seen these roads yourself because you rely on your staff to give you the advice that you need to make decisions. I'm stating that as the portfolio holder, because I know
Councillor
nothing
Mather,
about this.
sorry to interrupt you, is this part of a question? Because this
Yes.
is the question session.
Yes.
I mean,
yes, it
if
is
you're going to make a
question
comment,
session,
we'll
Mr.
go
Mayor.
into debate.
The first one was, why wasn't I told so I could be prepared? And you're just presenting to us what the others have given to you. I have concerns, Mr. Mayor. I don't intend to change any of the plans that we've had on board. I'd like to know the cost of these three because it was said that the combination of those three items were less than the collective of all of the others, which comes to $565,000. So I'd like to know what those three items cost. My concern, Mr. Mayor, and please forgive me if I'm incorrect, is this a way of reducing our budget, our expenditure?
So I'm happy
Because
to.
I know that we're probably coming very close to the mark for expenditure. And looking down the track of what we still have to do, and I'm on these roads all the time. If anybody had said to me, look, we've got 3 roads there that need to be checked because we're looking at changing the scheme, I would have had a look at it. But we've identified these other 25 for some time and it hasn't happened. And we're looking at the last moment. And I'm not about to change the plans, Mr. Mayor, so we needed a new resolution for me anyhow.
All right, well, Councillor Mather, I think you've asked a question, so
Yes,
we'll go
Mr.
to the
Mayor.
officer on that one first.
Yes.
Thank you.
So first of all, I'd like to apologise to Councillor Mather for not sharing the list prior to the agenda being released.
Well, that's accepted. And we do meet fortnightly, so these have been going on for months. And that's accepted.
So I apologise for that.
It's just an observation that
And the question around the budget, the intention is to spend the full budget on these 3 new projects. In round terms, the way we reseal an urban street is that we would bring in a road profiling machine and we would, it's called mill and fill, so we would take out the first 60 or so millimetres of the existing road and we would replace it with 50 or 60 millimetres of asphalt for a new wearing surface. That generally costs in the order of $50 a square metre. So the first James Street in round figures would be in the order of 50,000, Park Street around 150,000 and Tamby Road around 250,000. They're round figures. We'll have to test that with our sole supply. The team has analysed the extent of the damage in those roads compared to the previously listed roads with best asset management practices in mind as well as our budget considerations.
So just looking at those figures, sorry, Mr. Mayor, continuing, we're looking at a saving of $215,000 approximately. If you, the 3 figures that you just gave me, take them off the figures that we would have had for the 25 items, we'd be looking at a saving of 215 or thereabouts. 565,825 to be exact.
the other one comes to about
450, is it? 450. Yeah, sorry, 450. Yep, you're right.
Just on
That's
that,
why they didn't put me in charge of the bank.
sorry, councillor. Those figures are rough figures off the top of my head based on previous projects. Until we complete scoping them and we talk to the contractor, we won't have a firm price. It is likely that we'll need to do some of this work at night, because we're talking about some of the main streets in our CBD areas. So that may increase our traffic management costs and so on. But in general terms, to resurface a road with asphalt, which is call it a mill and fill process, it's around $50 a square metre.
Is there any reason why these three major items that you've identified couldn't be done in the new year? Because I take it we've got the budget for the 25 roads that need to be done, that have been identified, that's in the current budget. Is that correct?
Yes, that's
Is there
true.
a possibility that we can't get them all done by the end of the year? Is that a prospect?
No, I think the principle that the officers adopted was that we had a look at the existing list and compared it to other known trouble spots in our network, and these ones that are in the recommendation are in poor condition. They're in worse condition than the 25 that have been adopted in the budget. So it's a matter of identifying where best to spend our budget, because we have finite budgets. Our surfaced roads, the surfacing, if it's a chip seal, it would last, say, 25 years, and asphalt 30 years in general terms. So we need to continually make sure that we're spending that finite resource, the money, where we need to maintain and renew our existing pavements and reseals. So there's I doubt that the team has looked back at the 25 other than to say these are not as in bad condition as we first thought. I don't think they would have done a full program to say, can we get all these done? Because in their mind, they would have said, well, the best approach for us to spend our money wisely would be to look at putting to council a new list.
If I can jump in here, Councillor Mather, I think given, and I again applaud the officers for their transparency around this, and given the significance of this change in terms of the number of projects, but it would be this table's expectations, and I'm assuming I'm talking on behalf of everyone, including you, Councillor Mather, that if we're going to make this change, then they will be done within the financial year. That would be a clear expectation of this table. So in my mind, I think the pressure's on the officers to actually perform now, if we approve this today.
And which brings me, if that be the case, Mr. Mayor, because my intention today was not to change the pattern of planning in this matter. If the three items were to be done before the end of the financial year, would you expect that the other items would be done immediately after the financial year?
No, I don't.
Or when down the track would they be expected to be done?
Sorry, Councillor Mather, are you talking about the items that may now go on to maintenance? The other programs aren't going to be...
And I mean, are they for reseals? Were they for reseals? Or why were they not included in maintenance in the first place?
Some of the existing projects, there's one there, third line down in the list, $763.
Yep, that grabbed my attention, yes.
That's just a patch as big as this table. So that should never have been in the capital program to start with, and anything under 10,000 shouldn't be in the program either. So those projects need to be put into our maintenance program. Anything over $10,000 needs to be rescheduled as part of our budget deliberations. And the asset management condition assessment that was done most recently in the last 6 months will help refine our list and set the program over the next probably 3 or 4 years at the most. And then we will just continue every year when we do our reseal program. We always go out and drive the roads, and because the conditions can change from year to year, depending on rainfall and traffic volumes and so on. It's not as dynamic as the road just goes from being a good road to a very bad road within 12 months, but there are some accelerated changes that we can monitor. And I do take your point, Councillor, that whatever the list is, whether it's this list or another list, if it's on the program, then we, as an officer, I need to talk to you at the portfolio meeting to make sure that you understand what technical work we're doing, and then you can also relay any community expectations you have around the work we're planning.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. And look, it didn't take rocket science to say $763 on a road would do a reseal. It doesn't take much to identify that. What I need to be assured of, that if the table agreed to reverse the plan and put these three major items first, that these other items would be followed through in the new year as a priority. Because otherwise I would be more inclined to leave the plans as they are.
Well, councillors, I'm going to jump in here at this stage because we need to move on. I know this is an important
The biggest budget, Mr. Mayor.
item, and questioning is great, but we need to sort of get into the debate on this and get through it. So, any other sort of discussion I think we can leave to debate, councillor. So we move on. Councillor Hutton, you had an issue. Yep, that's right. Yeah, we need to move on and move into debate. So I'm going to ask for a mover and a seconder, and then we can go into debate, please. Can I get a mover? Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Seconder, thank you. Councillor Watson, thanks very much. Okay, so Councillor Hutton, would you like to speak to the report?
Yeah, in speaking to the report, I will provide some commentary, and I think there's a couple of layers to it. The first is that the scenario we find ourselves in with this report today is a reflection of the desire both of officers and the organisation and council, ultimately through its budget process, in trying to balance the level of transparency and openness that we provide to the community, saying, hey, for the budget that you give us in 2021, these are the things we're going to do, versus the need for the organisation to have the agility to respond to needs as per asset management processes as they come along. If we're relying on the data of 2018 to inform what we decide to do today, and not taking, as the advice of Councillor Mather would so often be, without actually driving on the road and checking to see what condition it is, we could find that we're doing things that are prior to their time, that they've actually still got some life left, which is what this report details for these projects. And we could be missing ones that, because of whatever need, since their last assessment, actually have a greater need and need to be done. And so what we're seeing today, and this report really is about accountability. It's the accountability of, we've tried to, instead of just saying, hey, there's a lump sum that every year we're going to spend on this process, we're going to say these are the 25 projects we believe that we are going to be doing this year. Where we've been caught out in terms of having to come back to the community and provide a revised understanding is that the data that we were using has been superseded. We've now identified that these are higher needs or need to be addressed first, and that needs to be taken on. So I do commend the officers in that they were trying to balance a very strong desire for transparency and giving people data and information to inform them, but it's also about having that accountability. I couldn't support, if we now know, based on 2020 road assessments, that these roads are able to last longer, but these three are in worse condition, I couldn't support us going and doing the 25 just because we said last year that we were going to do them anyway. Making those judgments without using the agility of the organisation to make assessments based on greatest need would be us flying blind. The balance of that is that I accept and agree that what we see in this report also it is quite deficient, and I don't wish to pile on, but the fact that the report doesn't identify a risk around reputation, so we've gone and told the community these 25 things are going to be done, they're not going to be done. There's no highlighting saying that there's a reputational risk there attached to that under the project. when it looks at the budget, it doesn't provide a total for the 25 projects, nor does it provide totals for the 3 proposed projects, which I think is deficient for us to be able to make some good decisions. Because my question was very similar to Councillor Mavis, and I was going, okay, so you're saying it's going to cost less than the other 3, so is there the capacity for us to do some of these things? And this report doesn't provide enough information to determine that. I do support the recommendation of the officers. I think that we need to make sure that we're providing guidance to the community around how we're spending their funds, but at the same time we're making sure we're spending them in the best way possible, which means that when we have updated road assessments that determine that a priority needs to change, that we take accountability for that and say, okay, so the maturity of our process is that asset management plans are in place, they guide us and help us determine roughly what our spend is going to be. But when we're getting that good feedback on the ground, and so recently to say that the priority needs to change, we shouldn't be stuck. We shouldn't stick our feet in and go, no, I'm not moving, I'm going to stick with this. That maturity of process, both in terms of our budget, in terms of our asset management, continues to grow in our organisation. And maybe the gap there is that we also need to be having that conversation around the education of our community to say, hey, when we produce a budget, just as we do when we look at doing a Q1 or a Q2 budget review, we can't guarantee that everything that was in the capital program is going to be delivered, necessarily either because we're unable to achieve it in the budget period or because council needs to have that agility to respond to the needs of the community as they rise and make sure that we're doing the highest priority things using the best informed data to make sure we're making efficient and financial decisions on the community that are in their best interest, and that's why I'd recommend it to the table.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Is anyone speaking against the report? Councillor Mather? Sorry, go for Councillor Mather first.
Yes, Mr Mayor. If you think that our reputation's not going to be tarnished, you're wrong. And I'm not basing my decisions on reputation. What we have here is a symptom of the problem, the wider problem I've had for a long time. But I don't think the table has recognised that. We'll deal with that at a later date, and Michael and I can work that out. But it's going to take some time, and it's going to take some understanding, and it's going to take some confessions that, yes, perhaps we haven't been looking at the priorities over time. Went across a school bus route the other day. It was disgusting. Someone said they filled in the potholes in the meantime. We're not giving the priority needs. Yesterday was the first step in the direction that we might be taking to alleviate some of those problems. It's not about educating the public, it's about trusting our staff to get it right. We've got so many staff out there, they've all got jobs and they should be doing their jobs and putting it in the right boxes like we have to do when we come to the table with things that we need. It doesn't give me any joy to go against the officer's recommendation. But I also recognise that these aren't matters that have just cropped up. They've been there for some time. And if they need to go back, the officers need to go back and separate the maintenance from the capital works. That needs to happen, and no doubt it will happen. But we need to have truth in reporting as well. And we need to be advised accurately so that we can make good decisions. And I think we're just stumbling from mistake to mistake if we don't recognise where we've been and where we need to go. And I would propose a foreshadowed motion that Council retain the original reseal program in the original budget.
All right, thank you, Councillor Mather. Your foreshadowed motion is noted. Anyone wish to speak for the recommendation, please? Councillor Eastwood?
Just briefly, Mr Mayor, just to say that I guess irrespective of the deficiencies in the report, and I guess, in my belief, this would have been great to have been brought before the briefing session, our previous briefing session. But irrespective of that, I still believe it's a move forward, and it's addressing the roads that need to be done now. And so in that instance, I actually do back the officers in the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Friend?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Excuse me. During my, excuse me, I'm so sorry, frog in my throat. During my training in reactive management in private corporate companies in the past, I've learnt that a well-run organisation should look like a duck on water, gliding on top and swimming like hell underneath. This organisation shows that this type of organisation should be a proactive organisation, not a reactive. And proactive means to progress on the planned path. I'd like to also say that the 25 individual sites were noted by a consultant back in 2018. And if these consultants had undertaken a desktop audit and not actually travelled those roads, it cost the ratepayers money, it cost council money for this consultant to be employed. So I'm concerned that if council continually puts off these reseals, there's going to be more complaints coming into our customer support, and the community ideal will be that council only cares about Yeppoon and is Yeppoon centric and not the other areas of our shire. So I'm speaking against this today, as I'd like to see it continue along the planned path.
Councillor Bello?
Wrong one, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am prepared to support the altered list that's been put forward, but I would be asking for one consideration, and if it be approved as an amendment, that I'll put it that that the total volume or the total quantum of money that was set aside for the reseal need be spent, or the best effort is made to ensure it is spent. And if the three projects that have been put forward don't fulfil that total amount of money, then another, by order of priority, be added to that to ensure that there is the best possible chance of the total money being spent for the benefit of our ratepayers. So if that can be considered as an amendment, if that's clear, hopefully it's clear, I'd be seeking advice. Perhaps from the CEO.
Mr. Mayor, I think I understood Councillor Bellow's points. Any surplus funds from the projects that might be approved today are dedicated to the next highest priority project, and if possible in this program.
Thank you for that. And based on that amendment,
that will require the approval of the mover. So, Councillor Hutton.
Very happy to accept that wording.
thank you.
Sorry, very happy to accept that word.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. If this is about trust, as the good Councillor Mader has stated, then I believe that the trust actually starts here. We're at a point in time, we're at a crossroads in time where our officers have come to us asking, open-handed to us in a very forthright way to say, I'm suggesting that we change course. And the trust that we can reciprocate is to say, well, based on your best observations and your professional opinion, we will absorb some risk of reputation with the community, and that is a risk that I have to assess, and we're prepared to put that above the risk of not spending the money in the best possible locations. And I believe the utmost decision that I make is to spend the money in the best possible locations. And if that's been put forward by the officer as these three here, with the addition of another element to ensure all the money is spent, well then I'll have to absorb that risk when I go out into the community, but I will be able to reassure them that I have the confidence in the officer, and therefore that is why I base my decision on supporting what has been put forward. I do take on board Councillor Hutton's points where the report perhaps could be more encompassing of the risks that we have to absorb as elected councillors. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. And I think, no, it's not. Okay, councillor, we'll get to that in a minute. Thank you. Just getting some wording up on the screen so that everyone can see what the amendment is. Any surplus funds are allocated to the next highest priority project for completion alongside, excuse me, we're just finishing the wording now, councillor. So the next highest priority project for completion alongside the 2021 program. Mr. CEO, do you want to clarify that wording, please?
Mr Mayor, it necessarily seeks some flexibility from the council in relation to essentially Michael and his staff selecting from those that may have been postponed today to choose one of those. Once the outcome of the quotation process is known for what the 3 projects will cost, if there is any surplus funds, then what can next best fit in the program alongside those. We obviously don't know what that is today, so we can't nominate the specific project, but I think the points that are well made by the council today about this entire process are well understood, and we will endeavour to ensure that the funds made available are best employed as is intended.
Can I suggest that instead of project, it's project-S, just in case that it might be the next 2 highest priority projects are not actually 100,000.
All right, councillor, so we have that amendment. So anyone speaking against the proposed resolution? Yeah, well, councillor, I guess we'll get to the vote. Well, perhaps others may beg to differ, councillor. We'll go to the. We'll we'll come to that in a minute. Yeah, look. Identification of projects, thank you. That are throwing things at me now, Justine. Identification of processes and projects around what goes into capital works and what goes into operational or maintenance, and the various machinations around that. So, councillors, I will be supporting this particular recommendation, notwithstanding that I certainly understand and sympathise or empathise with Councillor Mather's frustrations on this one. Hutton, would you like to wrap up? Thanks.
Yes, I think that I draw back to our ambition was to provide the highest level of transparency by providing this level of detail in the budget of such small scale projects. That's something that we should consider as to its practicality and whether it does provide good governance or whether it sets us up to have this reputational challenge faced in the 3rd or final quarter of each financial year. I think important to note here that good process means that you do have asset management. You look at the planned life of your asset, you look at your planned expenditure over a forward period, and you have a planned program. But that doesn't mean that you set and forget it. So these assessments were done in 2018. It didn't say that in 2018 these 25 roads needed to be done that year. They said, we believe on the best of information that by 2021 these roads will need to be looked at being resealed. So that's the data that was used to inform the asset management plan to inform the plan program, but you then have to have good data to back that up. You have to ground truth it. And taking on board the expertise of our staff who went out on these roads and said, hey, we've got new data that shows that the life of these assets might be a little bit longer than what we planned, which is a fantastic thing because it means that we can invest our funds in roads that might not have such a long life or might have a high priority in terms of the immediate need. We take that opportunity at this table to have that accountability and say, yep, we're going to make the right choice and choose to actually invest the funds where it's most needed, even if it means that we do have to have an uncomfortable conversation around saying, well, in June of last year or July of last year, we said this is what we were going to do, but now we've had to have the agility to change that. This is part of that maturity of the budget process. It's also part of the maturity of our organisation. As I've previously expressed, there were some deficiencies in the report, which I'm sure we're going to continue to work on and improve. Can we improve our process? Definitely, every day of the week, but we should always be thinking of things as a living process and how we can make it better for next time. But does that mean that we throw the baby out with the bathwater? I think that that would be, a height of folly, so I'd encourage councillors to support this.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Okay, well, councillors, we've come to the end of the debate process on this, so we'll go into the vote now.
Mr Mayor, I'm just not sure if... but I'm not sure if you actually seconded the amendment. In fact, I know he hasn't.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Yes, are you going to second the... you're happy with the amendment? Yep, okay. All right. Okay, councillors, we've got a mover in Councillor Hutton, a seconder in Councillor Watson. All in favour? Thank you, Councillor Major, for reminding me. So, all in favour, those in favour, please stand. Councillor Hutton, Councillor Bello, Councillor Watson, Councillor Eastwood and Councillor Ireland. Those against? Councillor Mather and Councillor Friend. So the motion is carried. And councillors, I'm going to move a procedural motion that we break for morning tea. All in favour? Okay, we're back from morning tea, councillor. So a procedural motion to resume the agenda item. Councillor Friend, thank you very much. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Brings us to 11.5, councillors, which is management of public marine facilities. And I believe the Manager of Engineering Services is here to deliver the report, so I'll hand the baton over to you, Tony.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, Council. So as you recall, the previous report, Council had asked officers to seek legal advice just to gauge whether the written correspondence from the Director General of TMR was binding, or did we require some sort of formal agreement or something? So the legal advice came back and suggesting that it should be okay, but for what it's worth, have a formal agreement in place, and so there's no questions asked afterwards. So that's what officers are recommending, that as council indicated that, previously, that there was no major objection to council becoming the facility manager for floating walkways. Council had already consented to becoming the facility manager of the boat ramps, and so officers are recommending that they endorse, they authorise the CEO to enter into the formal agreement with TMR, that providing the indemnity to council, and the council agrees to become the facility manager of the floating walkways. So happy. That's it. Happy to answer any questions.
Right. Thank you, Tony. Councillor Mather, question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hello, Tony. I know the word manager in this case is probably something a little different to other places. Can you just explain under the Transport Act, I think it is, what the term manager actually means in this case?
So the facility manager, his responsibilities are to inspect, carry out minor maintenance, and in this instance, it's for the floating walkways and the boat ramps. It's minor cleaning. If they see any obvious litter on the facilities, clean it up. We might have a hose down if it's required, but any major maintenance required, we refer to Main Roads and they take care of it. They normally send out contractors to carry out the maintenance, and so for the other element is it was only recently brought to the officers' attention that commercial operators need a permit to use the facilities, and so those three things, issuing commercial permits to use the boat ramps and floating walkways, which is purely operational matter, and it's I think we've issued two or three already at the moment, so it's very minimal work. Carrying out inspections, which we normally do anyway for the boat ramps, so formal inspection and informal if anyone's in the area. We'll just have a quick look really and just note if any maintenance is required, and the minor cleaning. So it's basically those three things that council will be responsible for.
Mr. Mayor, can we suspend standing orders for this one for a little while, please? Yes, please.
Councillor Mather is moving a procedural motion to suspend standing orders. All in favour?
Because, Mr. Mayor, I'm just wanting to be sure that the councillors know what you're actually approving here. And I know there's been a lot of backfill information that's come forth before. And from what I can see, and I need to be clear that I fully understand it, that we used to clean the ramps. That used to be our job, cleaning the ramps.
That's right, that's right.
What we've been rejecting is the suggestion by Transport that we have taken responsibility for the floating walkways. We've rejected that. But what we're doing effectively, if I'm correctly understanding it, that we're actually accepting responsibility for the walkways now.
That's right, Councillor. So in essence, though, those 4 floating walkways, they only construct floating walkways where there's a boat ramp. And so it's very minimal additional work for officers while we're out there inspecting the boat ramp anyway. We'll just have a look at the floating walkway at the same time. While we're out there hosing down the boat ramp, we'll hose down the floating walkway at the same time. So that's really the only additional work required by officers.
Oh, you go first.
Sorry, through the chair, sir. How often is this maintenance and cleaning and all this done?
Yeah, so from my understanding, it's actually construction and maintenance unit under Jeff Carter that normally looks after it. From my understanding, and from talking to Jeff, we have a formal, regular inspection, I think once a year, where we visit every boat ramp and we'll have a formal inspection. Informally, if we're out there doing some regrading works or if we're out there for whatever other reason, we might just drop in and have a look as well. And so, once or twice a year, and then the maintenance is as needs required on a as need basis. Like I said, if we notice something needs cleaning, and while we're out there carrying an inspection, we'll clean it anyway. If we get complaints or requests from customers who might ring in and say that there's rubbish out there or something, and then we'll go out and have a look. Yes, so it's hard to estimate how often, but at a minimum, once a year.
Okay, so it's basically as needs basis.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, thank you.
Now, I'm concerned about the additional responsibilities it's placing on this council, and I think accepted that we take responsibilities, councils take responsibilities for infrastructure on land, which would be the ramps attached to the land. But when you've got floating objects that are subject to maintenance, subject to inspection, subject to damage and subject to reporting, and it seems now permits. And permits, we are taking on a whole new role. And I really don't want to support it. And this is what we've been objecting to all along, is taking over the responsibilities for the walkways, and we've gone to great lengths to tell them that there is no evidence that we can see, we've got a legal opinion, and now we turn around and say, okay, you win, we'll do it. That's what I see we're doing. We're taking on the responsibility of the state, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Friend.
I just have a couple of questions. So to either Mr. Lau or Mr. Creederman, the indemnity agreement has been sent to TMR from council, is that correct?
No, Councillor. It's officers have prepared a draft agreement, and then once council consents to become the facility manager, then we'll send the agreement for TMR ratification, and obviously the CEO will execute as well. And then once it's executed, then we will provide formal correspondence saying we consent to becoming the facility manager. So we have that in place first.
Yes.
But only after this session or after council's decision.
So we're not actually agreeing to be the manager of these facilities today. We're agreeing to send this agreement. Is that correct? Because why would we be agreeing to be the manager of the facilities when the indemnity agreement has not been concluded and confirmed?
That's right. So the recommendation from officers is that the council authorises the CEO to execute the agreement, and then council consents to the appointment of as manager of the floating marine facilities. So I guess if council would like, maybe rewording the so that it's clear that council consents upon ratification or execution of the agreement. Would that satisfy council?
Yep.
Can't answer that question yet because we're not in formal debate, but we keep going here.
The thing I was going to say, Mr Chair, was I guess once council determined what their position was, then that could be reflected in the correspondence that goes to TMR.
Yes,
But
councillor.
that's,
Yes.
that
yes,
is as yet undetermined.
yes. Yeah.
Okay, we're still Councillor Eastwood.
It appears to me that, and in the conclusion of the report, that it says that if TMR execute the indemnity agreement, it will reduce the burden on ratepayers. Can you
Yes,
just explain that a little bit?
So the previous correspondence we received from TMR was that upon becoming the facility manager, there was potential for council to be liable for damages to the floating walkway, and if that was the case, and there's a cost burden to the ratepayer to fix the facilities. So this indemnity agreement, as written correspondence also from the Director General, would ensure that there's no liability for any damages should the floating walkways be damaged by boats or any of the users. So
The weather event, should that include?
yes, we'll make sure that's included in the agreement. All eventualities, so council is never liable for any damage. Yes.
So essentially then, what council would be liable for is the ongoing maintenance that they believe is necessary to provide it safe for the public to use, whether it be not slippery or the rubbish is cleaned up. That's the kind of cost that council would incur in the event that we supported the current proposal.
That's correct.
Okay.
It's already written in the, I think it's the regulation or the documentation anyway, that outlines the maintenance requirements, and it is the minimum requirements. Any maintenance that requires structural fixing the structural damage or anything, I'm pretty sure it says for the boat ramps. That is, sorry, it says that's TMR's responsibility, and they've honoured that for many years in the past. So it's only, like I said, minor things like, or if we notice any bolts need tightening. While we're at there, it's very simple to do, well within the capabilities of our staff. So it's those sort of minor things.
And I'm assuming there's no compensation in relation to any of that maintenance work from TMR to us?
No, we had, so previously we had reported to council that for the additional, if TMR required additional inspections, then we would be seeking compensation, a monetary compensation. I think it was in the order of $100,000 a year. However, if TMR provided this indemnity, then it's no additional work, not much more work than we are currently undertaking anyway. And so we currently don't receive any compensation. And so the intention was, because we're not doing any more then we wouldn't be asking for any compensation.
Mr Mayor, I have another question. So we're still under standing orders. We're suspended? No. Okay, lovely. My question is that if TMR don't agree to the indemnity, where does that leave this resolution? Okay,
so yes, if TMR don't agree, then council's recommendation would be to for council to not consent to become the facility manager. The indemnity agreement is critical, is vital, and councils and officers would not be recommending becoming facility manager without it.
Through the chair, when I was asking before about how often we do maintenance, have you any idea how often we do get called out to do this sort of work? to tidy up or do whatever it is, the problems that may occur?
Yeah, I'm not sure, councillor. Like I said, Jeff Carter.
I mean, is this once a month? Is it every 3 months? Is it weekly? Like, what I'm getting at is, if it's often, well, then there is a cost being added.
That's right, councillor. Yeah. From my understanding, I believe it's very minimal, maybe once every 6 months, if that. And it's not every boat ramp either. It's maybe once or twice a year for a boat ramp. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, you might have missed. What I'm getting is when the public rings in and says, you
Yes.
know, is that, are we getting regular calls about this, is what I'm trying to
No,
say.
that's what I mean. Yeah,
Yeah,
I believe it's only
once
very
every 6
infrequent, once or
Right,
twice a
thank you.
year. Yeah.
Thanks.
A single boat ramp, not every
No,
boat
no,
ramp
no,
too.
of course. Thank you.
Oh, yes, Mr Mayor, look, just through you to the officer, Mr Mayor. Council made a decision in the 2020 meeting in relation to management of a number of ramps that I believe you moved and council made a seconded. I'm just wondering how much difference there is in that, in the management of those ramps to what's in this report. It's actually listed in this report, but is there any additional management rights there?
Are you referring to the boat ramps, councillor?
Boat ramps, yeah.
Yes. So there is no additional work other than what we're currently doing and have been doing for the past few years.
Those floating walkways are there as well.
Yeah.
Just to refresh your memory, Councillor Eastwood, I think you probably remember anyway, is the discussion of that meeting was around whether we accept responsibility as a manager of those particular facilities, the overwater ones, which we'd not been asked to do previously.
Yep.
And I think there was a degree of reluctance within the council to accept that responsibility without any sort of formal agreement with TMR, and that's ultimately what this report now is about.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And but it was carried unanimously that we would.
All right, councillors, Councillor Mathy, we're still going?
Yes, Mr Mayor. When we're talking about how many times does the public ring up, I know I've probably been the one, and perhaps the only one, who've actually kept an eye on Thompson's Point. And Curraman Creek, certainly Curraman Creek, because it has a floating walkway and it has a problem with lights going out, whether they be stolen or damaged, whatever. And I used to always ring the Transport Main Roads to get it, to fix it. And it's so expensive to fix, and it used to take months to replace. Now, if there was an accident or an injury as to something going on there, or something broken, or something not being reported in the meantime, does TMR have that indemnity? I mean, let's face it, Curraman Creek, there's crocs on the ramp. Are we responsible for making sure there are signs up to protect people?
I take your point, Councillor, but I think we're probably now moving into debate territory, so I'm wishing to sort of move on if we can. So I want to come out of or resume standing orders so we can deal with this particular report. Moved, Councillor Mather. Thank you. All in favour? Carried unanimously. All right, so we're back in our standing orders now, councillors. So are there any further questions of the officer before we go into debate on this, please?
Can the officer clarify that we are taking responsibility as manager for all of the ramps and the floating walkways?
Yes, councillor. So previous resolution, council had already resolved to become facility manager for the boat ramps, and so this one is for recommendation to council consents to become facility manager of floating walkways. And on the 4 listed within the report, there's 3 existing floating walkways and 1 proposed that TMR proposing to construct very soon.
And the council is taking responsibility for all of those?
Yes, that's right, councillor. That's
So
the recommendation.
Where we took responsibility for the ramps before, we're also now taking responsibilities for the floating walkways.
Yes, councillor.
Yes, thank you.
Through the chair, if I may, quickly, I just want to make sure that I know what I'm voting for. So, but this all depends on the indemnity agreement being agreed to by TMR. If they do not agree to it, we don't take responsibility. Is that correct?
Yes, that would be the recommendation of officers, Councillor.
And so this resolution today is so that we can send that indemnity agreement to TMR, and that's all that we're doing today.
No, Councillor, the recommendation number 2, Part B, is recommending that Council consents to the appointment as manager of the following public marine facilities and list those 4 floating walkways.
But only subject to Transport and Main Roads executing the indemnity agreement.
That's correct.
Okay,
That's correct.
got it. Thank you.
Councillor Hutton, question?
Yeah, just one final question. Is there a sunset clause on this? So how long, if we accept responsibility today, how long will we have these assets prior to any chance to review our responsibility and the financial burden it places on council and the community?
I'm not sure, Councillor, to be honest, but we can put a sunset clause in the agreement. Yes, we'll make sure we add one. Okay.
All right, councillors, I think we'll go into debate now. So can I get a mover for this one, please? Anyone prepared to move it? Okay, councillor. All right. So call again for a mover on this one. All right, so Councillor Hutton is moving. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Watson. All right, thank you. So debate is now live, councillors. So Councillor Hutton, would you like to speak to the report?
Yes. In speaking to the report, I think it's really important for us to reflect on the journey that we've been on as a council with this. It was something that came up very early in this term of council in regards to responsibility, ownership and the obligations that being manager would place on council for these assets. We know that our marine assets are highly valued but also desperately needed by our boating fraternity, both locally as well as from a regional perspective. Council has done the right thing in not accepting holus bolus without any regard to what our responsibilities are, what the consequences are, what the burden it places on our organisation, recognising that it has been the position of our council that we reject the assertion that we should be placed under additional burden by the offloading of responsibilities by the state or federal government, as the case may be. So in this, I believe that we as a council and as an organisation have done a level of due diligence. We've investigated it, we've tested it, and with the inclusion of a sunset clause so that we can once again review the consequences of being the operational manager, or however the terming is that the good office has provided, I'm quite happy for us to say these assets our community wants and values. We're not looking at running the long-term, we're not looking at the long-term maintenance or replacement of assets, simply the day-to-day cleaning, in which case our council and our community would behove us to do so, because the absence of these assets would be to the detriment of our community. And I think council, in stepping forward and stepping up, has fought the good fight, pushed back as much responsibility as we can, and remembering that we're only accepting this if they confirm with the indemnity agreement that we've signed. So we're not saying that we'll accept it under any circumstances. We're very much in the position of putting in place the expectations that we wish to see, and the inclusion of that sunset clause for me, so that we can review this process and make sure that we haven't bitten off more than we can chew, means that I'm happy to support it and recommend it to the table.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Councillors, I'm going to take the floor for a minute. I'm finding myself a little bit conflicted about this one, but I am going to vote against this one, so I'll speak against it. And first of all, I'd like to thank the officers and commend them for their work on this. I understand it's not been a simple process, and there's been a little bit of legal dalliance in this as well, and which is never simple. So thank you for your work on this, gentlemen, and please reflect that to your teams. But I can't help, despite the assurances of the good officers, I can't help but have the nagging feeling that we are going, well, this is an exercise in cost shifting by TMR. And despite the assertions of the officers that there's minimal additional cost to council and minimal additional work to council, I can't help but feel there is always an additional cost, always. and a lot of these costs are unforeseen. And in accepting responsibility as a manager of these particular facilities, I just, it sits awkwardly with me, Councillor, so I am going to vote against this one. Anyone speaking for the recommendation, please?
Just on the, just looking through the report now, I believe with the indemnity that we're going to be indemnified against damages and costs, and it's actually a requirement in the indemnity to fund the for TMR to fund the operational and maintenance expenses incurred. So I probably have no problems in supporting this. I think that it brings it down more to a local level, and it'd probably be better for our boat operators and our marine enthusiasts than if it was left to TMR.
Thanks, Councillor Eastwood. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Mather?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And I thank you for your comments too, Mayor, because you've been in local government for some time and can feel the prickles on this as I do, because I've been with it since its inception. This is a devolution of responsibility from the state, and we have seen it, certainly I've seen it, over the years, that we have picked up a little bit of extra work here on behalf of an agency or a department, a little bit here, a little bit there, and it adds up, and it all sits at the feet of our ratepayers. We can't determine what a little bit extra would be. It was not even mentioned as to what the indemnity would include, whether there would be remuneration, whether there would be responsibility, what the sharing arrangements would be. Nothing has been mentioned. Our lawyers, they haven't even been mentioned in this, whether they have a part to play in relation to where we sit in relation to responsibility and litigation or possible litigation. There are too many unknowns in this. I'd have to thank the state for giving us the infrastructure for people's recreational purposes, but I would also say to the state, how about us? When are you going to talk to us when you make these announcements for funding to make the state look good? We pick up the tab. We're tired of it. The people can't afford to pay any more. And we should be passing it back to the state to let them do what they need to do and what their job is. We don't have the ability to shift money around like they do or pull money out of the hat at short notice. We don't have that ability. Our people cannot pay any more. And that's what we have to do, protect the people who are keeping us on our feet. We don't want to bog them down with extra responsibilities. And I think it's just a matter of good citizenship, getting the state and the councils to talk together and let them make sure that everybody does its job. Because I'm just a little tired for seeing this time and time again, that we're picking up the tab. And it might sound very good, it might sound very all good intentional, but it doesn't work when it comes down to the real thing and you're faced with a problem. And we're sitting ducks in this one. I can see it sticking out a mile.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Anyone speaking for the recommendation? Councillor Bello.
Oops. Yeah, thank you, Mr Chair. Councillors, for me, I see this as a positive way to collaborate between TMR and the local council, the local council being closest to the people. And importantly, as Councillor Eastwood has already reiterated, point B there requires TMR to fund the operational and maintenance expenses incurred by council from managing the floating walkways. I have to take some confidence in that statement, and if I can't take confidence in that statement, I don't know what else I could take confidence in. The words are there on page, they're in ink, and they'll be in the agreement. And I'm sure that if this is supported, and in the event in time TMR was to knock back our claim for expenses, well then that would be the point where we would say, and have every right to say, guys, you are not meeting the agreement, we're not happy, Jan. But at this point in time, I'm prepared to give them the chance providing they adhere to the agreement. It should be a positive collaboration between the two entities. So on that basis, I'm prepared to support it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bello. Just open up now, councillors. Anyone else wish to make a comment on this before we go to a vote?
Certainly, through you, Mr. Mayor. I was in two minds myself in relation to this particular one until I read what Councillor Bello has just said. And I read it a number of times over the weekend. Indemnifies council against maintenance expenses due to damage to the floating walkways resulting from the mooring of marine vessels, and requires TMR to fund the operational maintenance expenses incurred by council from managing the floating walkways. We heard that Mr. Lau has said that the actual cleaning of these particular floating walkways will be minimal for council, and if we don't get that indemnity from TMR at all, and they do not agree to this, then the whole thing, so to speak, falls dead in the water. So I I will agree with this one.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Okay, Councillor, I'm going to wrap up now. So we'll go to the vote on this. We've got a mover in Councillor Hutton, a seconder in Councillor Watson. So Councillor Mather's called the division, I believe. Councillor Mather, is that correct? Yep. All right, so councillors will signify by standing. Those in favour? So Councillor Hutton, Councillor Bello, Councillor Friend, and Councillor Eastwood. Those against? Councillor Ireland, Councillor Mather, Councillor Watson. So the motion is carried. Thank you, councillors. We'll move on to 11.6, which is short-term parking sites, and thanks to the officers again. Short-term parking sites for recreational vehicles and caravans. So we're going to Amal. Are you leading the conversation on this one?
Coordinator infrastructure planning, so I have been involved in preparation and investigation on these issues involving.
Just excuse me a second, Amal. Would you? Not everyone will know your colleague. Perhaps you'd like to introduce your colleague as well.
Yeah. And then I have a new graduate engineer started 7 weeks ago, working as a planning engineer. Yep. Jake Taylor. Yep. Yeah. So Jake has been involved in investigations, especially community consultation outcomes. So that's the reason why I'm getting him involved as well. So the first report I have is the short-term parking sites for recreational vehicles and caravans, for which council officers did a briefing session report in September, I think it was last year. And following that, in that report we had identified very short-term parking sites. There were 6 of them, and then short-term parking modules, we had 4 sites identified, and then following that briefing session report, we went for community consultation in, I think it was in early this year. So in the commentary section of this report, we have presented the main key outcomes from the community survey. So if I have actually presented all this information there, the council officers have presented all this information there, but the summary, which is probably the easiest, the most key information extracted from the survey, is presented in the table 7. So in essence, 68.5% people actually preferred to park both the caravan and the car, which means there's high demand. The most preference is for park and walk to their destinations than park the caravan and drive to their destination. So it means more shorter term parking bays are preferred from the community perspective. And then we had some other outcomes which actually confirmed the criteria the council officers used to rank or select the sites. There has been a significant demand for supermarkets, butchers, and then some other destinations that had significant, and also there was a reasonable distribution between the destinations we have used to select the sites. If you can refer to the table that was table 2. And then again there was another confirmation from the community that we a parameter that we used. We actually assumed 400 meters is a reasonable distance to walk, and it was reaffirmed by 72% of the community, or the respondents, I should say. And again, from the table 4, nearly 40% had a desire to visit tourist and recreational destinations. Therefore, we had to introduce some different weighting to select the sites. So there was some significant preference for recreational and tourist attractions than we initially thought. So there has been a slight modification there for the rankings. And then 75 of the respondents preferred not to have an unhitched caravan or camper trailer in a parking space. So it means probably they need more security, or maybe in terms of passive surveillance maybe, or maybe higher priority for just park their caravan and the car and walk to their destinations. So using all these outcomes, we actually re-ranked, or actually introduced a multi-criteria analysis to see the rankings of the sites. And from the very short-term parking sites, which is actually retrofitting in most cases with some line marking, it is like longer vehicle parking base for longer vehicles. So we have 2 sites came as number 1 and 2, James Street, that's just north of Coles, Keppel Bay Plaza, and then one in MU Park, which is Pattison Street South. So those 2 sites have been ranked 1 and 2. Then for the longer term parking modules, when I say longer term, it's actually still short term, but probably 6 to 8 hours or something, can be regulated as well, and can be banned for overnight parking if we have any security concerns or maintenance issues or whatever. And then for that category, we have John Street, corner of John and Morris Streets. Sites have been ranked number 1. I think it considers the distances to the destinations, passive surveillance, close to more trafficked roads. So it ranked number 1. So the council officers conclude actually the just the sites, the ranking of the sites or re-ranking of the sites, and council officers recommend to resolve to endorse the priority locations for the future construction of parking facilities and recreational vehicles and caravans as identified in this report. So, and in addition to that, we have mentioned in the budget section where the council have allocated $20,700 in 21-22 budget, and also the forward works program includes 200,000 and 217,000 in 22-23 and 23-24 financial years respectively.
Thank you, Amal. And may I commend the officers on the report. There's been a lot of work going into this, and I acknowledge that. And so thank you very much for your efforts on this one. Councillors, before we go into debate, any questions of the officers, please? Councillor Mather?
Not a question, Mr. Chairman, but I'd like to think that we could lie this on the table. Looking at the sites that the officers have identified that may be suitable, so that we can get a visual picture to see that.
You'd like to do an on-site inspection,
Yes,
Councillor?
yes, because they might look okay on paper, but when you've got vans who probably never been here before or may have lost their way, it may cause some confusion as to where they park. And if our local people aren't sure what these visitors are doing, we've got to make sure that they're in a safe place that they can get in and out of. Because once it's on the, I guess it's the, what do you call it? The
Once it's resolved.
Once it's on the communication between the van owners and the travellers, we could be inundated with a lot of people once they know we're open for business. So we've got to make sure that these are in the right locations and it doesn't interfere with the existing traffic. I noticed there Queen Street's in amongst it. I would like to think that they'd stay out of the main street, but I think we need to be assured ourselves to make sure that these locations, although they may be okay, but we're happy because we know that the habits of the people as to what might prevail there.
Right, would you like to move a procedural motion that is laid on the table?
Mayor, please, if we could do an on-site inspection, all councillors could go and have a look at that.
All right, so the procedural motion is that the matter lay on the table pending an on-site inspection by council.
Yes.
Council orders.
Yes.
Okay.
We want to get it right, that's all. This is a new road for us.
Understand, councillors? All right. We're just adjusting that. All right, councillors, so we've got a procedural motion from Councillor Mather that the matter lay on the table pending an on-site inspection by councillors to return to a future meeting. So Councillor Mather's moving that. All in favour? I'm happy with that, councillors. Those against? 3. The motion's carried. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, officers. Next one is location of cycle racks. And we're with you again, Amar.
Yeah, this is again following a previous briefing session report that had a long list of sites included in. That was, I think, we had 55 sites shortlisted in that report, which identified number of sites, including some duplicated sites representing alternative locations for the same, in the same vicinity, in the close vicinity. And in that briefing session report, council requested to consider 2 sites, one from Coral and one from the caves as well. So in the next review, and council officers included those 2 sites as well. So the total sites increased to 57 after that those inclusions. And council officers undertook community consultation again. I think it was early this year again, and community were asked for their cycling requirements and also the parking requirements in association with the cycling patterns. So the table 8 summarizes some of the findings. So the destinations with the highest demand were shops and beach, accounted to nearly 50%. So the council officers changed the multi-criteria weighting to suit. And also 30% of the respondents stated exercise and recreation as their main cycling trip. Again, the criteria weighting was changed. 56 of the respondents say that they would need to park their cycles near recreational facilities, parks, and along the coastal line. So again, the criteria changed. I think one of the 2 findings that were important in reaffirming the importance of this exercise were 21 of the respondents clearly stated that they do not park their bikes securely because they couldn't find sufficient cycle racks or no cycle racks at all. So that reaffirms the need for this project. And another 70% of the respondents stated that it is not easy to find the cycle racks to secure their cycles. And also 63% mentioned that they would ride their cycles more often if more cycle racks are available. So that's actually a good opportunity to encourage cycling by providing cycle racks. Yeah, so the multi-criteria weightings have been changed, and we re-ranked the sites and shortlisted. We have a new shortlist of 25 sites, and I have actually the council officers have removed duplicate sites to have some fair distribution of the sites. So not necessarily we are building. If we have two sites located very close to each other, we are not considering constructing both to have some fair distribution between different areas. And also we, even though the two sites that we were requested to include were ranked at the bottom of the list, we still included Coverall and the cave sites in the list, to considering the needs from those communities as well, because they definitely, with the criteria we adopted, they wouldn't get a chance to get into the top of the list. So there's still reasonable sites to provide cycle racks from council officers' point of view.
Thank you, Amal. Questions,
A
councillors?
question to Amal. Thank you, Amal, for the report. You've obviously gone to a lot of trouble there. My question is, you make mention of motorised cycles as well. What is the width of the cycle space? The same. I mean, what is the dimension?
Yeah, generally we provide, consider 2 meter space for cycle. That's what we consider as absolute minimum, specifically designing shared path, footpath and refuge on the middle of the road. So 2 meters is generally considered, but I'm not sure about if we have been using any standards in determining appropriate locations to consider cycles, but we haven't actually moved to that level yet, because these are just locations. We don't even have concept plans for any of these locations yet. So that would be the next step if we move forward.
Thank you.
Councillor Watson?
Mal, you have done a lot of work. I'm a cyclist myself, and but I was hoping to see a picture of something that you had an idea of being a bike rack, because we're looking at about $6,000 a bike rack, and I can buy a nice bike for that. You know, I'm just wondering, yeah, what you had as an idea for a design when it's come to $6,000. I know there's installation and everything else, but
we haven't actually considered the types of the cycle racks yet, but we have been actually considering our previous experience. We can use different types of cycle racks after consultation with the placemaking team. So they have actually requested to get them involved as well as a stakeholder. So it is not necessarily the planning team would take the lead.
So how do we come to a cost of $160,000 if we don't know what they're going to look like? That's
I allowed a 3x3 metre 150mm concrete slab, and I chose the bike rack from just a Google search of a public company that do a lot of public transport infrastructure. And it was about $2,000 for a good size one. Because it's a concept, I just did a very high level estimate, just probably more than what it is needed, just to be safe, and then allowed for a bit of design costs and just management. So that's how I got that number.
Can I just ask one other question? So just say we do come up with a plan. Are we going to build it to the price of $6,000, or are we going to try and save when we do something like this? What I'm getting at is it going to be done just because we say, okay, let's go ahead with $160,000 to do these bike racks, or we can do them for half the price? So we're going to look at that, or?
Yeah, I think
I'm just looking in the past. There's been things that we've done where we've gone to that limit because we had the money there. Whereas I'm thinking this is a bike rack when it comes down to it, and I am a cyclist, you know.
Yeah, but I think we have more flexibility there, because we actually have a short list here. If you have more money and if the community needs more facilities, we can actually extend the list, or we can cut short if we end up with funds. So it is actually 55 sites we initially considered. Now we have 25, and we can end up doing 20 or 30 or whatever based on the budget constraints. Yeah.
All right, any other questions, councillors, before we go to debate? All right, Councillor Hutton, sorry. Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. So moved, Councillor Eastwood. Sorry, Councillor Valley, you got a question?
One question here, which I was probably going to put to the officers and perhaps through the CEO. And thanks for the explanation in regards to the costings. I understand that you've got to provide something there for us to, I guess, to pitch at, but recognising that is there the scope, or could we have the confidence that as this progresses through, that potential design options could be presented to councillors so that they could have some feedback as it progresses a bit further forward, and the costings attached to that, so we can be, I guess, part of that conversation through, perhaps, Mr. Chair, to the young officer who explained it very well.
Mr. Mayor, perhaps if I can, on behalf, if I understand things correctly, this will be endorsement of a list of priorities that will remain subject to budget consideration. Part of that budget consideration would be, what am I getting for my $3,000 or $4,000 or $5,000 or $6,000? So at the time of those budget deliberations, we can bring those specifics. Is there or is there not a concrete pad? Is there not a school bike rack versus something that might be a bit more sophisticated than that?
Thank you.
All right, so we've got a mover in Councillor Eastwood, a seconder please. Councillor Watson, thank you. So debate is now live. Councillor Eastwood, did you want to speak to it at all?
Just briefly, Mr. Mayor, just to say that this is a step in the right direction if we're trying to encourage healthy living, and not only that, it helps us keeps, I guess, a level of motor vehicles off the roads. And I think that if you're going to ride a bike, you do want to know that you can put it securely. So I'm really happy as long as we do go to those areas that are specified that are the most important, i.e. CBT and attractions. I'm very happy to endorse this, and I'm sure that the cycling community will be very happy.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. The CEO has just made a point as well, that with the consent of the mover and the seconder, we might include the table of preferences in the resolution as well. So are the mover and seconder happy for that to happen? All good, Councillor Eastwood?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. CEO, for bringing that up too.
Mr. Chair, if I may, Mr. Chair, did the mover want to inspect those sites before supporting the amendment? Oh, I'm just curious, that was all. Yeah, okay.
Look, I'm quite happy because I believe we're going to start off with the main sites to begin with anyway, and they're the ones that are going to be the most important.
Yeah. All right, well, I'll speak for the report as well, councillors. I think this one's been a while coming as well, and I agree with Councillor Eastwood that it's going to be fantastic for the health of our community. Also, my understanding, officers, is that this will be rolled out in a 2 or 3 stage process over the 2 or 3 years, the various budget cycles.
Yeah, stage 1.
Yep.
And just wondering if I'm referring to this right. Yeah. Yeah, 21-22 we have $51,500 for the stage 1. And 53,000 in 22-23, and further 54,000 in 23-24. So
Yeah,
generally 50 grants each year.
Yeah, thank you. I seem to recall that. And just would emphasise to the officers that these are bike racks. They're situation specific, and Councillor Bello makes a good point. I mean, we don't necessarily need a Rolls-Royce version for some of these sites. So if we can get away with something just on existing footpath, happy days. So anyone, we'll just open debate on this one very quickly, councillors, because we need to move on. Anyone else wish to make any comment on this one? Councillor Friend.
Thank you. My comment really is congratulations to Mr. Megawattage and his team, and in your infrastructure planning team. What a comprehensive report. You are certainly an asset to this council, and your team are also. And what I really enjoyed reading was that you listened to public consultation, you listened to our constituents and our residents, and that's a real great move forward, and that should be commended. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Right, councillors, anyone else wish to speak quickly before we wrap this up?
Really quickly, Mr. Chair. Oh no, Councillor Mayer had a lot.
Look, I'll be very brief, Mr. Mayor. It's just an alternative. It reflects our open-mindedness in relation to alternative transportability, and it actually it's a demonstration of anti-discrimination, really, because we recognise not everybody has a car, not everybody wants to drive, and it is a health matter. And the fact that it can be rolled out in stages, that's good because it won't impact heavily on the budget. We identify the most primary sites and just roll it out just a little bit at a time. And I wouldn't be looking for anything that's exclusively beautiful, something that's practical, economical and all the rest of it. And I'd be thinking twice about giving it to placemaking, Mr. Mayor, because we just don't know what price tag it might have on it.
Well, if we give it to placemaking, councillor, it will be under obviously the instructions from council. Councillor Bello.
Just really an observation. Growing up here, riding to school, our state schools and private schools had bike racks that had hundreds of bikes in them. Sadly, today you hardly see a bike at a school, but I hope that this is a step towards, as a community, us re-embracing cycling. And if you don't provide the facilities for them, well, then it makes it all the more harder. So, little bit by little bit, hopefully we see the glory days of cycling return to our communities, which is great for the health of our children and all of us that take up that. So, well done.
Thanks, Councillor Bello. All right, councillors, we'll wrap up debate and go to the vote on this one. So we've got a mover and Councillor Eastwood, a seconder and Councillor Watson. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. So we're on to 11.8, which is the response to the notice of motion from Councillor Mayer in relation to Adelaide's street food and parking traffic issues.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this is again following the previous one of the previous briefing session reports. And council officers have developed a concept plan, which is shown as the figure 6 of this report, which considered parking, pedestrian facilities, and also some upgrades to the traffic movements. And this plan was presented to the community through the community consultation process. So we asked 3 questions. One was, do you support the parking proposal? The second question was, can you foresee any issues with the proposed traffic and parking changes? And there was a third question asking for further comments. Now, we had 82% of the people supporting, or the respondents supporting the plan. And then out of the respondents, again, 72% didn't foresee any issues with the plan, but still we had 28% had some concerns. So the council officers have concluded that this community has strongly supported the plans. However, as you can see in the attachment, we still have some feedback even from the people supported. There have been some concerns about various aspects of the facility, and also asking for more bins, for instance, and then sometimes some people, even though they support the plans, they didn't want to lose much green space there. Some people wanted to have more seating and different connectivity, so all that stuff. So council officers recommend to resolve the acknowledged outcomes of the community engagement activities relating to this project, and also the council officers to prepare a business case for this particular project, and include the project in the council's forward works program. And in conclusion, as you can see, council officers also recommend, not necessarily as part of the resolution, to consider all the comments that are relevant to this project during the detailed design stage and address any further issues or considering further upgrades, further improvements to the design as appropriate.
All right, any questions, councillors?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, this one, I'd like, if beg table, if we could suspend standing orders for a few moments, because I just want the officers to bring up a map just to show us what's taking place there.
All right.
Thank
You
you.
want to move that, councillor?
Yes, thank you. Mayor.
All right, so we have a procedural motion from councillor Mather to suspend standing orders in relation to discussion on this matter. All in favour? Thank you. Carried unanimously.
And I'd like the officer to bring up a map of the site so that Amal can actually show us, because we're looking at increasing the traffic, the parking spaces there, and we're making a few rearrangements, so that we just need to be familiar with what's happening, that's all.
So
Don't touch the screen.
yeah. So the changes we have been proposing is mainly upgrading these two car parks, and we actually did a comprehensive survey on parking occupancy, and the numbers are exactly matching the demand. And this is formalizing that end. We had some issues people parking on this side, wrong side of the driving aisle there. So we are formalizing the two parking spaces, and then the other issue we were having was actually the conflicting traffic consideration at this intersection. So we are proposing to make this one way, again one way, and this is one way as well. So any traffic going that direction has to actually move through the parking module there. And it is generally a very small catchment, because generally people have alternative routes to go towards the CBD. And it's actually not necessarily increasing traffic, because we are matching the parking demand with existing demand. We are not actually providing more parking spaces.
Can you just explain what was there before, because you had an embankment there opposite Ocean,
Yeah.
and that's obviously been tailor-made back, is it?
Sorry, which one was that? This area?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. It is bank, and we actually have bollards preventing people parking there, but still people park wherever they want there.
Has that been cut back to narrow it, has it?
I think
Because it's been parallel parking up until now.
no, there are perpendicular parking on this side.
Yes.
Yeah, there's about 4 spots
There
there
is.
now, and then straight up.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
So
And
would that be the middle one that you say was the current area where this parking spots were?
And the bus stop, what's happened to the bus stop?
Yeah, I think it's in this area where we have the bin, I think we have some parking there, perpendicular parking spaces. And on this verge, people are already parking on the verge. We have the bollards on this side, then people started parking all over the place.
Where have you got the bus stop?
Yeah, shadow's not helping.
The bus stop. where have you put the bus stop?
Yeah, can't see anything.
No, it doesn't look to have anything there. Because the bus stop used to be here.
Yes, there was too. There's a longer spot for buses to stop there.
Yeah, it's actually a longer parking bay. Yeah. So it's not a bus.
That's when the RVs pull up.
Yeah, that's right. Actually, there's a long parallel parking bay there.
It doesn't reflect that.
Yeah, but it's
Will they still be able to park in there though? Because that's the standard car parking spot, isn't it?
Yeah, but I think council officers' observation have been it's always shorter, 2 or 3 shorter regular sized cars parked there, not any longer cars there.
But don't you need a designated bus stop? That's what I'm saying, because you can't expect a bus to go up there and find it's full of cars. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, Glenn, I've driven these buses and you can't get in there with a bus. You can get in there with an RV that's not really big, and that spot's where they usually go up to look and, look and sit there and look at the view, you know. You can't get a bus in there. You will not get it around that corner.
Smaller buses can go up there.
Oh, minibus.
Yeah, yes.
Not a
yes.
bus.
But a minibus could then occupy one of those car parks anyway.
Yeah.
Well, the coaster sort of size.
The coaster size.
I don't think they'd fit in there.
Yeah, they would.
You reckon?
I reckon.
Well, I guess perhaps I could ask the question, do we think it's important to incorporate some sort of bus designated parking spot? And if it is, can that be done in that location?
I think we can consider that, but I think we
That's
are
it.
struggling in finding the swept paths for the.
See, something like that.
Yeah.
Wow, that's amazing. Never got that up.
See, we had it there.
Yeah.
So it's important to know what we had before and what it's changed to.
I think we can find an alternate solution for that, alternative sites for along the parking bay.
See what you've got there now? Now just, where's that girl going with that?
Yeah.
Can you just show us on that what you're looking at?
Can you put it back,
Yeah.
please? So you're facing down towards Bayview.
Yes.
Take your hand off
And
there.
so
Thank you.
we had these itch markers that still people mark everywhere, and we are in these plans we are formalizing these
Yes.
and we're parking all the way.
Will they encroach further towards the ocean, or will they be the same area?
I think it is same area. We are actually not approaching.
Have
but
you? Oh, sorry.
Probably we are using some space here
Yes.
for
Reverse
additional payment there.
Well, you've got to have a through traffic because you're diverting traffic
Yeah.
from up on the intersection.
Yeah.
Also, have you allowed for those hang glider fellas? Because they've already not happy about the height of the fence, and that's been an area where people have been jumping for years. That's why that memorial's there for Jim Searles, because that's where he used to jump off.
We're dealing with public safety, not hang gliders
Yeah,
primarily.
but that's the only place on the coast that they can do this sport.
Well, there needs to be a launching pad, especially
Well,
for them.
they've
by the
tried for
sound
that,
of
but
it.
they can't get approval for it. So this is the only area where the skydiving people can jump. Not skydiving, hang glider people. Very, very rarely. The wind isn't suitable. I've spent some time with them because I tried to help them get a spot up near where the TV antennas and all that are up in Barlow's Hill or whatever it was. It's just that when council went through last time, put the fencing in, it made it more difficult for them to jump.
Well, I
And,
guess the question is, what's the solution to that? I mean, you've got a compromise between safety and sport, I guess.
I had to get them to put the fence up because it had holes in it where the kids were getting through.
Yeah, but are we going to stop an entire sport because someone was to park up there?
Not suggesting that, I'm just asking for a solution.
I think we could deal with the fence at a later date. I think
No,
that's
it's not so
something
much
that,
the fence, I'm talking about the parking areas going along there. I'm worried that it's going to encroach on their run-up area to take off.
where's the runoff? Where does it start?
Oh, pretty much at that second tree there. Oh, I can't really tell from that angle.
What do they do? Run down towards the...
They run
All right,
towards the
councillors,
ocean.
we're all over the place like a mad dog's breakfast at the moment, so can we focus on the bus situation for a start? Did we resolve that?
Yeah,
Sorry.
we can have a
Jump
bus
in the
there.
gun,
We
sorry.
can have a bus
Right,
there, can't
yeah.
we, no?
Yeah, I think with this plan, we don't have, we accept that we don't have a longer bus stop there. But I think council officers can consider,
Like,
as it is, it has an existing again, at the same time, we need to probably see if it is a feasible site for long winters with this arrangement.
Can I just say, this area quite often is used by tradies who are having lunch, and they drive up there, they sit there, they eat their lunch, and off they go. A lot. Oh, sorry, yeah, wrong one. So, in saying that, quite often the tradies have a trailer behind them, and there's nowhere there for them to stop. And that's what that long position, that long
In the bus
parking
stop.
spot would be really suitable, because that's who you're catering for. You're catering for those fellas that are looking, those people who are looking for somewhere to have their lunch, and quite often you see tradies up there. That's all.
Yeah, I think it's a good input, and yeah, we need to.
Councillor, I just want to highlight that this is a concept,
Yeah.
and so we can add a lot of elements in there. So I can note down all any ideas. Plus, we will be submitting a business case for the project, and as Mayor mentioned earlier, that it goes to budget deliberation, so you will see the business case and the final concept.
Yes, I'm sure we will before it gets all settled.
Well, councillors, potentially a solution here as we leave this lay on the table, pending further work by the officers, and that Councillor Watson and Councillor Mather in particular might want to feed some of the comments they've been making today to Amal so he can update his report.
And I think this is important, Mr Mayor, to show everybody that what we had and what we're looking at now, with further smoothing over.
Agreed.
Yeah, because let's face it, it's probably one of our most pristine spots
Without a doubt.
for tourism.
And I'm not diminishing the significance of what you're saying, councillors, it's just we're going to get bogged down and go round and round in circles this afternoon. I think
Getting it right's important too, Mr
it is
Mayor.
right, and that's why we need to sort of go back to the officers and ask them to review the report.
And I'm sure they will.
All right, so we move to come out of, to resume standing orders, I'm sorry, moved Councillor Mather. All right, so councillors, the amended motion here is that this lay on the table. I'll move it. That the matter lay on the table pending further consideration of planning matters. I'm happy for anyone to sort of jump in and provide me with some alternative wording here. Or maybe engineering design matters, rather than planning matters, Justine. Engineering design matters. Yeah, we'd just like to have it to return to a future council meeting though, Councillor Mather, just for that tidiness. All right. Is everyone comfortable with that, councillors? All right, so this is a procedural motion moved by yours truly, or is it Councillor Mather? Who knows? She's... It's a procedural motion, so it doesn't require a seconder. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. All right. Now, thanks, Amal. Thanks, Jake. All right, so that brings us now to 11.9, councillors, which is the Livingstone Community Grants Assessment outcome of round 2. And we have today Molly. Hello, Molly. Welcome to the table. And I shall pass the baton to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. So this afternoon, the report I have for you is the assessment results from round 2 of the Community Grant Scheme. As you know, the Community Grant Scheme is a partnership between Livingstone Shire Council and currently Mick Croney Investments. So there's a representative of Mick Croney Investments on the assessment panel alongside Councillor Eastwood and Councillor Lynch for the last round. Those that have been, we have a total of 53, oh sorry, surely you can hear me. So the total for the community grant scheme this round was $53,929.40. And we had 25 applications that progressed to the assessment stage, and the table at the very front, which I'll go through, are those that the assessment panel deemed successful. So Saleability Capricornia, a purchase of a new shipping container for storage at their site. Cycling Without Age, for the purchase of electric bicycle, which goes alongside the tri-bikes that you've probably seen. The Yeppoon Australian Football League, the Swans, purchase of commercial kitchen equipment. The Yeppoon Senior Citizens, a purchase of a defibrillator, dartboard for their dart competition, and kitchen equipment for their new premises at the TAFE building. The Coxcomb Veterans Retreat, they're going to concrete the access to their accommodation block. The Capricorn Coast Netball Association, they're going to install some shade at the Barmarie Multi-Sports Precinct. Yeppoon Tennis Club received funding, or proposed to receive funding to upgrade 2 unused courts to facilitate pickleball. The CQ Board Riders for the purchase of a defibrillator. Emu Park QCWA for technology upgrades to their building. The Capricorn Coast Runners, the purchase of a water station. Lions Club of Emu Park, they're planning to do a flora species identification project throughout Bell Park. The Yeppoon Rugby League Club, the Seagulls, they're going to concrete their shaded areas at Webb Oval. Yeppoon Scouts Association, they are purchasing some equipment, a marquee, a barbecue and tables. And the Byfield and District Historical Society, and they're going to install a truck access gate at the Raspberry Creek homestead where they operate from. Any questions in regards to that, Councillor Friend?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. What is pickles?
Pickleball.
Pickleball.
So the Yeppoon Tennis Club have had a really successful introduction of pickleball. So it's called pickleball because when the game itself was invented, the people who invented the game in their concrete driveway in America had a dog called Pickle who kept stealing the ball. So that's where the name pickleball comes from. But essentially, I encourage you all to go and play. It's so much fun. Councillor Lynch and I had the best time trying out all the equipment. It's a hard bat, so similar to a ping pong, but larger, smaller courts, and almost like handball, badminton. So it's not a tennis ball, one of those wiffle balls that has like plastic with all the little holes in it. Very satisfying sound when you hit it. It does that really nice sound, but it's you can do underhand, and it's a smaller court, so people are able to play longer than they might able to be playing tennis because it's less of a baseline to run and less. So it's smaller, but it's really fun, and they've got fixtures now at Yeppoon Tennis. All ages can play. That's what pickleball is.
Thank you so much. And my next question or suggestion to Mr. CEO is councillor team building, pickleball.
Councillor May, that question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just found the senior sets purchase of a defibrillator and a dartboard. I thought they were a little bit extreme, but but I think they could handle both, to be quite honest. The tennis club, upgrades to the pickleball, that was your one. Is that part of the master plan, or should it be incorporated into the master plan at some stage?
Thank you, Mayor. So we have been having discussions around the master plan recently. In the master plan, the 2 courts they plan on upgrading remain as tennis courts. So it hasn't impacted what the master plan says it's going to do.
So pickleball's not going to interfere with anything that's going to be in the master plan?
No.
Okay. A water
It
station.
actually really complements it, councillor, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Water station, I don't know what they look like.
So we're talking about a bubbler, essentially. So the Cap Coast runners usually do the rail trail, and so they have
Just
applied.
when you press it, the chute comes up.
Correct.
One of those. Okay.
Yes, or you can fill your water bottle up.
Yeah. Okay. That's fine.
I believe it's on the Braithwaite Street end. I can double check, but I believe it's at a starting point rather than halfway along, due to the current infrastructure that they can hook into.
I'm happy, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Molly.
Any other questions, councillors, before we go into debates? Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. So we have a mover in Councillor Eastwood, a seconder in Councillor Watson. All right, so Councillor Eastwood, did you wish to speak to the report?
Just briefly, Mr. Mayor, as being part of the panel, it's always difficult when you have to sort of say no to some, but most of them come back next time and have another go. I guess for me, it's very, very rewarding when you see our community and our sporting groups getting something back, I guess, to help them in doing the service that they do. So I'm really happy to move this, and I think that if you read the report, Molly's conclusion just sums it up beautifully. And so you're very happy to move it, and very happy that these people are able to continue to even make a stronger foot forward to supporting our community that supports us.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Is anyone speaking against the report recommendation? Anyone wish to speak quickly for it? All right, so we'll go to the vote on this one, councillors. I think this is a slam dunk. So moved Councillor Eastwood, seconded Councillor Watson. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Councillors, I'm going to shoot for 12:45 lunch. So we've got, we probably squeeze in the report on the housing demand analysis before then. So we'll go to Sonia to present this report. So thank you, Sonia.
Good afternoon, councillors and Mayor. Russell is actually on personal leave, so a family member at the moment, so I'm presenting the report on his behalf, but I am across it, so I will take the report as read, and I hope that the questions that were raised in the notice of motion have been answered in full as much as we could, and happy to have any discussions or further clarifications around the responses.
And thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Sonia, and I appreciate the quite a comprehensive response on that. It probably took you as long to respond as it did for me to write it, and I mean that. My concern initially, Mr. Mayor, was if we're introducing alternative lifestyles or alternative housing accommodation, we didn't want to make the mistake that other shires have made or other local governments have made in relation to getting too excited about scaling down, and which caused problems, social problems in the long term. So I was concerned, and that it was focused more towards the coast, but that there was nothing for the western areas of the Shire. And that's what concerned me. And I was my main concern was that we weren't put into a bubble that says, oh, this is what we're going to do, without thinking it through like other shires have not done, because they've messed up. And I didn't want that to happen to the coast. And it's so important that we have a real thing about what we want here. And yes, there are opportunities for alternative living lifestyles, but we have to be very careful, because I know that we're knocking back, or people are making inquiries now about cutting land up, and they're being told no. So I'm thinking, if we're looking at small allotments and other ones that would lend itself quite comfortably to further subdivisions, there's nothing in the middle. It's sort of, they're miles apart. So we just needed to be very, very careful about what we do and where that development takes place and how much of it takes place. We don't want to spoil our reputation for good living, and I wouldn't say spacious, that it's spacious as far as good living goes, by creating problems. Yeah, you have, and I appreciate it. And I've done it, Mr. Mayor. You told me that I had to be out of here in 15 minutes. Now, what I meant was that I had concerns, and I'm not saying that they've gone away, Mr. Mayor, but I will liaise with these officers if I have further questions in relation to the answers. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Councillor Mather. Any other questions, councillors? All right, so we'll go to debate on this. Can I get a mover and a second? I'll move it. Thank you, Justine. And a seconder, Councillor Mather. Thank you.
We're receiving it, Mr. Mayor.
We're receiving
Yes.
it. That's all we're doing. So, mover, myself, seconder, Councillor Mather. All in favour, councillors? In favour? Oh, unanimous, I beg your pardon. Thank you very much. And on that note, councillors, we'll break for morning, for lunch, I beg your pardon. So all in favour of procedural motion, break for lunch. Welcome back, councillors, from lunch, and welcome back to members of the community viewing in on live stream. Procedural motion to resume from lunch, please, councillors. Councillor Mather, thank you. All in favour? Thank you. Agreed unanimously. And we're up to 11:11, which is a response to questions on notice from Councillor Mather in regard to Yeppoon Lagoon pelicans. Who's delivering this report, Mr. CEO? Okay. That's all right. So we have Sonia Barber here from Economic Development, and I'll pass the baton to you, Sonia. We're on 11:11. Response to the question on notice from Councillor Mather in relation to the pelicans.
Again, councillors, good afternoon. Russell, as I mentioned before, is away, so I'm presenting the responses to the questions on notice in his place. So I'll take them as read, and if you have any other questions, councillor, I'm happy to answer them for you.
Thank you, Sonia. I can say that Russell knows when to leave the table, doesn't he? Mr. Mayor, I put this question because I heard rumours from several parties in the community that the price was $20,000 for these 3 pelicans. I couldn't believe it because, with all due respect to the officers, and I don't know where the money came from, whether it was our money or whether it was grant, but when we're trying to justify the people why their rates are high...
Councillor, is there a question? Sorry, coming. Yeah.
Well, Mr.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't a question.
we can deal with this in debate if you like. All right. Okay. Right. Any questions of the officer in relation to the report? All right. Can I get a mover for the recommendation that the report be received? Councillor Mather, thank you. Seconded? Councillor Eastwood, thank you. Okay, so Councillor Mather, would you like to speak to the report?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I've said a moment ago, when I heard what I thought the price was, I couldn't believe it. While we're trying to justify to the public why their rates are what they are, it's very difficult for us to justify something of this expenditure for 3, I guess you'd call them, fixtures in the lagoon. And no doubt there was obviously a reason for putting something in place of the witches' hats, but to the expense of what it was over the top, in my opinion, and I just couldn't justify that to people out there. Yes, certainly I was disappointed and upset, angry, and I thought, the first thing I thought, that we've got to have a look at what this department is spending. That was my thought, because we just can't afford expenditures of this kind for that purpose. When my people out there are trying to get to work on roads that still have potholes in it, and I just find that, and there's no comparison, I know, but I just can't explain to my people when I see this. And you've got to expect that. Because if you took my portfolio, you'll feel the same way. Everything isn't pretty where I come from. Everything's distressing. And I've got to make sure that our money is spent in the best way. And I'm sure we could have found an alternative without having the cost that we did. And no offence to the officers, but I felt that the decision was not a good one. And my first thought was we'd better have a real good look at this department as to where the money's going. And that was my honest opinion, Mr. Mayor.
In the middle of all that, Councillor, you're actually moving to receive the report. Is there anyone wishing not to receive the report?
Certainly not wanting to receive the report. I'm probably just looking for some clarification, either through the chair or to the CEO. When we deal with matters in receiving questions on notice, what are the parameters on the comment that's provided? Is it about receiving them, yes or no, or is it about then providing commentary on why you put the motion, put the questions forward? Well,
it's about receiving the report, indeed, Councillor Bello, but I do, as you know, allow councillors some latitude to be able to put some commentary around what they're proposing here, and I gave Councillor Mather that latitude in this situation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I very much, and also want to be accommodating to all councillors, but I guess I'll just make that point, perhaps for something we could consider later collectively.
It hasn't gone unnoticed, Councillor.
So we could remain within our boundaries as such. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Mather.
All right, councillors, we're voting to receive a report. We'll just open the discussion. Anyone else wish to make a comment on this particular report?
The only comment I would like to put constructively towards it is I'd like to hope that perhaps, and whether it comes through a notice of motion or whether it comes through us as going through the briefing sessions or what have you, perhaps look at how we are included somewhat at pivotal times when expenditure is being committed to certain things, and recognising that not everybody's going to agree totally. And we endorsed a budget, and therefore that we delegate that to the officers and give them full power to do that. However, I think some of the lessons that we could learn out of this is in advance, before an order is made for a particular item, hey guys, just letting you know, this is our plan for this, these are the elements that we're considering. If there's any flags there, let us know now, otherwise this is what we'll be proceeding with. For me, that may help to filter certain things that the majority of us might go, you know what, we love what you're proposing, we love where you're going with this, however, we think shade would be more of a priority. So could you come back with something that reflects that? So I'm looking perhaps more from a governance perspective on how we can tweak that into the future. So that's my only comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bellow, and it's a good point to make, because as I continually say to the councillors and the officers, I mean, the officers may regard things as either capital or operational in expenditure, but everything is political. And certainly it would have been good to have a heads up on this one, given that maybe the officers didn't expect the reaction that they got from the community, but there certainly was one. And I guess it would have been nice if we could have been on the front foot about that. Just in response to a comment Councillor Mather made, I mean, I do acknowledge and empathise with some of the comments she gets from the rural community around the state of the roads, but it's also, I think, necessary for us to continually remind our community that there are separate budgets that council adopts. This came out of the placemaking budget, which has absolutely and positively nothing to do with roads maintenance. And whereas I acknowledge Councillor Mather's point that she's got to defend the expenditure on the Pelicans to the rural community, notwithstanding that, it does come from a different budget. And I think we need to keep reminding the community that, you know, when we adopt a budget, there are components. There's a waste component, there's a water component, there's a roads component, there's a placemaking component, and they all have different components. And so because one engages in a particular piece of expenditure doesn't necessarily mean that should have been for another piece or another section of council. So having said that, councillors, we have a motion to receive the report, moved by Councillor Mather, seconded by Councillor Eastwood. All in favour?
Can I just sum up, Mr Mayor, please?
Yes, you can.
Yeah. And I do appreciate the latitude that you're giving me, Mr Mayor, because these matters that I don't do these things for something to do. I've got better things to do with my time. But I would hope, and I'd hope the placemaking people would take it on board, that we're very sensitive about spending money at this table, making sure it does go to the right people. And you're right in saying that these are different budgets. They certainly are. We each have our little area. We always like to think we've got some input into other budgets where necessary, but it all comes from the same source, and that's the people, as a rule. The report gives the opportunity to the officers to present their side of the case too, and that's always important. But it's the last thing I want to say is we do not have infinite funding, and it all comes from the same source. And that's what we have to be very mindful of. That whether it's this department, that department, or somebody else, we are at the table making decisions on this, and we have to accept the expenditure from another department. Otherwise, we have to stand up and say, look, this is a bit over the top, be careful what you do, because I won't support you next time. And I won't be supporting something that I think is a little bit extravagant, and that's just a nice little message for me.
Well, indeed, that's your prerogative, Councillor Mather. All right, so councillors, we have the resolution before us. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. 1112, which is an application to purchase, and thank you, Sonia. Application to purchase unallocated state land described as lots 52 and 133 on USL 42157. And we have Christine and Matt with us today. So who's leading the charge on this one? Christine, over
Matt,
to you.
can we
Thank
get
you.
a map on this one, please?
Beg your pardon?
I'm not too sure whether I understand where this came from, where this map is.
The map.
Yes. I mean, there was nothing on the map that actually told us what the roads were. It says Herbert Creek, and I know where Herbert Creek is. I've been there. Yes, that's the one I've got. But there's nothing there that I can. It doesn't show what the roads are.
We might put it up on the screen,
Because I
Councillor.
know you can.
That one's in the report, as I understand it.
You can actually access it from the Glen Prairie Road, but this Cunnawarra is a long way from Glen Prairie, which is in Marlborough, another 50 kilometres north.
All right, we'll get it up on the screen, Councillor Mather. Christine, would you like to start off? Thank you.
Sure, thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, CEO, Mayor, councillors. This report pertains to an application received by the Department of Resources from the owner of adjoining land. His block is Lot 1 on RP 605850 at Cunnawarra to purchase unallocated state land described as lots 52 and 133 on USL 42157. The background is council, after following up from receiving that correspondence from the department, while they assessed the application, the department was seeking council's views. The property team canvassed several council departments to gain their commentary in relation to the proposed sale of that lot, such as council's infrastructure, development assessment, natural resources and management, community development and sport and recreation, and the disaster management and resilience unit. Most departments had no comments or no objections to the proposed sale to the adjoining owner. However, there were issues raised by natural resources management in relation to that particular parcel of land being significant. That a tenure change, which would involve the land being sold by the state to the adjoining owner, so proceeds of sale would go to the state. That tenure change would not support the protection and enhancement of that environmental and cultural value of that land and waterway. The waterway, Herbert Creek, is a significant waterway which flows through wetlands and to the marine environment of the Great Barrier Reef World Heritage Area. While that land remains under state management, there's an opportunity to maintain and enhance the wetland and the riparian values on the land. And while that opportunity exists to improve the condition of the waterway, there's potential for native title holders to be involved in that restoration.
All right, thank you, Christine. Looks like we're having some technical difficulties in terms of getting it up on the screen. So, councillors, initially, are there any questions for Christine?
Not questions in relation to the report, Mr. Mayor, but we just need to know where it is. I sympathise with the report. I can say that.
We're still trying to hone in on it's to the east of Stanage Bay Road, and it's also, I think, to the west of Raspberry Creek Road. So it's, and you've got a, if you know a Tilpal Creek, it's near there where it actually runs into
Herbert Creek. So it comes off Stanage Bay Road.
Yes, to the east.
Yeah, between Stanage Bay and Raspberry Creek.
And Raspberry Creek, yeah.
Yeah, and it goes right up.
Then Herbert Creek obviously goes all the way
Yes.
up to the west of the Stanage Village.
Yeah,
So it's
yes.
fairly,
Okay, it's just that it didn't have any road maps on it. But I'd lost my bearings. Yeah, I'll deal with it.
All right, thank you. All right, any other questions?
This land, thank you. Koji's good at that. The freeholding of the land will extinguish native title and the right from public access to the land. Are there people that go there camping, or is there something like that? Is the public using this land?
Through the chair, may I ask Matt to comment?
Yeah, I'm not aware of public camping there. I guess our focus is purely on the environmental value that's on that land.
Okay. No, just with public access, I was wondering if there was any. Yeah. So you don't know.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. Question, if I may, Mr.
Well, Councillor Eastwood.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, just a question to the officer. I just wondered what the adjoining land that adjoins to the creek, what's that? Is that state land? Is it farmland? Is it?
Thank you. Through the chair, that adjoining land is freehold land used for extensive grazing.
Who's the ownership of it?
I believe it's a partnership, as in a couple. I'm not sure if I'm.
It's privately owned.
Yes,
privately owned. That's what I want.
And we won't mention any names in a
no,
public
no,
forum,
it wasn't
Councillor
the names.
Mather.
I was just wanted to differentiate between private use and state government land use.
Private use, councillor.
Private use. All right, Councillor Watson, have a question? No, Councillor Mather, Bella, I beg your pardon.
Yeah,
sorry.
thank you, Mr. Chair. It was a similar line of questioning.
Could be twins.
Perhaps a little bit deeper. If seeking clarification, I guess it would either be defence as one of the large landholders up there, which in the past they have acquired significant portions of land. If it had been them that was seeking to take over this, I'd be interested to know what Council's response to that would be. And based that it's not defence, that it's a private grazier that obviously has decided to stay in that location, do we see that they perhaps not necessarily trusted with maintaining and the integrity of the perhaps as to the level that council would, or?
Yeah, I think, Councillor, it's probably important to acknowledge that this is USL land, so I guess it's unallocated state land. So I guess in terms of management, there's probably not a lot of on-hands management. I guess our argument is that by actually turning it over to freehold, you are going to lose the opportunity that you may have had, including with our traditional owners, our custodians. Yeah, I guess you exclude that ability for them to be involved in it, and also other parties as well. So that's one of our concerns with it. Even though, like we said, USL, it's not really under the control of anyone, but you do have more access than you would if it was freeholded out to a private owner.
A clarification on that, please, Mr. Mayor. Matt, you say the land that adjoins Herbert Creek is unallocated state land.
Yes, that's correct, Councillor.
Did somebody say before that it was freehold land? It was.
No, the land adjoining it.
That was the landowner.
Yeah, the
Okay.
land adjoining it is freehold.
I've got you now. It just didn't sound right. That's right.
Just got another question. On the map, it shows that the creek actually widens quite significantly adjoining that land. Is that like a natural waterhole?
Yes, and you'll find as you go further north, it gets even wider, and it eventually goes into. That's right, yes, and it is so it's a significant waterway that obviously feeds into the Great Barrier Reef.
So is it tidal where this is?
Yes.
Yes, it will be there.
Okay.
All right.
Happy to move, Mr. Mayor.
Any other questions? So, all right, a bit of a race on here. So move Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Friend for this one. So Councillor Mather, did you wish to speak to the report?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I'm very happy to support the recommendation, and I'll tell you why. Because it's state land, I would suspect it will be, if it's not already owned by the Army, it will be, because it actually borders on the, certainly on the range side. What's that? On the western side, Bald Hills, the grazing property of Bald Hills has already been acquired by the Army, and also Glen Prairie, which is already, it's probably the property to go to the army. And all along that western boundary is Herbert Creek. I know it intimately. I've been there. I've taken photos of it. I know it well. It's a very, very lucrative crabbing opportunity, and I would suspect that while people have access to that site, they would certainly use it. And if they had, if they were to have an adjoining property, that could even turn into a venture of some sort, and the army certainly wouldn't like that. I think the recommendation is the right one. We need to preserve what's there. We need to know, and certainly the army would need to know, who's coming onto our waters if it's freehold land, because once it becomes freehold and amalgamated with additional land, the army or the government has very little control over who comes into our country from the sea, and it does come from the sea because it widens as it gets further north. It widens, and that's a worry. But it's certainly tidal. It's certainly, you don't want to get lost there because they'll never find you. And I agree with the recommendation, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Councillor Mather, beg your pardon. Is anyone speaking against the recommendation? Councillor Friend.
Mr. Chairman.
You are Councillor Bello?
Oh, sorry, yes.
Right,
yes.
okay.
Yeah, on the basis that I support the applicant's request to acquire the land through the appropriate processes. I believe that not identifying any particular owner up there, although it does state in here that on the 10th of February 2021, Council received an email from the Department of Resources advising that it is currently assessing an application with the owner of Lot 1 on registered plan at Cunmawara. So I believe that the graziers that are still present in that area, and there's only 5 left, I think they've demonstrated the highest environmental standards. They love their land, they value their land, they value add to their land, and I believe this would be a small chance to support them in their endeavours to be viable up in what is a shrinking grazing community that's up there. So I'm comfortable with them as managers on that basis. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. Councillor Friend, you wish to speak for the recommendation?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We know that the Herbert River flows into the wetlands located at this site and then into the marine environment of the Great Barrier Reef World Heritage Area. The applicant intends to use this area for grazing purposes, and this will have significant impact of the wetland vegetation adjacent to this river. This vegetation is recognised in the Livingstone Shire planning scheme. Grazing cattle in this vicinity will cause damage to the wetlands, riparian vegetation, as there is no buffer to halt any destruction. As we have read in this report, these parcels of land are held in native title, and freeholding this land will remove the native title and remove public access. I believe we as councillors should continually work on building those metaphorical bridges and work diligently with opening the lines of communication with our Shire's traditional owners, not scouring our relationship, causing it to fester, leaving future generations of people with no reconciliation. I support the officer's recommendation to advise the Department of Resources that it objects to the sale of unallocated land at Cunmawara.
Thank you. Good afternoon. This report pertains to correspondence received by Council from the proposed regarding the proposed purchase of an area of reserve land at Rocky View. This request was received from the owner of 109 Perrott Drive, Rocky View, regarding a part of a reserve which is identified as Lot 308 on Survey Plan 163922, which adjoins their property at Perrott Drive. This particular lot is part of a larger reserve for park and recreation, of which council is the trustee. This parcel is 1,268 square metres of that reserve. Another lot included in that reserve is 7.348 hectares. The owner is interested in purchasing lot 308 and is seeking council's views in relation to then lodging a formal application with the Department of Resources. Property team canvass comments from within council's infrastructure portfolio, development assessment, natural resource management, community development and sport and recreation, and disaster management and resilience. In this regard, infrastructure services from construction and maintenance advised that the lot 308 is part of an underground and overflow drainage system, and at the very least would require appropriate easements over that if sold. Engineering services also advised that that particular part of the reserve, namely lot 308, is the discharge point for council's stormwater network in the area, and if such a sale was approved, then the an easement would need to be placed over the flow path area. Similar comments from development assessment, and no other comments from natural resource management, or no unapproved. It's not unapproved in relation to natural resource management and community development, sport and rec, or disaster resilience. I've just advised if lot 308 is revoked from the reserve, it doesn't diminish the purpose of the reserve, which is a reserve for park and recreation, because there still remains 7.348 hectares available for that purpose for the community. If it is revoked, that will revert to unallocated state land, and then the proceeds of that sale would go to the state. The risk, if this motion or recommendation is approved, is that if council were to offer no objection to the application, it might be viewed as a precedent to other parties who may seek to purchase portions of reserve land which adjoin their properties. However, as this lot is a standalone site, it could be a different request to rather than acquire a small portion of a larger reserve. Thank you.
Thanks, Christine. Councillors, any questions
Mr.
of
Mayor,
the officer?
Could we get a map on the board, please, Justine, to show, because I know the area, but in one part there, when you look at the map, it looks like it's on the first corner of Perrott Drive, and when you look up further, it's near Bentley Samuel Place. It's further up on the hill, so it's confusing me a little bit.
Okay, thank you.
Is this a separate title at the moment?
Yes, it is.
It's a separate.
Actually, I'm not sure.
Part of the drainage reserve, is it? Because that's.
It's a part of a reserve for park and recreation. There's two lots. I'm not sure, councillor, whether there is one. It's all on one title, or it's two titles.
See, the picture we've got on page 241 is a very different picture to the one we've got. Yeah.
Currently, the owner, I believe, has, as part of his submission, is attached. He advises he's been maintaining that lot next to the one that he wishes to purchase in order to mitigate fire risk, vermin control, etc. There's no significant vegetation on that, but it would be necessary to place an easement on that lot for the stormwater flow path area. With the purchaser being responsible for all costs associated with and identifying and registering the easement required to satisfy council's engineering services and infrastructure department, as well as meeting all the other costs associated with the requirements that the Department of Resources may instill.
I know that site intimately because I had issues with the drain coming out here because the water comes out those hills with such force. It actually takes, as wide as this room, it takes the earth with it. It scours it right out. And that's one of our car roads there. And the water that comes through here is quite significant. And I would imagine that trying to maintain that vegetation there, for the sake of, I guess, beautification, would be quite difficult. I don't have a problem if they were the purchase, I don't have a problem at all, but I would caution on denuding it, because when those drainage systems all over the estate start to do their work, scouring does take place, and we've got some repairs work to do right now, big dollars involved. So I would.
Yeah.
I would just make councillors aware.
We have a procedural motion, councillor Mather, so
Yeah,
that the
well, I will
motion be
never
put.
do that to you. I'll tell you that right now. I'll never do that to you.
Councillor Mather, it's a procedural motion to deal with here, that the motion be put, so we will deal with the motion. All right, so councillors, we have... yeah, that's right. So we have a procedural motion, so all in favour of the procedural motion that we deal with a recommendation? All in favour? Oh. Councillor Bello, that's your motion, is it not? Your procedural motion? That we deal with the recommendation as it is?
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Right. So,
No, Mr. Mayor, the motion was that the motion be put. That's
okay.
what we voted on.
Yeah, the motion be put. That's what I'm attempting to say, councillor Mather. Procedure motion, that the motion be put. Yeah. Yes, please.
Is there anything that can be done with this land once this project's
Well, it's beyond our purview. No. Yeah, we've got to deal. Yeah. Yeah. Well, ultimately, what happened is that Councillor Mather, in speaking to the report, is sorry. We get a mover and a seconder on that? No, we haven't yet. All right. So Councillor Mather. Councillor Mather is actually in question time. It really should have been in debate, and Councillor Bello is trying to basically say that we need to move on with this because Councillor Mather is stepping outside the question time. Is my correct, Councillor Bello? All right. All right. So, procedural motion, that the motion be put. All in favour? Okay. Essentially what we're doing here, Councillor, is just saying, like, we want to deal with this particular motion. That's all we're essentially doing, Councillor Watson? All right. Now, Councillor Mather. Sorry, who can I get a mover and a seconder for this motion, please? Moving, Councillor Bello. Thank you. Seconded, Councillor Mather. You withdraw? All right, Councillor Hutton. Thank you. I'm wiping out the microphone now. All right. So, Councillor Bello, would you like to speak to the motion, please?
Yep, very briefly, I'm satisfied with the report that the office has put before us, and I believe it will be in the positive interest of the community there for that to occur.
Right, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone speaking against the recommendation? All right. Anyone speaking for? Councillor Hutton? All right. Anyone speaking against? Okay. Councillor Hutton, you're speaking, Councillor Mather, speaking for?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
I've said what I need to say, except that for those councillors who don't know the area, who don't have any knowledge of the estate, I was trying to educate them. And to answer good Councillor Watson's question, I've never seen this before. Effectively, it's a gag. It says don't talk anymore. That's all I need to say, Mr Mayor.
All right, I'll come back to that, councillor, but we'll go to the vote on this. So we have a mover in Councillor Bello, a seconder in Councillor Hutton. All in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. All right, thank you, councillors. Now, before we move on to any other agenda items, can I make something very clear here, councillors, about behaviour at this table? We have a process as far as meetings go. The process is we have a report presented to us, the officer presents the report, then there's an opportunity for you to ask questions. It is not an opportunity to go into debate, and Councillor Mather, I would remind you of that. Okay, so it is an opportunity for you to ask questions. The time for debate is when we get a mover and a seconder. Beyond that, we can have a debate. But the question time is purely and simply that, a question time to seek clarification before we go into debate. Are we all clear, councillors? Okay, thank you very much. I just wanted to get that out there because we seem to be deviating from this particular pattern quite a bit today, and I've given you some latitude, but not anymore, all right? Next item, please, is... Lost my computer for a second. 1114, which is the Indigenous Languages and Arts Program. And who is presenting this one? Sonia? Thank you very much.
So this one is, I believe, quite straightforward. Council received funding in 2019-20 from the Indigenous Languages Grant Program to provide Indigenous languages recognition of places across the Shire, and have been consulting with the Durrumbul people about this in the past. What has happened though is the Durrumbul people deal exclusively in the delivery of their arts with a particular supplier, which is Bill Gannon. And it is their wish that this funding and the program is delivered through Bill Gannon as the person they trust and have dealt with for many years. The thing with that is it's outside our procurement policy as a sole supplier, the funding is over $15,000. So this report is purely seeking to see to the, I guess, the discussions officers have had with the Durrumbul people, and that is to engage Bill Gannon to deliver the proposed works on behalf of them as their desires. We actually need to get council approval to engage Bill Gannon as a sole supplier under Local Government Act.
Thank you, Sonia. Any questions? Councillor Friend.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor, to Sonia. A couple of questions. First of all, I know Bill Gannon to be an upstanding member of our community and very talented artist. But if this has to be, the completion dates are before the end of July, why is this the first time it's come to the council table when we only have a short period of time left?
I think it's actually because it has been quite a process to engage with the, obviously to engage with the Durrumbul people and Bill and to get everybody together on this project. So it has actually been quite a drawn-out process. I don't think that it is, the funding is from 2019-20, so we've received the funding. The alternative would be not to proceed and to provide the funding back to the federal government. Yeah, it has just been a process to come to, not just with Durrumbul people, also national parks as well, because some of the services are in the signs are going to be in national parks areas and complying with their requirements, and quite regulatory heavy as well. So it has just been quite a process to get to this end point.
Sure. Second question, will signage by Mr Gannon be placed over on the Keppels, any of the islands?
I'm not sure at this point in time what the scope of this project is. To be honest, I haven't been personally involved in the actual process and what they're looking. I know they are looking at putting signage at Mount Volga. I'm not sure if Brett has
Through the
any
Chair,
other
my understanding is this is totally on Durrumbul land only, hence why the report is the way it is, and there's been no mention in there of Woppa, because the way the funding's being done and the program's being delivered.
Okay, so we can take that as absolute, that it's only on Durrumbul land and not Woppa country. Okay, I did have another question. I won't be a moment. No, that's fine. You've answered my questions there. And I was going to just state one more thing, Mr. Mayor, that until I knew that information, I was prepared to lay it on the table to obtain proof from Durumble that they only want to use Mr. Gannon for their artistry, because in the report there is no proof. I do trust the officers. However, it is always important, I believe, to have proof within a report coming to the council table.
Councillor Friend, you're going into debate now as well.
Okay.
So we'll
Yes,
just pull
thank
you
you.
up there if that's okay. Councillor Eastwood, have a question?
I just have one little question, Mr. Mayor, to the officers. I just wondered why this hadn't come before a briefing session.
To be honest, I think it has only just came to the point now where they have reached a decision on engagement, and Brett may be able to expand more on that. As I said, if Russell was here, I'd be able to provide full answers to your questions, but I haven't personally been involved in the process.
I guess a couple of reasons, Councillor. Firstly, not everything goes through a briefing session anyway, and this is because it's a sole supply arrangement, a procurement process. It was decided to bring it to an open meeting for discussion rather than taking it through the briefing where it's held behind closed doors. And secondly, the timing of the project and the fact that the information that we required to get to this point has only just come here. In the interest of expediting the process, we brought it straight through.
Sonia, I'm just, if they don't get this work done by the financial year, what happens?
I would assume, and I could be incorrect, that we would either have to ask for an extension or a variation to the funding agreement, which may or may not be granted. That's normal practice when you're requesting extensions to deadlines for these projects. And as Brett said, this is a procurement process that has just arisen now. Otherwise, obviously, councillors would have been advised previously.
Councillor Hutton? You're flashing green, Councillor.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to ask around the procurement process and for the sole supplier exception to apply. Is the nature of the exception that we're looking to afford here saying that it's not the work itself that's specialised, but it's the cultural sensitivity connection to Durumble which creates the specialised relationship to sustain it? Well, I just want to make sure I have no problem with any artist being identified by a particular group as their preferred provider, but from council's perspective, making sure that obviously our obligation is around open, transparent process and making sure that we're getting value for money. Is cultural sensitivity or cultural engagement a criteria that links to specialisation and that provides for that that exception to be applied?
That's a good question, Councillor Hutton, and I think there's twofold to this. So the first one is that the local government resolves it is satisfied that there is only one supplier who is reasonably available based on the information we have and the delivery of the project. There is only one supplier that is acceptable to the Durumble people, so I think it satisfies that component of it. And I would agree that the specialised nature could definitely pertain to a cultural aspect of that as well. So I think it's twofold, but that's my interpretation of that. I don't know if Brett wants to add anything further.
I think, Councillor, through you, Mr. Mayor, I think Councillor Hutton is looking for some affirmation. Yes, it's the intent of this exception, which has been long-standing in various forms in the local government laws for a while, but it does require the councillors to satisfy themselves that specialised nature exists. So the scenarios that you contemplate are for councillors individually and then to vote as the collective to satisfy yourselves that is the case. I think the report and Sonia have done a reasonable job of saying that it's Durumble have made it clear that that's their, well, not only their preference but their only acceptable solution. So that would, by definition, make that specialised. It's whether or not the councillors find that an acceptable precondition to pass that resolution.
Just one last question. Is there a chance at the end of this process, when it's all completed, that we receive a report on how it was done and the pictures of the artwork and things like that, so we've got an idea of how it was done? How the money was allocated, broken down? Unless someone's got a better way of explaining what I'm trying to say, but
Yeah,
just
no,
to see what was done.
It's a reasonable request, councillor, and I'm sure that'll be taken on board, assuming this gets across the line today. All right, councillors, any other questions? I emphasise questions. Councillor Mather?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. We're looking at an arts program, open grant. Was the Jurumble people the sole applicant specifically for their language? Or was this an application by, I don't know? Like, for the Jurumble people to be able to determine who their preferred candidate was for the artwork, did Jurumble people make the application to be able to say, we want him? Or was it?
No, the application was a council application to do signage with Jurumble around their language to recognise that this is their country. And during that process, once that money had been secured, talking to Jurumble, it was clear that they will only deal with Bill Gannon because of the relationship they have with Bill, which goes back many, many, many years. So from that point of view, council's left in one of two positions, either proceeding with the recommendation as is put there, or returning the money to the funder.
The next question, Mr Mayor. If council was the applicant, was there any reason, or perhaps it did think about the Wapabara culture as well? Was that not considered or included? Or is it not applicable? I mean...
No, it's not applicable, councillor. I guess the response to that is it's small steps. Let us do one program, because this is something which does have some recurrence to it. Let us do one program, get it done, then we can move to our minds to the next program, bearing in mind that there are actually three groups that have claim over the Livingstone Shire Council area. There's a third currently afoot for the northern area. So again, that will be something that we would look at once the circumstances allow us to.
And my third and last question, Mr Mayor, to have a preferred supplier, $15,000 is a long way from $100,000. Does that pass the test as far as accepting a sole supplier?
Ultimately, councillor, I'd refer you back to what the CEO said, that it's for the council laws as individuals to decide if that's the case and reflect that through the vote, and then we go from there.
Through you.
Okay, Councillor Friend, you had a question?
Just a quick question, Mr Mayor. Just going back to a previous question, just to double check, does council currently have on record anything in writing from Jurumble stating that Bill Gannon is their preferred supplier?
Not that I'm aware, councillor. I know they have had conversations, and Bill was in talking about this project with Russell Klaus the other day, but I'm not aware of anything specifically in writing. I'm not sure where it is either.
One last question. Before the money is sent back, how long do we have until that happens? If this was laid on the table today, how long?
We could request a variation to the timing of the agreement to the funding partners. I'm not sure what that response would be. I'm assuming it's meant to be expended by the end of financial year, by end of June 30 this financial year. Yes, so yeah, and there is a project in the works, as I said, that they have been negotiating with national parks and the Jurumble people at Mount Bogger in particular. It was one of the first projects they were doing.
All right. Any other questions before we go into debate, councillors? All right, we have a mover in Councillor Hutton. Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Friend. All right, Councillor Hutton, would you like to speak to the report?
This is an incredibly exciting project, and I'm very proud that Livingstone's been able to partner with the Jurumble people in this endeavour. I think in making my decision in supporting this exception to the sole supplier expectations, I really come back to the background to the program itself, where it says that the program is led by Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. It's not for us, and particularly not for me as a white Anglo-Saxon, to determine who is the most culturally appropriate partner to provide Indigenous text or to provide Indigenous artworks in a form that is spreading the message and educating the community. While I think it's really prudent of Council on every occasion to consider and to limit how often we do use sole supplier exceptions, in this case it is warranted based on the advice provided by the Drumbul people that there is but one person that they trust to do their nature and their culture, their nation and their culture justice, and that is the artist Bill Gannon. And in those circumstances I'm more than willing to support it. And just to once again express how excited I am that our community as a whole will get to share and have the opportunity to be educated further and enriched through the engagement of the Drumbul people and obviously the engagement of Drumbul language and symbols in these endeavours that we'll see throughout our community. So a great project and more than happy to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Councillors, I'm going to speak against this particular recommendation, and it's purely not on the basis of the request or the project itself, but I am extremely uncomfortable with the selection process for the sole supplier. In my own mind, and other people may have a different view, it certainly doesn't cut the mustard in terms of the statutory requirements we are required to abide by. And I'm reminded regularly as I review that section of the legislation that the sole supply arrangements are very particular and very important. And I don't believe that this particular situation applies or allows us to appoint Mr Gannon simply because the Drumbul people prefer him as their sole supplier. So I'm going to vote against this on that basis, councillors. Anyone speaking for the recommendation?
Oh, well, thank
Councillor
you.
Friend.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. You've satisfied me that these signs will have nothing to do with the Keppels or the Wapabara, because then we would need proof that that this person could actually work on their behalf. And being a non-Indigenous person and non-traditional owner, that would be a whole nother kettle of fish. But I do know that Drumbul people actually discuss things through email, through verbal conversations. I would have I would like in the future to see at this table proof in writing, correspondence, that this is what they want, rather than just verbal and perhaps emails, or even emails. If there were emails sent, please pop them in the report. I felt the report was extremely lacking, but I do know that the Drumbul do hold Mr Gannon very highly, and that's why I'll vote for this today.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Anyone voting or wishing to speak against the recommendation? Councillor Mather.
Mr Mayor, thank you. I do appreciate the Drumbul people, and I do appreciate and have worked with and respect the work of Bill Gannon, and have no doubt that he would satisfy the Drumbul people in his artwork. I am very mindful of the sole supplier legislation. I'm very mindful of public perception as to who gets what, especially in this locality. And I think we have to be seen to be transparent, not just talk about it all the time, to go through the hoops if necessary and take a little time to get an extension of time. What do we call it? Change the barricades to make sure that the process is transparent. And for that reason, I'm not against I'll vote against the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Mather.
Let me say that too, Mr Mayor. If we went through the Transparency Agency and came up with the same result, I'd still support it. I'd support the recommendation. But we have to be seen to go through the hoops of transparency.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Mather. Anyone else? We'll open it up, councillors. Anyone else wish to speak for or against? Councillor Bello.
Yeah, and speaking for this motion, I'm reminded of some wise words of a former federal minister, Mr James Killen, who said that his preference is of little importance but rather that the people's preference is of the utmost importance. And as an elected member, I'm reminded of that in the context that the people that I represent in this particular context are the Darumbal people who have made it clear what is their preference. And I acknowledge that it is slightly at odds with what the legislated process is. However, in order to overcome any concerns of transparency, we have printed in this document for the public to scrutinise and to be fully aware of if they were interested in the particulars of it. It's not in closed session, it's in public session, and it's been very clearly articulated what the Darumbal's preference is. And on those grounds, I'm prepared to support their preference. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Vallow. Councillor, in the absence of anyone else making a comment, Councillor Eastwood.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, look, I am going to support this. I am a little bit disappointed. I know there's a time factor involved, but I would have liked this to have come to a briefing session where we could have spoken about it a little bit more openly. But despite that, Rumble are special people, and this is a special circumstance, and I believe that I support it, Mr. Mayor, and I think that it will be a good outcome.
All right, thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Councillor Hutton, Councillor Watson, you not wishing to make a comment? All right.
Sorry, I'm just worried that the people are going to miss out on the opportunity to put their art up. I've seen too many occasions where things have been done and it hasn't really been followed through, and it's sort of money went wasted. And I wish there was a bit more knowledge for us to help make that decision, so that we know it doesn't happen. Because I don't want to see, and I'm not having to go at the person who we're talking about being the supplier, but I've seen things in the past where things haven't been done properly, and that's what I'm concerned about.
Right. Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Councillor Hutton, would you like to sum up?
Mr. Chairman, it's just occurred to me while the discussion's been going on, particularly in response to Councillor Bellow's point, I'm wondering whether our recommendation is perhaps incomplete insofar as I think we're perhaps calling up two sections of the exception. Subsection A, satisfied there's only one supplier on the basis of that relationship, and B, because of the specialised nature of the work, again, because of that relationship. I wonder whether, picking up Councillor Bellow's point, if it's about the public record demonstrating why, then it's probably the two provisions rather than the single provision that I think is the sentiment of the mover and those of like mind. So with the consent of the mover, we might amend our recommendation to include that.
Through the Mayor, may I add that we add the word Darumbal to make it specific to the Darumbal people.
Instead of, hang on. No, it's not.
Quote that reference around that he is the sole provider of Darumbal. He is the sole
Is that the right place?
That's where, so it is satisfied there's only one supply reasonably available from for approved, appropriate, as nominated by, as endorsed by Rumble.
For the Indigenous Languages and Arts Program in accordance with Section 25A of the Local Government Regulation 2012. Okay. It is satisfied that there is only one supplier reasonably available.
Endorsed by
The Durumble people. And right. Councillors, is everyone comfortable with the wording?
you are correct, Councillor.
Yeah, we should.
It is satisfied that. There's number one that we're addressing the first criteria and the second criteria.
Yep.
I'm happy to leave that in. Yep. I'm happy with as is.
I am happy with that.
All right. So the motion is as appears on the screen. Yep. All right, councillors, everyone understand the new resolution? Well, we have a mover and a second are comfortable with the resolution, councillor, so I'm going to go to Councillor Hutton to wrap up.
Thank you very much, Mayor and councillors. At the start of every one of our meetings, we do the acknowledgement of country and pay our respect to the traditional owners, and we recognise and call them the traditional custodians. So they're the custodians of their culture, their language and their stories, and undoubtedly it's theirs to protect and to cherish. I think that we have a role here today in finding ways not only to embed the Durumble culture in our community for the benefit and education of our community, but we also have a responsibility to find ways to create access for the Durumble people to share their culture in ways that they believe are both appropriate but maintain that protection of what they hold most dear, which is their cultural assets. By applying this exception to the sole supplier, we're providing for them a way that they're able to promote and provide to the community, but at the same time protect for the benefit of their people, their assets and their culture. So I think in this case it is very appropriate for us to provide it, acknowledging them as their custodians of the culture, language and stories.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. All right, councillors, we'll go to the vote on this one, and I'm going to call it a division. So all those in favour of the resolution, please stand. So Councillor Hutton, Councillor Bello, Councillor Friend and Councillor Eastwood. Those against? Councillor Mather, Councillor Watson, Councillor Ireland. The motion is carried. Right, councillors, we're up to 11:15, which is the Livingstone Shire boundary and Marlborough sign report. And over to Sonia again.
Councillors, I think we're well aware of the history of signage and the progress of Queensland funding. I can allocate $100,000 towards again signage. Thank you.
just want to apologise. I have only just received information today that might be of importance back from Main Roads. So we actually sought advice from Main Roads on signage and locations and requirements. So there's two things I'd like for consideration, and I'd like to hand out just for consideration an alternate concept for boundary signage, which is basically just replacing, and this is from the TMR municipal guidelines. So it's like a welcome to Livingstone Shire Council, probably without obviously the kilometres on there, but just as a proposal. And I've been told these signs are approximately $5,000 installed. So I just wanted to provide that information, and I apologise for the lateness of it. Yeah. And I apologise for the lateness, but as I said, I literally have only received the email this morning back from Main Roads. So that's one alternative. The other alternative, as is included in the report, is the actual taller, which was discussed with Councillor Mather, is the taller entry signs, which are the individual white lettered metal signs, which are included in the report, and a smaller welcome to, obviously, but with Livingstone. So that's just two considerations towards the design. And the other thing I wanted to mention, if we're just talking about the boundary signs at this point in time as well, is that if we did decide to go with the other version of the signs, if that was something council wanted to do, the remainder of that funding could be allocated to other projects such as the entryway signs for Keppel Sands, Yeppoon and Emery Park, with the larger lettering. But that's obviously something for council to consider. I have also completed another resolution I've sent to Justine for consideration once you have time to discuss these signs I've just shown you today. So I don't expect, it's up to you whether you want to do that. So I thought if we could talk about the boundary signs first and the locations, and then talk about the Marlborough signs, because I also have some further updated concepts to provide to council today as well that we've just received in.
I was going to suggest, Mr. Mayor, that maybe we defer this item. I think it seems like there's additional information to be provided, and in the context of the timing for today, there is no, it's an internal budget of council, so while it's not great to be carrying money over from one financial year to the next, if the case needs to be to do it properly, that we do it that way, then that's of lesser consequence than rushing into it or just trying to get it done because we are rushing to get through the agenda.
Couldn't agree more, Councillor. And given that there's new information coming to the table today, I would hate to make a decision in a rushed way. So perhaps we lay this on the table for a future meeting of council.
Would it be okay to discuss the Marlborough signage at this point in time, because we are looking at going to a consultation for the final design concepts, and the artist has been appointed for that, which is a separate matter in the report. We were talking about both the boundary signage and the Marlborough signage. Would it be okay to show the concepts of that to the council and explain the consultation to date that's being done in that in the future consultation, because we have already appointed the artist, we've got the final design concepts, and we just wanted to basically show the councils that and explain that we'll be going back to the Marlborough community in the next week with the final concepts.
All right. Probably seek some advice from the CEO. We've got a four-part recommendation here, the last of which deals with the Marlborough signage. Are we able to defer the first 3 points, lay those on the table, and discuss the fourth?
The answer is yes, Mr. Mayor, if that's the will of the council. I just thought I might just confer with Sonia if I heard correctly. Excuse me just a minute.
Sorry, the ones that are contained in the back of the report are pretty much like they're the same. We've just got more refined concepts to show the councils, but they really haven't changed much at all from the ones that were in the original report.
And
Yes, so there's already been 2 consultations conducted with the Marlborough community. One was in August last year with a community meeting that Molly Saunders and Sarah were with, and talked about the project, the signage and the placemaking components. a Get Involved survey was sent out in January this year to over 60 residents of the community after the artist was appointed, with some concepts and designs included. Now we're at the final stage where we will be going back to the community with the final designs, which are pretty much the same as is included in the report that is attached.
Mr. Mayor, in answer to your question, yes, the fourth recommendation can be separated should council so choose. Obviously, given the reservations about the other signage concepts with the introduction of new information, that would be based on the fact that councillors are satisfied that there's sufficient information today and that you are happy to, I guess, provide endorsement or otherwise today to allow the balance of that consultation to proceed as is planned.
All right. Councillors, I have to confess to being a little bit uncomfortable, even though they might not be appreciably different, Sonia, in terms of the Marlborough signs. I would prefer us to be able to have a look at these with some degree of leisure and consideration. So rather than sort of rushing it through today, councillors, I'm not sure what other people feel around the table.
Yeah. Oh no, that's great. In line with your thinking, Mr. Mayor, I've just noted though that both projects do have a Works for Queensland allocation that will be connected to this financial year, where previously my understanding was that it was because it was to the placemaking budget, I assumed that it was completely ours, which does add a timeliness factor that we do have to consider, though I previously thought we didn't have to consider.
And councillors, may I also state with the Marlborough signage, if you just wanted to discuss in general, we are going back to the community. These are the final concepts that the artist has come up with, and we have already engaged the artist to deliver these. We're more seeking feedback on the concepts that were sent. So.
Well, councillors, perhaps the way out of this one is to, if you go back to the Marlborough community again with these concept designs, and you bring that feedback back to this table, councillors, what do you think about that? Because it's really about the community.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
About what the Marlborough people would like in their signage, and I guess if we can get that information back, that might help us make a decision as well. Councillor Friend?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I do agree that that's a very good idea, that we should go back to the Marlborough community, but perhaps we should even schedule a workshop, a small workshop in relation to this. This has been going on for too long. Is that possible, through the chair?
That's a question for the CEO.
Subject to people's availability, Mr. Mayor, absolutely, and I think there's a couple of occasions as early as next week when everyone will be together. If we can squeeze that into the program, we'll do that.
Councillor Hutton?
Just while we're taking some questions, so recognising the language from the officer is that, you know, it's really only at feedback that it will. Is there a motion that already approves this so that there's no need for it necessarily to come back to council other than for council to provide feedback on something that's? I'm just conscious of, you know.
Yeah, this was really this is the final design concepts. We based on the fact with the I guess what's happened over the other signs, we thought it was more than imperative that we showed council these signs as you've discussed, and so. These are what we've taken from community consultation and what the artist has come up with. They are in the final design, but we want to obviously provide them to council if there was any minor changes they may consider necessary to comment on.
Councillor Bello?
Just so I can get some real clarity in relation to the Marlborough signage there, and a lot may have happened for us to get to this point here, but can I just get clarity that the quantum of money is accurate there, where it says a total of $140,000 has been assigned towards the provision of both the Marlborough placemaking and branding signs?
Correct, councillor. So the biggest sign is obviously, can we discuss this now, or did you want to discuss now?
Oh, just in terms of Councillor Bellows' question, I mean, it's just, you've answered the question.
Yeah, so there's 3 signs in total, council. The placemaking component is actually replacing a community sign with that entry sign stating what the township has and the historical elements of the sign, which is in the attachment. So yeah, there's 3 in total. The major one, the highest cost, is obviously the large bull, the sign of the bull, which will be located outside of the service station on Department of Main Roads and Transport own land, which they have just today advised would be acceptable. So we are getting information quite late in regards to this. Yeah.
The one that's, sorry, can I ask which sign that is?
The bull.
The bull. And can you give us an idea of how big it is? There's nothing to say what the dimensions are.
I think it's about 1.6 metres high each sign. I'm not sure if that's in the report though.
I'm just going to lay this on the table.
Yeah, the drawing says 1.6, but what's the length?
The length?
What's the length of the sign?
Oh, I'm not sure, sorry, of the actual length of it. I guess if it's 1.6 per letter, it would be quite large. There's a concept in there that sort of shows the actual, the length of the sign, but I don't have the exact measurement, sorry.
Councillors, can I just, sorry Councillor Rees, I'll just jump in here. We've got a couple of things to consider at the moment. One is, do you want to lay this on the table?
Yes.
Okay. And then the second issue really is, well, as soon as we can essentially get a workshop happening, we can make a decision and then satisfy, as Councillor Hutton correctly points out, we have a deadline in terms of the funding for this. So it's imperative that we deal with this quickly, but my suggestion is not today. We won't make a decision, we'll just lay this on the table. So is everyone relatively comfortable with that?
Mr Mayor, yes. My concerns rotate around the funding, because it's been put to us that there's $100,000 for the boundary signs. We've seen no documents to show where that comes from. We've seen no plans. We've seen nothing. This is a deficient subject at the moment because we don't have the information to make those decisions. And I don't want to get into debate, but my concerns rotate around the $100,000 and where it's coming from, who's paying for it, and what are we getting.
Okay, well, we'll take that
and
as...
the procurement of it all.
We'll take that as a yes, Councillor Mather, in terms of support. I don't mean to cut you off, but I mean, ultimately, we've got a bit more to go through on the agenda yet. Councillor Reeswood, I cut you off, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to ask about the Your Wanted sign. The Your Wanted sign. I've just got a question. Is that a sign that you drive by?
No, that's the sign on the entry, on the actual entry to the town. The big bull is the...
Okay, but somewhere where you can stop and read it though, is
yes,
what I'm concerned about.
Correct, yes.
Because there's no way you can read that, okay. Yep.
I would hope so.
Councillors, I'm prepared to move a procedural motion that we let this lay on the table pending further discussion at a workshop to be convened at the CEO's earliest convenience.
Thank you, and I do apologise very much on the lateness of that addition. As I said, I did only receive that advice from TMR today.
That's fine. Yeah. That's right. Table. Pending further discussion at a workshop to be convened. As soon as possible, Mr. CEO. Are you happy with that?
Yes, Mr Mayor, yes.
Right. All right, so councillors, everyone comfortable with the recommendation? I'll just go to the vote on that. All in favour? Carried. No, those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. All right, so we're up to 11:16, councillors, which is the response to the questions on notice from Councillor Mather in relation to the Shire development within the Western Corridor. And Mr. CEO, Mr. Bacon, your name's on this one?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I'll just take the report as read and leave it at that. It's fairly straightforward.
Okay, thank you. Councillors, any questions of Mr. Bacon?
Mr Mayor, can I just ask the question that it made reference in here somewhere, I've got yellow tags everywhere, that we were to receive 2 additional documents. This is the document that it refers to, those other 2 documents. Is that correct?
That is correct, councillor, and they emailed out this morning
Yes.
With a reminder that those documents are strictly
Yes, but I'm saying this is the report that refers to, but I haven't read them either, I just noticed that they're there, yes. Mr Mayor, I'd like to move that the report be received, please, the officer's recommendation.
All right, so
And we
any
can
other
always
questions?
come back to that once we've read the other document and we can put it all together. Thank you.
Okay, so any other questions of the officer, councillors? All right, so we've got a mover in Councillor Mather, a seconder in Councillor Bello. I'm assuming that's why their hand was up, Councillor Bello. Excellent. All right, so Councillor Mather, you didn't wish to speak to the report?
No, it's clear cut, Mr Mayor, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so councillors, anybody else wish to speak to the report? All right, then we'll go to the vote. We've got a mover in Councillor Mather, a seconder in Councillor Bello to receive the report. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. 11:17, councillors' response to notice of motion, tree protection and replant and tree. I'll try that again. Tree protection and replanting, and we have Matt Baldock. Over to you, Matt.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Good afternoon again, councillors. Councillors, this report is in response to 3 notices of motion that Councillor Hutton has previously moved. And these basically deal with the recognition of significant trees, protection of trees and replanting of trees. So, as you'll see in the report, what we've suggested here is that there is, I guess, 4 key processes or bodies of work that are currently taking place, either at the moment or soon to take place. And these are the local laws review, the development of a Shire-wide biodiversity strategy, also the development of a Shire-wide open spaces master plan, and there are also ongoing planning scheme amendments. So we've said there that these 4 key projects will really provide us with an opportunity to consider some of the points that have been raised in those notices of motion. So, councillors, really the recommendation that we've made there is that the notices of motion notices of motion concerning tree protection and replanting be progressed through the drafting, adoption and implementation of 4 key projects, namely local laws review, biodiversity strategy, open spaces master plan and planning scheme amendments. So, Mr Mayor, happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Matt. Before I go to Councillor Friend, Councillor Hutton, as the mover of the majority of these notices of motion that relate to this report, are you comfortable with that response? You'll talk to it in debate?
I have questions.
Yep, all right, okay. All right, so Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have questions. Well, I have one question. I understand the local law review currently being undertaken by Mackay lawyers will take about approximately 6 to 8 months. When are these other projects and reviews due for completion? So there's the planning scheme amendments, open spaces master plan and biodiversity strategy.
Councillor, I'll try and answer those. The biodiversity strategy, we are looking at a completion date of June 30, so that's fairly soon. Now, I am not exactly clear on the other 2 when their finish dates are. The open space master planning has begun. Now, the planning scheme amendments will need to wait for the next cycle. So whenever that will actually occur is, again, probably can't say at this stage.
Thanks, Councillor Friend. Any other questions of Matt? Councillor Hutton?
Is it possible to put that question around the timelines for these things on notice and get back to councillors with some specific answers?
Yes, we can do that.
All right, thank you.
Just one last question, Mr Chairman.
Councillor
I
Mather?
noticed that that needs to be a significant public input here. When we're talking about a register, communications, there needs to be communications take place. Given the budget constraint, when is that going to take place?
Councillor, those four bodies of work that we are undertaking or will undertake will actually have those community engagement processes built into them, so they would have been factored into the budgets of those pieces of work. So yes, they will be undertaken.
All right, any other questions, councillors? All right, so we have a recommendation that the resolutions concerning significant trees, tree protection and replanting be progressed through the drafting, adoption and implementation of 4 key projects, namely the Local Laws Review, Biodiversity Strategy, Open Spaces Master Plan and Planning Scheme Amendments. Can I have a mover for this one, please? Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Hutton. Thank you. All right, so Councillor Friend, did you wish to speak to the report?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Never before has it been so important, and never before has this council been so transparent. We've just undertaken a local law review. This is, as I said, it's going to take about 6 to 8 months. Significant tree registry will be a part of that review. And this is so important because every day more and more of our trees are coming down, and even as we sit here in this meeting today, local trees are being removed by developers. So this is why the planning scheme amendments are so important, and also so important to find out what we can do to stop this from happening in the future with our local laws and find out what is correct under the law. So I have many, many people from the community contacting me, and even in this last week, quite a few people with great concerns about our green space and our trees are very, very upset that these significant trees that have been there for nearly all of their lives, if not longer, are being lopped to the ground, razed to the ground. So I, for one, am really looking forward to having these items addressed that the good councillor Hutton has brought up in past notices of motion, and I can't wait for these to be completed and go to community consultation. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Friend. Anyone speaking against the recommendation? Anyone for the recommendation? Councillor Hutton.
It's an interesting journey, and sometimes there are times when I think that just as with legislation, that change at a local government level could be connected to the making of sausages. No one really wants to know how you made them, but they might taste good when you get to the end. And I think this journey is kind of similar to that in a lot of ways. I am, when I put forward these requests for us to investigate them in October, I never foresaw that it would be in April of the following year that we'd be talking about 4 further pieces of work that unfortunately we don't actually even have necessarily timelines for when they'll be completed to hopefully address or provide for. But I see and acknowledge, as the risk assessment provides for in the report, that consideration of these matters within the scope of existing strategic projects addresses potential risks such as financial costs, legal implications, reputational risks, and strategic alignment with both the corporate plan and service delivery plans. I completely accept that and understand the journey that we've been on, and look forward to the time when we have the opportunity for us to have some of these significant conversations around what livability looks like for our community, and does it mean that we need to make changes in the planning space? Does it mean that we need to examine how our local laws provide for the protection of assets both in the public and private realm? Does it address an ambitious goal for our community, which already is planting tens of thousands of trees, or providing tens of thousands of natural stock, native stock for development in our shire, to set an ambitious goal and say, hey, let's raise it from the 7,000 we're doing on average to get to the 10, which is very, very achievable, although not if we leave it for too much longer on creating the timeliness of this agenda. The journey is an interesting one. I really appreciate the effort that officers have taken to find ways to embed this into existing work so that we're not adding duplication and extra effort. But I do look forward to the opportunity for this council table and this community to have some of these conversations around what do they value, what do they want to see embedded. Because, my honest reflection is that while everything's important to someone, it may be that some of these things aren't as important to the community as a whole as they are to some of the individuals who raise them. Alas, our role as decision makers is to hear those voices and to make sure that everyone's considered, and ultimately to make sure that the outcome on behalf of our community is the best that it can be. And that's why I put forward each of these notices of motion, and that's why I'm really excited to know that we've got Matt Baldock leading the charge here to guide us through some of this work and these efforts. So I appreciate the efforts made by officers.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Would anyone else wish to speak to the report before we go to debate, councillors? Before we go to vote, I beg your pardon.
Here, here.
All right, so councillors, we have the recommendation in front of us, moved by Councillor Friend, seconded by Councillor Hutton. We'll go to the vote. All in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Brings us to 11.18, which is the request for determination of development application fees for Surf Lakes development. And we welcome Mr. Batiste to the table.
I'll be leaving the room, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. We'll give you a yell when it's done. Over to you, Mr. Batiste.
Good afternoon, councillors, and thank you. This report's very short. It's just to do with a request to waive development application fees for the Surf Lakes development at 1662 Yapoon Road, Mallara. Application was lodged with council on the 29th of March, and the applicant made a representation to council requesting that we waive the fees in total based on the benefits of the development to the council in terms of tourism and economic development for the region. The application fee for the three components of the development application are $120,988. Council officers believe that's probably a little bit too much and are of the view that $100,000 is an appropriate fee for the development and what types of works involved. So that's the recommendation of officers. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Batiste. Councillor Mather.
Just a clarification, what was the total fee that you assessed?
$120,988.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Hutton.
So just a further question, that our belief is that within the $100,000 we're able to accommodate all the requirements of meeting our statutory obligations under the Act, and that's really what we're trying to achieve, is fee for service?
That's correct.
Any other questions?
A further question, Mr. Mayor. When we're looking at a tourist park which has a number of components on it, this application fee is relative to which component or all components?
This is relative to all components. Basically, it's broken up into three components, one being a preliminary approval to override the planning scheme, which is to create a master plan for the development. It's for three components for a material change of use, being the tourist component, which is the Surf Lakes itself, the tourist park, and for a renewable energy facility, which is they're going to do their own energy on site. And it's also for a reconfiguration of two lots into three, to excise 37 hectares off the main parcel land for this development to be made.
Yes, so. And that concerned me, not knowing how big or how much would be involved, and even the officers. It's envisaged that an application of this magnitude will consume significant resources, and the risk is a financial risk applies to this request in terms of not recouping the full fee as prescribed. Look, I'm happy with the recommendation, but I just don't want to see us run short if we have underestimated the depth of involvement for our staff.
All right, noted, Councillor. Councillor Hutton. Councillor Hutton is... sorry, any other questions before we close off? Councillor Bello?
Just one real question of clarification through you, Mr. Chair, perhaps to the CEO. This essentially is not about approving the Surf Lakes concept or development applications, purely focusing on the fee structure at this point in time. And the subsidiary question to that is there any indication of when the actual application will be put to council for consideration? Is that under a statutory time frame, or is it just purely at the discretion of the applicant?
There are statutory timeframes, but an application of this magnitude, and there'll be obviously a lot of information to be assessed by various officers of council and state government agencies. It's likely there'll be information requests and lots of toing and froing. I wouldn't anticipate it coming back to the table probably 4 to 6 months. So, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Right. Councillor Watson.
So just a question. I'm wondering why we're dropping the price. I mean, we've got a caravan park coming up shortly. We're not doing anything with them. Why don't we have set fees? Why are we changing to suit everyone? Might I just ask that question?
Absolutely. Councillor, as you'll find from a series of opportunities where set fees normally relates to percentages of land use. And so what we find is that there are times where when it's based on land use and has a set fee, that when we're charging a fee for service, we can actually find that we're collecting more in the fee than is required to achieve the service to the provider. So as an example, we've had in the past 12 months 2 mines come forward to us, each of them due to extractive industries. They have a very high set fee per square metre or whatever the calculation is. Each time council officers have come back to us and said, in addressing this we can see that because of the size of the block of land, this is what the fee would be, but there's no way it's going to cost council as an organisation that fee to do the investigation and to do the study to inform a decision around approval or non-approval, as the case may be. And so they come back to the table asking for council to make a judgment saying it's an imperfect act, the fee, but where our officers can make an assessment to say we believe in true faith. And so you can see in the report here as the example is that they've said we believe that $100,000 will provide for the reviews and documentation that we need, which would equate to fee for service. It's not meant to be a revenue generating activity, but rather that fee for service model.
Any other questions, councillors? All right, so we have the recommendation. Councillor Hutton is moving. Councillor Bello is seconding. All right, so Councillor Hutton, did you wish to speak to the report?
Yes, please, Mr. Mayor. Obviously, it's an exciting occasion for our community to see the advancement of this application. It is important for our community to recognise that this fee of $100,000 is that fee for service. It's what we believe, having looked at the componentry of what's proposed, council requires to achieve all the investigations necessary to get this over the line and approved, or if the case may be, it might be that the process finds that it's not for approval. This is a fee for service. Council's making sure that it's doing its due diligence in not providing a very low fee and then making the ratepayers of our shire cover the costs of the investigations that will need to be undertaken. I think it's a fair outcome. It's an outcome that matches what we've done with some extractive industries and other times where the fee that has been levied based on land mass does outweigh the service that we're going to need to provide. So it's nothing irregular from that. And therefore I'd commend it to the table as the first step in really bringing forward this project, and hopefully by giving a true and accurate fee, we're making sure that we're treating the proponents fair, but also providing for the community opportunity to have an amazing asset that has great potential for our community should it meet all the obligations that it's required to under the different legislation.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Anyone speaking against the recommendation? Anyone else wish to speak for the recommendation? Councillor Bello?
Yeah, fellow councillors, I'm encouraged by the recommendation that's been put forward by the officers on a number of grounds, but probably most importantly that it demonstrates consistency, that not just this recommendation is, but previous ones that have been included in the report. Notwithstanding that some in the community felt that the Surf Lakes developer got their water for free, council paid for the water, and that is actually not accurate. So it's important that we put forward facts. Surf Lakes have paid their way. They paid for the water, albeit at $1.30 per kilolitre, which was to cover the cost of the water. This here today is clearly about covering the cost that would be incurred to council, and it's a fair and reasonable way to apply our decision making based on the information that's been provided to us. So I'm very confident to support it. It means that Surf Lakes are paying their way, but not more than they have to. And I wouldn't begrudge any developer that. And I look forward to future discussions around this particular development as they come to the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. So, councillors, we'll wrap up debate on this and we'll go to the vote. We've got a mover in Councillor Hutton, a seconder in Councillor Bello. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Would someone like to find Councillor Eastwood? Thank you. Councillors, we're up to 1119, which is a development application for a development permit for a material change of use for a tourist park at Lot 12 Perkins Road, Marlborough. So we'll wait for Councillor Bello and Councillor Eastwood to return. One went out, a different one came back in. Sorry? Probably gone for a comfort stop. All right, we might, Jonathan, if you just wouldn't mind kicking off the discussion, thank you.
Yep, no problem. Good morning, Mayor and Councillors. So today I'm presenting the planning report for the proposed tourist park located at number 12, at lot 12, Perkins Road in Marlborough. Yeah. Slides there? Yeah. Okay, so the subject site is located at the corner of Cunnawarra Road, which is the Bruce Highway, and Perkins Road, with Perkins Road being the main entrance road into the township of Marlborough, located about approximately 1 kilometre to the north of the subject site. The site is approximately 3.4 hectares in area, is improved with the existing service station and adjoins the Marlborough and District's radio grounds to the north. On the southern side of the highway is an approved caravan park located at 39 Old Bruce Highway. Excuse me. So the subject site is mapped as wetland area in the northern eastern corner, and the subject site also has mapped bushfire hazard due to the vegetation to the east of the subject site on the opposite side of Perkins Road. So the proposal is for a tourist park with short-term overnight facilities for passing highway travellers located in the northeast corner of the subject site. And the proposal will establish 21 camping sites and be completed over 2 stages. Stage 1 will be for the provision of 10 camping sites for fully self-contained motorists only, and stage 2 will involve the expansion to the 21 total camping sites, catering for fully self-contained motorists, general campers being tents and vans, and will also include the provision of powered campsites, a camp kitchen and amenities block. The upgrades to stage 2 will also require the provision of on-site potable water and sewer facilities. So during the public notification period, 15-day notification period, there were 6 submissions were made, with 5 of them being properly made. And there's 7 main themes that came through. I'll just run through them briefly now. So one of them was water quality and quantity. So the concerns over whether the development will have sufficient supply of potable water for the safe use of patrons. The subject site will meet the required standards for water under the planning scheme and will be conditioned accordingly. In regards to the impact to local businesses and the economy of the township of Marlborough and the impact to existing accommodation businesses. So the concerns related to potential for the decrease in traffic heading into the township and therefore extra pressure on the businesses, and that also there's a sufficient amount of short-term accommodation already in the area. So in response to this concern, it is identified that the subject site is already improved with the service station that already services passing highway traffic, and by having a tourist park at this site, travellers stopping for fuel may decide to stay at this location overnight with the potential to head into the township of Marlborough rather than continuing to drive past. In addition, there is no evidence that the tourist park will decrease the number of people visiting the township or the amount of time that passing travellers will spend in the area. In regards to the pollution areas, there are concerns over the waste side of things and potentially noise and litter. So the existing service station already has existing amenities, and even though stage 1 will be for fully contained vehicles only, a condition has been included requiring access to the existing amenities to be available to all visitors of the tourist park at all times until stage 2 is commenced. A further condition has also been included for a minimum provision of refuse disposal containers for both stages of the development. And also in relation to noise, the nearest dwelling is located a minimum of 450 metres from the tourist park to the south on the opposite side of the Bruce Highway. Therefore, any potential of noise pollution will be minimal in relation to the noise generated by the existing passing traffic on the Bruce Highway. There's also concern over non-compliances, as this did arise from a compliance issue, and concern that due to past indiscretions, the developer may not comply with the conditions of the approval. The development permit will include conditions that must be complied with, and any non-compliance with these conditions will be investigated by council's compliant officers and responded to accordingly. In relation to inadequate signage, there's a complaint. One of the concerns was that the road signage inaccurately identifies the distance to the township of Milesborough, causing trouble to assume the service station is the township. Signage is not really relevant to this planning application, and in addition, I believe that a previous item discussed today is addressing or looking at that signage for Marlborough. There's also another concern was incorrect advice from the service station employees, with one of the submissions stating that staff at the existing service station are telling customers that they're already in the township of Marlborough. This advice is allegedly said by staff and can't be addressed as part of this application as it's not a planning matter. So in summary, the application is in response to a complaint that was investigated by Council's compliance team as the site was being used and advertised for free camping without a relevant permit. The site, as mentioned previously, is improved for the service station, and the proposed tourist park will utilise existing access with no access permitted by the Bruce Highway. And also the use is not expected to have any further impacts than those already associated with the existing use. As mentioned previously as well, there were 6 submissions received during the public consultation period, and these have been addressed. And as discussed, the main the main concerns I'd say would have been in relation to the impact to the businesses and the pollution issues. Infrastructures will be charged for the site with a proportional split of 59% for transport and parks and community facilities, with a total charge of $57,820 split over the 2 stages. So in summary, in conclusion, the proposed tourist park will comply with or be conditioned to comply with all of the assessment benchmarks under the Livingstone planning scheme. Therefore, the recommendation is to approve the development subject to reasonable and relevant conditions and infrastructure charges notice.
Thank you, Jonathan. Any questions? Councillor Watson?
Are they allowed to have people camping there at the moment?
No.
Because like on the weekend they had them everywhere.
It's always a tough one when there's a compliance matter going on, and when they're compliant and they have been non-compliant and they put an application in, they are sort of progressing forward with that non-compliance. So they technically shouldn't be, but it's hard to. But they have got this going in the process.
Councillor Mather?
Jonathan, you realise this is the 3rd non-compliance?
Yeah, that'd be, yeah.
So you say that you're working through this one?
This is hopefully going to resolve the non-compliances there.
It'll resolve the non-compliances, but clearly these people don't have any regard for the law.
I think with this one it's quite difficult because a lot of the advertising is happening through sites where they were being advertised freely, so there wasn't the actual owner, the developer themselves that advertising the site. It's through available on-site social media sites that are advertising. So I think potentially the owner did originally, but then it's continued on past that first compliance matter, and then it's been used and advertised freely, and people have been stopping there. And once the service station is closed at night, they haven't really got the facilities to get people to move on.
I just find that, it's a comment, Mr. Mayor, it's not a question.
Well, we might leave it for debate then, Councillor, if that's all right. Questions, Councillor? Is plural. All right. Okay, so we'll go into debate. Councillors, moved Councillor Hutton. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Eastwood, thank you. All right, so Councillor Hutton, did you wish to speak to the report?
Only briefly, Mr. Mayor, to say obviously in a scenario where non-compliance has occurred in the past and applicant is seeking to become compliant, I commend them for, correcting and making the choice to go down this process. We understand that this process has steps along it, and I appreciate the efforts that our officers have gone to not only support the applicant but also making sure that we get a good outcome for the community, because obviously if there's a need and it's being fulfilled, then that's something that we should be promoting as part of the tourism of our northern part of the Shire. So it's a good outcome, and I appreciate the efforts that officers have made to get us to this point.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Anyone speaking against the recommendation? Councillor Mather?
Mr. Chairman, I've read the submissions by the people, and I have concerns, as they do, that it will be detrimental to the area. On first value, one would think not. But when you see how the town is hurting, this is not doing anything, and the people who have been before this lot have shown that the passers-by do not contribute to the town. They just get their fuel there, get a Coke, and off they go again. And it's taking from the existing businesses. And I understand that there's one business there that's not doing so good, perhaps because, and they would be a submitter, perhaps because they've dropped their bundle, perhaps because they see council coming in and probably wielding the stick in some degree to say, stop it now, everybody out. It hasn't happened, so I guess they're probably feeling, why would we bother? I can't. I'd have to support the people on this, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Anyone wishing to speak for the recommendation? Councillor Eastwood?
Well, I haven't got much to add to the mover's comments, Mr. Mayor, but it appears to me that if you're moving towards compliance, then you're moving the right way. In addition to that, I think that if people are stopped there, they're actually more likely to go to the town of Marlborough than continue on their way and go somewhere else. So I actually think it's going to be beneficial to the town and for the compliance issue.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Anyone else speaking against? All right, so I'll open the floor. Would anyone else like to make a comment in relation to the report?
Would you like to know what's said on wiki camps? Not really?
Unless it's relevant to the conversation,
It
Councillor.
says they're charging for toilets and showers $5 for 5 minutes. Dog friendly, RV friendly. Camping is allowed. Station closed at 8 p.m. No fires allowed.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. All right, councillors, we've got a mover in Councillor Hutton, a seconder in Councillor Eastwood. On this one, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Did you wish your votes recorded, ladies? Okay. Councillor Friend and Councillor Mather against. The motion is carried. Thank you, Jonathan. Thanks, planners. We're up to 11:20 now, councillors, which is the native title proceedings in terms of the Wapara claim.
Mr. Mayor.
Joe Rhodes is out. Yes, you're out, mate.
As per the previous advice provided at the start of the meeting, I have a conflict of interest as president of the Lions Club and therefore remove myself for this item as a shareholder on the aisle.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. And please note that Councillor Watson also left the room due to his parents owning a property on the island. Okay. Who's delivering this, Christine or Brett?
Christine.
Christine. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, councillors, good afternoon. This report pertains to a native title claim by the Wapara people over an area within Livingstone Shire Council local government area. Council received correspondence from Crown Law, from within the Department of Justice and Attorney General, noting that Council was not currently a party to the proceedings in relation to a claim by the Wapara people for a claim area located solely within Livingstone Shire. The parties, namely the state, well, all parties, but specifically the state and Wapara people, as a minimum, have reached an agreement to proceed towards a consent determination over the area of the claim and are working towards a consent determination hearing in the final quarter of 2021. The Wapara claim is listed for a case management hearing before the court on the 28th of April 2021. The state has asked Council to whether they would be able to advise whether they have any intention of seeking to join the proceedings. Council received legal advice from Marawa Law that an application to the court would be required if Council wanted to join the proceeding. On that basis, our recommendation is that Council resolve to make an application to join the proceedings. Should Council, there's been two approaches, an approach recommended by Marawa Law that Council's interests be included in the draft determination and consent between the parties and noted council's interest in native title. The state was happy with that approach, however, felt that council should become a party to the proceedings should the court have questions in relation to council's rights and interests, that council was there at the proceeding to respond to those questions. Since this report, I've received advice from Murray Law that their approach to the Wapabara People's solicitors have also indicated that they would agree with that approach as well. So I ask the table in conclusion, in order for council's interests in native title to be taken and noted, that we join the proceeding.
Right. Thank you, Christine. I'm sure there are a bunch of questions here, and I see Councillor Friend's finger poised over the button. So
Thank you. Thanks, Mr.
First.
Mayor, and thanks, Christine. My quick question is, today is the 20th of April. This matter will be before the Federal Law Court on the 28th of April, 8 days' time. Why has it taken so long for it to come to this table when the first submission by Wapabara was in 2013? And I'll move this one, Mr. Mayor.
I can answer that, Councillor, because the correspondence from the state government asking council about its interests was received on the 1st of April this year. So up until then we have been, I suppose, interested spectators, but our participation had been nothing more than spectating, and now they're getting, I guess, towards the pointy end, and like all things legal, quite often there's passages of very little followed by passages of heightened activity, and I guess that's probably where we find ourselves now.
Thanks, Mr. Bacon.
Any other questions?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. If we're looking at putting a native title claim over the land, over part of the leases, how does that sit with the state government, who now holds the leases in Tail Holdings' name, and who may, certainly discussing the transferring them to Eltham? How does that sit with the state government if we were to lodge or be a co-partner, like a separate entity? We're going as a separate entity, not as a conjoined, are we?
So if I understand, Councillor, you stated, or you indicated then that if we were to lodge a title claim, it's not us lodging a title claim,
Yes.
this is Wapabara.
We're supporting the claim.
And this is us being part, making a decision to be part of that claim in case some of that claim covers area which council has infrastructure on or interests in. Granted, our interests within this claim are substantially less than what they were for the Drumble claim, because the Drumble claim was on the mainland, and we have a lot more infrastructure on the mainland than we do on, in this case, Great Kibble Island is pretty well the only island that we do have interest in per se out of all the claim. So it's basically us being part of that to make sure that any infrastructure we have is considered as part of the determination.
Yes, while we're accepting, I mean, I might have been off track a little bit, but if the state government has provided 30 million to us to enhance provisions over there, is this land going to be under the spotlight as part of that funding that's by the state? And we don't know whether that might be jeopardised if that land is the subject of the money that the state's
So, Councillor, until
promised
such
to us.
time as we see a spreadsheet which contains all components of the claim, so which bits of state land are subject to that, it will be difficult to comment on that. That's probably the next phase. Again, going back to our experience at Drumble, we had spreadsheets that we had to go through which looked at the land, the subject of it, and then we checked what were our uses for it, how were we using it, and that formed part of the final documentation that said, okay, they extinguish claims in certain areas, and other areas they continued on. So at this stage, there is money identified through the state for investment on Great Keppel Island. Anything that is spent on Great Keppel Island will have to take and be cognizant of the determination, and presumably will be done by the state very carefully, because ultimately it's their money and they had the main interest in the land over there. The land, our interest is predominantly as trustee of state control.
I understand that, and as trustee, we're, I guess, supporting an application where the state clearly has a stake in this.
Um,
So I'm just
Perhaps
wondering.
perhaps I can clarify, Councillor Mather.
Our legal opinion.
We're not actually. Well, in a sense, we are supporting the native title claim. But what the primary reason from Christine, a conversation I had with Christine yesterday, that they're recommending, the officers are recommending we support this, is to protect council's interest here, because ultimately, if any of that infrastructure that we have an interest in on the island is, if we're not part of this particular process, if any of that infrastructure is taken over as part of the native title claim, we can actually be told or directed to remove that at our cost. And that could be significant. And so I think it really behooves us to join this particular matter so that that protects council's interest and our ratepayers' interest, because the last thing we want to have happen is for someone to come to us with an invoice for several $100,000, because that's what it costs to remove a piece of infrastructure that we have an interest in.
I don't have a problem supporting the application. And my only concern is that, have we considered all the other issues that are involved? And I don't want us to get caught up legally in the federal court, because it doesn't provide the funding that we would be submitting here to be part of this operation. Doesn't take into consideration a lot of the filing charges and all those other.
All right, perhaps if I can ask a question to the officers then. The issues Councillor Mather is raising will no doubt be part of the consideration of the native title claim anyway. And that has yet to be adjudicated on, is that's correct? Yeah. Right. So that's still, your concerns are still yet to come out in the wash, Councillor Mather, in terms of what happens at a federal and state government level.
Yes, it's a little bit of an unknownness to me. And it says too that we may be, I guess, prudent to make a claim to the federal government for reimbursement of costs if successful. That wasn't the exact words, but they are my words.
There is a native title respondent funding scheme available, funded, I believe, by the Australian government.
Yeah, so do you think you'd be, question to the officer, Mr. Mayor, you think that we would be eligible to lodge a claim in that regard?
Councillor, we have been successful previously and we've been unsuccessful previously.
So it's 50-50.
Yes, it comes down to, at the moment we had the most recent one, which was a bit of a legacy with the Rumble, and it was for a bill of around about $2,000 if I remember correctly, and the federal government determined that we were capable of paying that, which I guess is probably a bit of a hard argument in some ways, that we aren't. So given again the quantums here, we would be certainly putting an application in asking for it, but given we're talking in somewhere around the $6,000 to $8,000, I wouldn't necessarily be holding my breath to say that the federal government will come back and say yes. We'll
Okay, but we've got to take our chance. And
we've done that every time, Councillor.
Yeah, that's good. Okay, Mr. Mayor.
Any other questions? Yeah, Councillor
Bell. Just for clarity, primarily for myself, so there's currently a portion of land on Great Keppel Island that is under native title, and is this about increasing the footprint of the native title?
So there's a portion that's currently under ownership controlled by Wapabara, and this determination is about their connection with land and the Indigenous Land Use Agreement, which will come out of that to a whole, a much larger area than just Great Keppel Island. So it's the Keppels, it's the attachments on that in the report. Yeah.
And so it's expanding what they currently have under native title, or it is.
Well, it expands what it basically puts in place their native title claim. So they own right now that portion of land on Great Keppel Island, and this then gives them rights for claim on unallocated state land and other state land throughout that area.
It's only that state land or unallocated state land, that's not...
It doesn't include private land.
Yeah, well, so what about areas that are under state leases compared to...
No, that's still subject to part of the determination to see what has been extinguished and what hasn't been. But it doesn't apply to land which is in freehold, as in owned by yourself or myself or somebody.
So hypothetically, there's one over there, I believe it's not, it's got a fairly lengthy lease. Owned over there, or is it something that's not freehold, but it's a very long lease? Is
that would potentially be part of the determination. They go through that process.
The court could rule that parcel of land which is under that long lease could move into the area subject to the native title claim, and if they're successful, it becomes part of the.
That's my understanding. Potentially that can occur. Yeah.
That's very interesting sort of exercise.
And that's why these they're not quick processes.
No.
Oops. All right. Okay, any other questions, officers, councillors of the officers, I beg your pardon? All right, so can I have a mover and a second moved? Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Mather. Councillor Friend, did you wish to speak to the report?
Certainly, Mr Mayor. I ask for your indulgence. Guramuli, Yangana. Wappabara Native Title Consent is now in process, and we welcome the Livingstone Shire Council to partake in the proceedings, as our claim is located in the Livingstone Shire Council's local government area. We understand the importance of coming together as we walk in Wappabara ancestors' footprints. Peace, Warrinkle, Auntie Glenys Croft, Wappabara Tribal Elder. Uncle Bob Muir, Senior Applicant for Native Title Claim, Wappabara Elder. My philosophy with native title is to work with other stakeholders such as Livingstone Shire Council, QFIS and landowners. This will benefit Council because it will be a shared responsibility to manage future vegetation growth and land use. It is important to have a good relationship and trust between Council and traditional owners of the Keppels. Applying as a respondent will give Council a voice in this process. With my job in AIMS, Australia Institute Marine Science, we have signed up to free, prior and informed consent. This is new business in relation to the United Nations. I ask for Council's involvement and to have a voice. This native title claim was first submitted in 2013. Our Wappabara, Wappa meaning island, Burra meaning people, of, have compiled legal documentation and feel morally bound to pursue what is rightly their claim. Councillors, we all discuss and have competing projects for council funds. However, I assure you all there is none more important than making an application to the Federal Court of Australia to join council as a respondent party to a QUD 16/2019 Wappabara People proceeding. Today we have previously noted in a report earlier that was actually not spoken of but was read, of $41,250 that was spent to the cost of the consultancy for the 5-year housing demand analysis. Surely this is just as important, if not more so. Our country speaks of reconciliation. Indeed, on the 12th of February 2008, our then Prime Minister, Mr Kevin Rudd, said sorry to Australian traditional owners for the first time in Australia's Parliament. We, as leaders of our community, talk of creating Indigenous signage. I know that all of you sitting at this table are genuinely kind, caring and inclusive individuals. Native title is the recognition in Australia law that Indigenous people continue to hold rights to their land and waters based on their traditional laws and customs. A landmark High Court decision in 1992 led to the recognition and protection of native title across Australia through the introduction of the Native Title Act 1993. In the Marlborough decision, the court recognised that the Miriam people of the Torres Strait held native title over part of their traditional lands. This decision paved the way for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples to have their native title recognised under Australian law, and discarded the old idea that Australia was terra nullius, land belonging to no one, at the time of European settlement. This information has been directly taken from the Queensland State Government website. Some quick native title facts. Native title claims can only be made on certain areas of land or water, for example on vacant or unallocated state land, but not on residential freehold land or public works like roads, schools or hospitals. Governments do not grant native title. It is usually recognised through a determination made by the Federal Court of Australia under the Native Title Act 1993. Native title usually exists alongside and subject to the rights of other people in the same area. Native title is understood more typically as a bundle of rights rather than a title to land. The rights recognised will depend on the native title holders, traditional laws, customs and Australian laws' capacity to recognise the rights and interests they hold. Non-exclusive, now this is important, non-exclusive native title rights coexist along other property rights, which means native title holders don't control access to lands. Non-exclusive rights can include the right to live and camp in the area, build temporary shelters, hunt and fish on the area, collect food, conduct ceremonies and maintain and protect places of cultural importance. Councillors, the $5,750 to $8,000 stated in this report is very little to pay compared to a lifetime of lamenting with no reconciliation. Let us here today in Livingstone set the standard and work with our brothers and sisters, the traditional owners of the Keppels, Woppa.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Is anyone speaking against the recommendation? Okay. Councillor Mather, I notice you're poised to talk. You're talking in favour of it, Councillor Mather?
Mr Mayor, I'm silent.
You're silent? Okay, all right. Well, councillors, I'll make a brief comment on this. I will be supporting this recommendation, but I would just remind councillors that, and I have the deepest respect for the Woppa people and the Darumbal people and their native title claim, but we are not voting today on native title. We are voting on whether we're going to join this matter or this application as a respondent party. Certainly nothing more, nothing less. So, in the absence of any other comments, councillors, I say with that, Councillor Friend, you've had your turn. I'm sorry. Process is process. Councillor Bello, did you wish to make a comment? All right. Councillor Eastwood?
It'd be very hard to add to what Councillor Friend has already given us, Mr Mayor.
And Mr Mayor, just a point of order, seeing Councillor here actually had a say, Councillor over here is entitled to a wind-up.
Yep. Coming to the wind-up now. So, Councillor Friend, would you like to wrap up, please?
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and fellow councillors and officers here today, and media, and those in the gallery and online. I'd just like to say that this is a very important moment in the history of Livingstone Shire Council, that we do actually become a respondent and have our say alongside those traditional owners that we value and cherish, Woppa. I also would like to remind officers that we only have 8 days in total to get our information back, less than 8 days because the federal law, this will go to court on the 28th of April. And I thank everyone for indulging me.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. All right, so we're at the point here now, councillors. We have a mover in Councillor Friend, a seconder in Councillor Mather. So we'll go to the vote. All in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors, and we'll find Councillor Hutton and Councillor Watson. Thank you, officers. That's unusual. No, no. Thank you, Mr. CEO. Councillors, we're up to 12.1, which is a notice of motion from Councillor Mather in relation to the Mount Charlton pipeline. Councillor Mather, would you like to speak to your notice of motion?
Yes, Mr Mayor, please. I will read it for the sake of those on looking. It's in relation to the pipeline, the water line that goes to Mount Charlton Reservoir. That following the partial inspection of the Mount Charlton pipeline and subsequent report by the AIA, it's a consultancy, in 2020, providing statistical analysis of inspection results. Council undertake to carry out the following in 21-22 at the earliest. An inspection of the entire length of the pipeline, an inspection of all concrete plinths, they're the supporting cradles, an inspection of all vertical thrust blocks above the ground, inspection of all testing of all valves and all valve pits, and provide a comprehensive report back to the table.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Any questions of the good councillor? All right, so we'll go into debate. I'm assuming you're moving,
Yes,
Councillor
Mr. Mayor,
Mather.
thank you.
A seconder, please. Councillor Friend, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Councillor Mather, I'd like to speak to the report.
Very briefly, Mr. Mayor, this is a 15-kilometre pipeline. It's, I think, a 99 or 100-year-old at the moment. It has multiple pits along the line. When the examination took place in 2020 by this company, clearly the instruction was to identify 6 sites. We identified 5 sites, non-intrusive inspections, but only 6 sites were requested for an extreme valve analysis of the pit corrosion defects. So the 6 sites equal to 6 to 8 metres. That was the total extent of the analysis of a 15-kilometre pipeline. And in that report, this report, it makes no mention of all of these A, B, C, D, E and F. I'm saying let's do the analysis and include those matters in the next examination and come back to the table. Simple, Mr. Chairman, because we do have problems up there that has been confirmed, and I need for completion that we've identified all of the sites at different intervals along the full length of the pipeline rather than just identify 6 sites and leave the rest to speculation or assumption. And when you're dealing with hundreds of people who rely on this water line for the absolutely critical water, then we need to be sure that we're satisfied. We can say, put our hand on the Bible, we've done the tests, we've done the examination, we've covered all of these things. And if there was a mistake, well, we did what we could. But by knowing that we haven't done it, I think we set ourselves up, Mr. Mayor, and only last week we had something like 6 hours without water in some cases in those estates. And this is what my concern is. If we know they haven't been, these matters haven't been inspected, then and there's an event, then we are sitting critically by the public. So all I'm asking is that we go back and do this examination and come back with a report. And I think that's nothing too much to ask for.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Is anyone speaking against the notice of motion? Councillor Hutton.
I am going to, Mr. Mayor, only because I have some concerns. I, in the past, have supported each of the notices of motion that have related to the Mount Charlton Reservoir and the investigations that have been undertaken, because I understand that Councillor Mather has got obviously some grave concerns in regards to it. Each time we've had in the past from officers reports in regards to investigations that have occurred, how they're proceeding in terms of both the asset renewal, the asset management and asset replacement as appropriate. And I'm just concerned that in going again and seeking further reports to inform us, I'm not sure that I'm the expert who's got the information or even has got the knowledge to use the information that I could collect to make a decision greater than what I would rely on the Executive Director of Infrastructure to advise me about as to when work needs to be done, what work needs to be done, how it needs to be done to maintain the asset or to replace and renew the asset of council. That being said, my concern is that if The burden is on officers, which, as is their responsibility as the custodians of the assets of council, to provide for us as part of the budget process a program of assets that need to be replaced or renewed or maintained in this year. I don't believe that any more information is going to change me from following that advice in regards to this asset and the advice that we got provided to the previous questions I've noticed in regards to this, and therefore I can't justify to the community why I sought to impose this additional burden on officers' time and efforts, respecting the right of any councillor to ask for such things to be provided for them.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Anyone wishing to speak in favour of the notice of motion? Councillor Friend?
Yes, certainly. Thank you, Mr Mayor and councillors. I'm in support of Councillor Mather's motion. As you know, my portfolio does take in water quality, water infrastructure. 15 kilometres of pipeline does need to be looked at because it's very old, 100 years old. And some areas that were previously looked at seem to be fine. But I'm sure that by looking at the whole of the area thoroughly, then we'll know for sure, and this will then avoid any breaks or bursts in the line. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Anyone speaking against the notice of motion?
Certainly not speaking against it, but I would like a question which I apologise for not bringing up earlier, but I believe within our standing orders we can still ask the question if that's okay. I'm probably seeking some guidance from the CEO who may be able to provide this at this point. If not, I may consider a further course of action, but the report that's been undertaken before through a private consultant, I gather cost many thousands of dollars, one would assume, or could assume. I can't imagine it being done for nothing. Anything that's worth something you usually got to pay for. Something of the magnitude of what this motion is calling for, without understanding the costings that would be needed to actually fulfil it as per it's written, I would be remiss to make a decision at this point. And I say that on the basis of the costings of the consultant's report, without knowing how much that cost. Once I know how much that cost, if that was only for, as the good councillor said, 6 locations on a 15-kilometre pipe, and then we're going to go and extrapolate that out over 15 kilometres, what is the true costings of that? To provide actual, genuine and in-depth and meaningful feedback to the councillors. So, is there a response that you can provide at this point to that question? Thank you.
Mr Mayor, in response, a few things. You are right in that the earlier report, and I don't have the exact figure, but would have been a reasonable investment on the council's part, and therefore extrapolating a more detailed exercise, it's reasonable to conclude that it would be a substantial investment. We're in the throes of budget deliberations, as you know, so it would be incumbent upon us to do some estimation of what this sort of investment will be and present that to you as part of budget deliberations. That may or may not influence the council proceeding as is proposed today if this motion is carried, but it certainly will be a substantial investment. I think you used the term extrapolate before. The council's engineers in commissioning this earlier work have applied that principle of testing parts and then applying that knowledge across the balance of the line, which I understand to be an accepted engineering practice. But certainly this would be a more thorough piece of work which might be valuable to councillors. I don't think our engineers necessarily share the same concerns, but that's as Councillor Hutton points out, not necessarily expert in this field, and therefore may get a degree of comfort from this more detailed work. So we will certainly bring back as best a guess we can on what, when we go to market, something like this would be worth for you to consider alongside the multiple other budget requests that there are.
Mr Chair, if I can, with that response, if I could ask of the mover to consider including in the motion there, based on costings received back in order to carry out this work or these requests, then a decision could be determined by the table.
I'm not going to hold the community to ransom based on costs. This is lifeblood for all of those communities, right up to and including the caves. I'm not going to say to them, oh, look, it was too much, so we're not going to worry about it. We just have to wait until something happens. We'll fix it then. That's not the way to go.
Thank you.
Just go to general discussion on this now, councillors. If anyone wishes to speak to or for the motion, I would actually make a comment myself, though, Councillor Mather. I've walked this pipeline with you, as you recall, and I do have some concerns about its condition, and I take on board Councillor Hutton's comments in relation to asset management. But having visually inspected sections of that pipeline, I do share concerns about its condition. I also support Councillor Bello, though, Councillor Mather, in the sense that if this is going to go into the budget as a line item, it needs a number. And so I would basically encourage you to change the recommendation to include maybe that we get a costing so that we can actually have a line item figure for the budget so this work can be done.
We can put a G in there, that costings be provided.
Yep.
I don't have a problem with that, Mr Mayor.
I think that's what Councillor Bello was essentially getting at, Councillor Bello.
Primarily some parameters around what is the true cost to carry out this resolution in the event it was supported.
Okay, so maybe we could extrapolate F a little bit and provide a comprehensive costed report or report with costings back to the table, perhaps. Councillor Mather, you happy with that?
Yes, I'm happy with that, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Hutton?
Would that be a comprehensive costing report as the cost of fixing any items that are found? Only just, it is quite...
Take your point.
The way they would be produced, it would actually be about outcome as opposed to process.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. We need to clarify that. Yeah.
I could make an alternative suggestion, Mr Mayor. In the third line, council undertake to carry out, perhaps subject to budget deliberations, the following in 2021-22 at the earliest.
All right, so Justine's putting something up there at the moment?
Subject to budget deliberations, yeah.
Subject to
budget. We will therefore, as part of your remaining budget workshops, we will present a cost proposal or an estimate of what this scale of work might be, and you can consider that alongside the various other priorities you have.
All right. Councillor Mather, are you comfortable with that? We've just changed the first paragraph there to include
Subject to budget
subject to budget deliberations. As part of the budgetary process, the officers will bring back costings so that we'll know exactly what the research or the project will cost.
For the sake of getting it off the table today, I'd support it, but I'm not going to bargain.
No one's asking
with the water supply. And that's
no one's asking
does.
it. There's two separate pieces of work here, Councillor Mather. We've got to get a cost for the budget, and
Yes.
that's that part there.
Yes.
And the cost and the rest of the resolution stands as part of the consideration in the budget as well. So then, when we come to vote on the budget, you will obviously support your project and the costing, and the other councillors will consider your project and the
We'll
costing.
go through the first hoop today.
Beg your pardon?
We'll go through the first hoop
Yes,
today.
exactly. Everyone comfortable with that? All right, so you've got the resolution in front of you now, and Justine, would you mind just reading that again? My eyes are failing me at the moment.
Following the partial inspection of the Mount Shelton pipeline and subsequent report by AIA in 2020, the report number providing statistical analysis of inspection results, council undertakes to carry out, subject to budget deliberations, the following in 2021-22 at the earliest: inspection of the pilot pipeline, inspection of all concrete plinths, inspection of all blended truss blocks, inspection of testing of all valves, inspection of all bank pits, and provide a comprehensive report back to the table.
Okay. Everyone understand the recommendation?
So it's still subject to cost.
Correct, subject to budget deliberations. That's right, Councillor Eastwood. All right, so we have a mover in Councillor Mather. You're comfortable with the amendment, Councillor Mather?
Not happy, Mr Mayor, but I'll accept it today.
Okay, all right. So Councillor Mather is moving, Councillor Friend is seconding. We'll go to the vote on this, councillors. All in favour?
Mr Mayor, can I just wrap up?
Yes, please, go if you like.
Just to make a response to some comments that were made here today. We're not experts. That's why we do what we do. When we've got a report that says we've inspected 6 sites of a 15-kilometre pipeline, it starts to ring alarm bells when I know the age of the pipe and I know the condition that it's in. The burden is not on the officers alone. They have their responsibility. They've got staff out there supposedly inspecting these things, going back and fixing it or reporting to us if they need more money. Hasn't come back to us for more money, but we know the holes are there. I know they were leaking because I found them. It's our responsibility. The onus is on us to make sure the officers have done their job. And clearly this has been going on for too long and it's got to the point that we have to do something. I've got 100 and 200 photos there walking along the line showing the pipe is balancing on a concrete plank like that. If that pipe were to go like that, you couldn't fix it under 8 hours. And what do the people do? This is what I'm looking at. The report's not going to cost many thousands of dollars. It will cost thousands of dollars, but not many. You cannot compare that with the lifeblood of providing the essential service to the people who trust us, who trust our staff and expect us to be sure that they are guaranteed water. That's all I need to say, Mr Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Mather. All right, so we'll go to the vote, councillors. No, you can't, councillor. Sorry. Yeah, she's wrapped up. All right. Okay, thank you, councillor. All right, so Councillor Mather's called for a division on this one. So all in favour of the report, please stand. So that's carried unanimously, councillors. Thank you very much. (12.2) Councillors, notice of motion from Councillor Mather in relation to the Marlborough School. Councillor Mather would like to speak to your notice of motion.
Yeah, this is, I'll be very brief here. You've got photos in your report. There's a drain that's obviously filled itself in over time, which created a gully which has eroded our bitumen. And I worked it out, found out yesterday, I checked 10 months ago a lot of this, 10 months ago, and tried through the engineering department.
Yeah, I've seen it. Thanks, mate.
There's some remedial work there that will take away that drain and make it safe. Quite another drainhole actually fallen in there. But it's eroding our road as well. But I was told that this the education department to fix. And at the show on Saturday, I took those latest photos. Nothing was changed. The P&C were prepared for the mums and dads to put their hand in their pocket and fix the drain on our road reserve. This had already been in, unbeknown to them. So I'm just hoping that our council would recognise the road reserve as a responsibility of the government because we're the trustee for the state government. So it's a simple.
Your microphone, councillor. Councillor Mather, microphone. Yep.
Yeah, sorry. It's not an expensive one.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Any questions of Councillor Mather? Councillor Hutton.
Councillor Mather, can you explain again why officers haven't acted on it since the 10 months that you put in your picture?
In response, Mr Mayor, because the officers believed it was a responsibility of the education department to fix it, even though it was eroding our road. Any other school would have it fixed by now, but I don't know, Marlborough seems to be an exception to the rule.
Councillor Mather, just a question from me in relation to your previous request of the officers for information. Was information forthcoming? I mean, you mentioned in your dialogue there that you'd made approaches to the officers since, what was it, September last year?
11th of June last year.
11th of June, I beg your pardon. So you've made requests. Were those requests actually answered?
I put it through the pathways, which would automatically go to infrastructure. When I had a following meeting at the portfolio, I raised it there to say, look, this is the situation, to clarify anything that they would need to ask. And then I was told that it's not ours, it belongs to the Education Department, they can fix it. Because I had some words at the time to convince them that it's our road reserve, it is eroding, the bitumen edging is all breaking away, but it didn't seem to matter. So I left it for a little while and gave the officers time to think about that, and I'd had no response, and that's what caused me to put in a request for private works, and I told them I'd pay for it myself. And I did put that in writing, and I sent it across. I had no response. I didn't have any quotation, and then I waited a few more weeks thinking, well, it's coming, they're busy, and I sent them a reminder, still nothing. And then this is running into months now. So then I put in a letter, said I withdraw my offer to pay for it and the council can do it.
All right, thank you for your response, Councillor. Councillor Hutton?
Yes, Councillor Mabry, are you able to provide any sort of costing as to how much the works?
I have no idea because I never got a reply on both occasions.
Are we able to get any advice from officers in that regard as to what the costs are? It very clearly looks like it's an operational thing, but I just don't understand. Can we get advice from officers?
Mr. CEO?
I can endeavour to do that for you, Mr. Chairman, and we should have anticipated that that would be a logical question to ask. I'm just trying to find some earlier exchanges. I've seen Michael and Councillor Mather corresponding a bit on this matter in the time that I've been here. I was thinking that perhaps there was a figure there, but not that I can find urgently. Yes, if this, I suspect it's a reasonably modest investment. I couldn't guess what that figure would be. Just on the point about if we have maintained the position that it's the Education Department or the owner's responsibility, as I look at it, there's a gate behind it. It looks like a driveway and a crossover that any other property owner would maintain, but I understand Councillor Mather's point about it putting our assets at risk, and I'm sure that's the conversations that have been had with our engineers.
All right, thank you, Mr. CEO. Any other questions of Councillor Mather? All right, so Councillor Mather, you're moving this, and Councillor Friend
Yes, thank
is
you, Mr.
seconding. So, Councillor Mather, did you wish to speak to the report again?
No further, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I think it's self-explanatory.
All right, anyone speaking against the recommendation? Anyone else wish to speak for? Councillor Friend?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just briefly, the people of Marlborough, they don't ask for a lot. A sign, which we're working on, hand soap in the public toilets, which will most likely come back to us, again by officers, and to just fix up a drain that really looks to me that it wouldn't take a heck of a lot of work to do. So I'm fully in support of this, and I'd like to see the people of Marlborough move ahead and regain faith in Livingstone Shire Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. We'll just open the floor. Does anyone else wish to make a comment in relation to the report?
Just briefly, Mr. Chair, in supporting this, I know that when yourself and I attended, along with Councillor Mather, I think it was the leadership ceremony on a Thursday night at the Marlborough School, which was great to attend. I can recall walking out there, whatever time it was, 8:39, and it was a fairly tentative walk based on the terrain that was there. So it'd certainly be great to see that enhanced and safety-wise and protect the assets. So, yep.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. Councillor Mather, would you like to wrap up?
Just very briefly, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Friend is correct. Marlborough doesn't ask for anything. All they want is some soap. But they can't even get their main street cleaned. I've just sent through pathways yesterday. The drains are covered over with debris. There's vegetation coming out of the grills on the main street. The trees don't get trimmed. The grass doesn't get cut unless I remind somebody. The bitumen patching in the road and the island bed needs to be repainted, and the weeds that come around it on the entrance to the town don't get done unless I send in a notice. There is nothing initiated as a routine measure for that town. And this is just something that's added to it. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Councillor Mather. So we'll go to the vote on this one, councillors. So I've got a mover in Councillor Mather, seconder in Councillor Friend. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. And thank you, Councillor Mather.
Mr. Mayor, while we're talking Marlborough, if you may indulge for a moment, I was speaking with the lady who lives across the road from the helicopter landing area. They do the mowing there, have done for 18 years, with their own fuel, their own lawn mowers, get nothing for it. I've never asked, but I think we need to have a look at that. Yes, yes.
Okay. We'll ask the CEO to immerse himself in that one. All right, councillors, we're up to 12.3, which is a notice of motion from myself in relation to the naming of Fig Tree Creek. As we're all aware, councillors, the tragic loss of young Rhys Yaw's life happened in the early hours of January 2021 this year. And unless you've lost a child, I guess there's no way that any of us can really understand the grief associated with an incident of this nature. And the outpouring of support from this community has been nothing short of amazing and heartwarming. And it just goes to prove, as we all know, what a wonderful community we live in. So, as you would have all seen, councillors, the bridge was decorated in terms of floral tributes and memorabilia for young Rhys, and a number of messages were written on the guardrail. Now, the guardrail itself wasn't damaged as part of the accident, but Councillor Bello and I had a couple of meetings with Mr. and Mrs. Yaw, Rhys's parents, and wanted to sort of gain an idea of what it was that they would like to see in relation to some sort of commemoration or memorial for young Rhys. Notwithstanding that, there's also been a fairly strong push from the community and various sections of the community for some sort of recognition of Rhys or memorial of Rhys at that site. Now, Mr. and Mrs. Yaw are considering a memorial site, and without sort of betraying any confidences at this point, I think they're looking elsewhere apart from Fig Tree Creek itself. But certainly there's been a request from Mr. and Mrs. Yaw and the community for the naming of the bridge to be called, and I've noted as Rhys Bridge in the report, but it's actually Rhys Yaw Bridge, as Councillor Bello informs me. And thank you, Councillor Bello, for updating me on that. So there's been a request that the bridge be named the Rhys Yaw Bridge. As we know, councillors from the report from the Infrastructure Department, there is a process around naming of bridges and roads, etc. in our Shire, and this particular request doesn't match the criteria for naming roads according to council policy. So we can, as a council, override that policy and name the bridge after young Rhys Yaw, and that's point 1 of this particular recommendation. Point 2 relates to the guardrail. Now, council has, at the request of the Yours, provided them with the guardrail with all of the the comments and best wishes and sympathy notes from the community, and that the guardrail was given to them and it has been replaced on that site, and it is at some expense to council. But my argument to you, councillors, is that we absorb the cost of the replacement of the guardrail because obviously this is an extremely tragic event. Now, I'm aware, courtesy of Councillor Watson's parents, that there has been a fatality at that bridge many years ago, back in the 80s, I think, or late 70s. And I believe there was no request from the family at that time for any particular naming. Otherwise, the bridge may well be named something already. But in this situation, we have a request not only from the family but from the community to name the bridge after young Rhys Yaw, and I think it behooves council as a mark of respect to him and to his parents and the community in general that council absorbs the cost of donating that guardrail to the family. So, councillors, I'm happy to entertain any questions if there are any. Councillor Hutton.
What is the cost of the guardrail that we've provided?
Approximately $12,000. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Hutton.
Are there any precedents? Obviously, guardrails these things have occurred in the past tragically. Have we got any precedents where we've done similar things? Not this term of body, but previously for Livingstone or under the Rocky Regional Days?
I would have to say none that I'm aware of, Councillor Hutton. I'm not saying there aren't, but just none that I'm aware of. Councillor Watson?
I was involved with a car accident that I photographed of a kid. Her photographed since he was a baby. He died on Todd Avenue. Sorry. And they put a plaque on the barbecue next to the lifesavers. That was the memorial.
Yeah. Yeah. And it may be that the Yaw family decide to put some sort of commemorative plaque or monument to young Rhys, but at this point in time, they're indicating it won't be at the bridge. It might be at a place that he enjoyed going to. I know there are monuments on Farnborough Beach for just such purposes as well. So, councillors, in the absence of any further questions, I'm going to obviously move this. Can I get a seconder? Councillor Friend, thank you. I don't feel the need to speak to the report any further, councillors, so if anyone wishes to speak against, we'll entertain that. Thank you. Councillor Watson.
With respect to the family, I think that if you do something like this, people will remember this all the time, not for the right reasons. You've got to think of the person who was in the car that was driving, the passenger. They're already paying for it. And I think you need to look somewhere else for them to be a memorial. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Watson, and I appreciate the comment and your passion. And we did have that, the Deputy Mayor and I did have that conversation with Mr. and Mrs. Yaw. And that's why they're not going to put the primary monument or remembrance on the site, but it is, they did ask for the bridge to be named in memory of young Rhys. Anyone speaking for the motion? Councillor Friend?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The family and friends of young Rhys Yaw are in favour of this naming of the bridge. Rhys was a young man who has a immeasurable amount of friends and an extremely loving family. He loved cricket, fishing, surfing, and he enjoyed his life. We all keep stating that Livingstone Shire is a caring council, and now we have the ability to prove this. This young man does not now have an opportunity to grow and make a name for himself as an adult, or indeed create a legacy. The world was his oyster, and he was the Yaw family's world. This tragic accident has left a gaping hole in the hearts of those that knew this outstanding young man. Let us all today create this legacy for the Yaw family by naming the bridge Rhys Yaw Bridge. Let us gift the guardrails as a token of the humanity we feel as councillors and give this family an item to treasure, not only showing the community that we certainly do care, but also assist this family through our loving actions.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Hutton?
I am, in all honesty, quite conflicted, Mr. Mayor, and I'm not necessarily guaranteeing that I will vote against the motion per se, but in acknowledging both the heart but the honesty of the words of Councillor Watson, I think it's worthwhile that, you know, when this was raised with me, I fully support parts 2 and 3 of the motion completely and have no concerns in regards to providing the guardrail that had all those comments and things to the family as a legacy. But the challenge that I face is in providing the naming of Reese's Bridge, not only do we obviously provide an opportunity for family and friends, but it is that constant reminder. When I spoke to one of the fireys who had been on the scene, they're still traumatised by the events that they witnessed that day, and not only the events of obviously what occurred, but the engagement that they had with bystanders and family who arrived on site. And they still, when they drive past, are revisiting that mentally each and every time they... So to have, once again, an additional reminder provided in terms of having the naming of this bridge in letters there is a challenge that they face personally. And I wonder, you know, if that's one person off one emergency service vehicle, knowing that there were multiple vehicles there, knowing that there was at least one doctor who after hours had arrived there on their way home from work, that there is not other members of our community too who will be suffering from the immediacy of the tragedy that this could cause conflict for. I think in our desire to provide a memorial and to honour the life of one lost so early, we must both reflect on the wishes of the community and their family, but also what testament it serves and for those who are left behind. And I think that a memorial is a wonderful thing, and that's an opportunity for family and friends to come together and to have that special place that they connect is a public asset. With the rawness of such an event, the right place for us to be engaging in this public display of that affection and love that's obvious for Reece, I just don't know, and it's one of those things that I'm challenged by that, because I'm conscious of that, you know, what makes one person happy will make 5 others sad, or alternatively, you know, in most incidences we find that the family or people will go there in the immediacy of the aftermath, but then move on. You know, the fact that the chair's no longer there, the fact that we don't see people there in the afternoons because they move from the site of the incident rather to the places and things that they relate to the positives and the memories of the person, as opposed to the circumstances in which their life was unfortunately ended. So I don't know where to sit, but I think it's worthy of our consideration that in naming this bridge after Reece, that there is both consequences in the positive and negative. It's not just something that will be a resoundingly positive for our community. And whether, if that tragically an incident should occur there again, would we then be changing it to meet the name of a new person who an accident occurred there, or would we look at amending other assets that have got existing names for incidents that occur? And I don't know the answer to these things, but I think that we should be considering all of them in the decision making that we're undertaking, because, you know, in an emotive environment we can all wear our hearts on our sleeves, and undoubtedly there are times that each of us have done so in the service of our community, but the legacy is much longer than the rawness of the feelings and the emotions that we feel in the aftermath of such an incident, but in the long-term historic consequence of what we choose to do.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Councillors, any other comments? Councillor Eastwood?
Look, this is a really difficult one. Post-traumatic stress is a very real thing, and I'm sure there's many in the police service, the ambulance, the fireys, and even local people that would be feeling the effects of that accident and of that place. As many of you know, I was a police officer for a lot of years, and I've actually been to a fatality at a bridge, believe it or not. And I can tell you that bridge hasn't got a name, but every time I cross that bridge I think of that person that died there, along with many other places. But I can also tell you this, it wouldn't make any difference whether that bridge had the name of that person on it or not. I still remember it, and those feelings are very real. So in that respect, I truly believe that we should be going along with the wishes of the Your family, who seek this to have a reminder of their boy that tragically lost his life there on that day. Sorry, I'm going back in time in my head. I just really believe that we should adhere to their wishes, and I'm very confident that the community would go along and feel that way as well. It was a tragic accident, and this would be even a reminder to the rest of the community, as well as a monument that something happened there and to be careful.
Thank you, councillors, and yes, I recognise it's very emotional for everybody. Councillor Mather?
I wasn't going to, Mr Mayor, but this topic brings a lot of things to mind. And while I'm not going to depart from the matter at hand, I will raise that in my area there's also a young family who has a child with a terminal illness. And you'll all remember not so long ago that we received a request to have a cemetery built at the caves. We don't have one there. Like I said, I'm not going to depart from what we're doing. But the request of a parent to cushion the grief that they've experienced or will experience and will continue to experience, because those who've lost a child say that it's grief like no other. So it's so important to take on board the feelings of those immediately involved, that is the family, because they are the best ones to know how to alleviate that grief, at least to some extent. And I'd support your recommendation, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Before I wrap up, does anyone else wish to say anything else? Councillor Bello?
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity, Mr Chairman. In supporting this motion, I provide the following reasons. And I highly respect the comments of my fellow councillors on both sides of this discussion. Jordan Peterson, a prominent psychologist, said that, or suggested, if something traumatises you 20 years later, then write it down. Because in writing it down, it helps you understand it and interpret it better. To suppress it, it'll traumatise you for life. Writing down the name of this bridge on a sign for everybody to see, I think based on that psychologist's advice, is the right move to make. I have no qualifications to make that, but I take on board the psychologist's advice. I stopped by several days after the accident to embrace Mr Shane Yore, who put his head on my shoulder and wept and wept and wept. I said nothing, because nothing one can say in that time is going to be enough. I remember his words though were, I just want my little boy back. I have a little boy like that, and I could empathise with him enormously. Naming this bridge will not bring his boy back, yet it will endear this boy's name for many years to come to our community. And so I'm comfortable to take that step to write that name on that sign for our community to absorb each time we drive by. Thank you.
Might just have a break for 5 minutes, councillors, if we can. Procedural motion. So procedural motion to resume the agenda. Thank you, Councillor Mather. And councillors, we're back considering 12.3, the notice of motion and the naming of Fig Tree Creek. With your indulgence, councillors, I think we might just wrap up. I don't feel the need to say too much more. I want to avoid breaking down again. So I just wanted to thank councillors for their consideration. I know whichever way you vote on this, it will be heartfelt. So I'm just going to go to the recommendation, councillors, that council names the bridge that crosses Fig Tree Creek in Yeppoon, the Reece Yaw Bridge, and 2, donates the guardrail that contains messages of sympathy and remembrance of Reece Yaw to his family, and 3, absorbs the cost of replacement of the guardrail. So I've got a mover myself, seconder and councillor Friend. All in favour? Those against? Carried. Councillor Watson, you wish your vote to be recorded? You don't have to. No worries, okay. All right, so the motion is carried. All right, so councillors, that takes us to urgent business. Is there any urgent business? No? Okay. So we'll move on to the confidential agenda. So procedural motion to go into confidential, councillors. Councillor Friend, thank you. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much, councillors. Yep. Right, did you want your vote recorded against? Councillor Hutton wished his vote to be recorded against. No, Councillor Friend moved. Procedural motion, no seconder. Councillor Hutton wishes his vote to be recorded against. Come on, there we go. So we're off live stream. Councillors, thank you very much. Back in live. All right. Right, councillors, we returned from confidential, and thanks to members of the community viewing on live stream who stuck with us. We're up to 15.1, which is the sale of 2 Cassam Street, Hidden Valley. And the recommendation here, councillors, is that council resolve to accept offer 1 outlined in this report for the sale of lot 12 on survey plan 220788, delegating authority to the Chief Executive Officer to finalise negotiations with the purchaser and execute a contract of sale. Councillor Mather moving. Councillor Bello, I think you were wanting to second, was that right? Okay, so moved Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Bello. Councillor Mather, did you wish to speak to the report?
I have no further comment to make, Mr Mayor. I think that the officers have done a good report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor, is anyone speaking against the recommendation? Councillor Bello, did you wish to speak to it?
No, thanks, Mr Chair.
Okay, cool. All right, councillors, anyone else wish to speak? We'll open the floor. Righto, well, we'll go to the vote on this one, councillors. It's moved Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Bello. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. And the next item, councillors, is in relation to, where are we? 11.1, which we deferred to confidential from earlier in the meeting. So, Mr CEO, we need to take this off the table as well, do we? If we laid this on the table. Procedural motion to remove this from the table. We just deferred it, did we? Okay, thank you. Righto. Pardon me. So, councillors, the recommendation here is that, and we'll read this, we've updated this, Justine. Yep, beautiful. Sorry, didn't mean to insult you. That 1, council note that in accordance with section 1943 of the Local Government Act 2009, a 4-year employment contract expiring February 2025 has been executed between the Mayor and the Chief Executive Officer, including annual performance review provisions. 2, in accordance with section 12.4 of the Local Government Act 2009, council notes that the Mayor has statutory responsibilities for conducting a performance appraisal of the CEO, at least annually, and that to aid that process, council establishes a CEO performance review panel comprising the Mayor and all councillors. We're sharing the love here, councillors. And B, in accordance with section 194.4A of the Local Government Act 2009, council endorses the performance plan for the Chief Executive Officer as prepared by the Mayor. Councillors, I'm going to move this one. Seconded Councillor Mather, thank you. I don't feel the need to speak to it any further. I think we got into some discussion during the confidential session, councillors. So does anyone else wish to speak to the report?
Just to say, Mr Mayor, that we have every confidence in the CEO at this point in time and have no reason to believe otherwise. And it's important that, and it's a credit to the CEO that he has been transparent in all aspects of his deliberations at this point in time, and has led us into some very exciting times ahead with his method of administration. And it's very exciting to see that the table is united in this matter, and we are acting as one body that I'm sure we're going places.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Does anyone else wish to speak? All right. I'll wrap up debate on this one, councillors. Just wanted to also commend the CEO for his transparency on this. It is not usual for a CEO to necessarily be willing to publish the details of his or her contract and also KPIs. So I think Mr Dendel is to be commended for that, and might also provide some incentive perhaps for some of his colleagues in the industry. But also, I also wanted to commend Mr Dendell on his performance to date, as Councillor Mather has. I think I speak for all of us when we say that we feel there's a degree of solidarity and I suppose calm coming into the organisation now following some fairly tumultuous times. All right, councillors, we'll get to the vote now. So I've moved, Councillor Mather seconded. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. And that concludes our business for the day. Thank you for your attendance. I thank you for your participation, and I thank the members of the community who viewed in on live stream and stuck with us. Have a great afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much.